What is up, one and all? It's good old quarterfinals time here on our fine Tuesdays. Hopefully having a good day, and hopefully we're going to make it a little bit better. That's right. I've just built a trampoline. Well, actually, I haven't fully built the trampoline. I half built the trampoline, then gave up. Then we're going to build it later. And I am now energetic. I don't know. I feel slightly defeated. I feel like I was twinging something in my back every time I pulled a spring. But hopefully I didn't pull a muscle. But what I can pull up is some interesting series today. We have got B versus Voldemar kicking us off into Anatan versus Myriad Live, and then we'll be checking in on WHAM versus MSN and Numidan Lash into potentially DeMu's set. We're just checking on the availability of DeMu, so we'll see how that one actually progresses. But bare minimum, we're going to have 3 quarterfinals today, probably around a 16, and then maybe, just maybe, a semifinals. We'll see how things go though. But this is going to be an interesting one to kick off. We've got the Kid versus the B. And I am seeing some very early Lancastrian picks here. Roos also making it through, incredibly surprising. It was a sacrificial play to allow Knights Templar deeper in the draft, but that ended up getting banned in the end anyway. So I'm not sure if that entirely paid off, per se, but we'll have to see. So we're going to get the game started up now, and we'll get ready for game number 1. My brain is like, you know when you have one of those days where you start like, and I think everything is correct. And then you're like, is everything correct? Yeah, I think we're good. And yes, this will be a best of 5. So quarterfinals in KPMM are always best of 5s. It's around a 16 early, a best of 3s. Our semifinals are best of 5s. And then the grand finals are always a best of 7. And then when you come here on Fridays for the show match, is a best of 9. Because we crazy. I kind of want to secure more funding so I can make them do best of 11s. I have no mercy. Got to make them dance like monkeys for me, you know? And we are working on sorting the mod. We've got a custom game mode being prepped for the show match on Friday, by the way. I can confirm so far we're going to have Anatan as one of the players. We're locking in the second player now. So I'll let you guys know as that proceeds. So opening game between B and Voldemar, of course, going to be in Receding. You're probably looking at what? Lancaster here versus Malians would make a lot of sense. Oh, it's going to be Lancaster versus Roos. Okay, so that's a little bit different. Comes out strong with the Roos. I mean, we said this is like a map that should be pretty good for Roos anyway, just because the tree lines are like very easy to generate a lot of gold with. You have a band of safety to it. So it makes sense. And also, I think Pro Scouts is kind of okay on this map. The cool thing is because everything's a little bit more smushed, I wouldn't say Pro Scouts is like overwhelmingly broken. It's counterplayable, right? But curious to see what B wants to do here, because like in theory, Lancaster has some good answers to things you want to be playing into, such as like the early Bruce Knights, and then of course there is the idea of playing archers or horse archers against Yeoman's. Not going to feel great. But let's get ready to roll. G1 coming in. In fact, I need to crack a can. I'm thirsty. Oh. Guys, you don't understand. I've been awake for like 6 hours already. I miss the days where I got to sleep in. I miss the days where I got to... Oh, wait. What, dude, like, come on. Again with this stupid map? One sec. I need to find some time to just... Like, I haven't found the time is the problem, but I need to find some time to just update my overlays to be... not need to resize, because obviously they added the, like, resize tool, as you can see here. I need to sort that at some point. But for now, we ride like this. I think... Have I lined that perfectly? I think I have. I hope I have. Yeah. That looks good. Yeah, I just don't get to sleep anymore. Mainly because I'm so busy casting so many games of Age of Empires 4. One and all, welcome back to the channel for our quarterfinal showdown. It's the return of B, a familiar sight here in the Midweek Masters, but on the other side, it is the Dane of the North. It is the kid who has come to become the master. Volda Esports Voldemar. Wow, that actually lines up perfectly name-wise. In a best of 5 up against B, and we kick off here on Receding. House of Lancaster a pick that makes a lot of sense. Roos, not so much. No, the reason being, how the hell did Roos make it through the banning phase? Well, some funky things happened here, folks. You can have a look right there. Yeah, you see that correctly. Knights Templar was a priority ban in the mind of Voldemar instead of just banning out the Roost straight away, as most players would. And B obliges. Interesting to see them picked here as well. In theory, actually a pretty good map for Roost, because you're already seeing 37 trees on these hunting cabins, 30 up here. It's a huge tree line right next to your base. You can just keep accruing. Down the line, like maybe high trade house placements, a little bit weird, but I think there's one good enough here to justify. I'm curious how B wants to try and approach this, though, because the cool thing about Roost, and this is, I think, maybe a baiting element, is with these points of interest on the map, such as the Forgotten Ruins and also the merchant camps, you'd think Roost suck, but they actually don't. They're pretty good because of those scouts. Remember, scouts are just as capable of spears of capturing those locations. And also of stopping any sort of deer shove that you were hoping to yield. Yeah, makes sense as well, because B keeps the door open now to play pro scouts on delay. So overall, pretty good start for him. A horrible start for Voldemar, also getting aggroed by the wolves. And we are going to be seeing played for stone. So this makes a lot of sense. The Lancaster Civ plays stone really well on this map. If you haven't seen Receding before, reminder is a map with 3 Forgotten Ruin sites in the center. These are the ones that generate stone for a while. And then after they're done generating stone via a villager being inside, it will dig up a relic. So another element to this map that's interesting because of that is that Roosts, in theory, feel a little bit weaker. Remember, Roosts are a civ that really thrive off the idea of having flexibility to fast castle into Relic Rush. That isn't going to look as good here. And I think a lot of the other things just don't sound that good to me, you know? Like, you could play, what, Knights plus Archers? Trying to dive into mass mana defense might be a bit awkward. But even later, the idea of just playing, obviously, those Knights into the Spearmen that give minus armor doesn't feel great. But even worse still is the idea of Horse Archers versus Yeomen. So I imagine B's maybe looking at, like, what, either a fast castle into Men-at-Arms rush, or maybe we see him just go all in feudal. Why is there so much gold? I mean, honestly, I don't think it matters. In our experiences on this map so far, the amount of gold, like, it's never been depleted. I think it's not too bad because you're already so uncomfortably close together. It's not like you're just getting crap tons of gold in your corner. Like, this has no more gold than a standard Dry Arabia would have. In fact, I think it has slightly less, if I'm not mistaken, due to the 1.6k vein here. But Golden Gate's going to be coming in pretty swiftly. B with 7 rushing this up. Has conceded the merchant camp in the meantime. And Voldemar is going to be doing the norm. We see this a lot. Lancaster Castle drop up towards the deer location, playing blocker to potential pro scouts. I mean, are you thinking about pro scouts if you're B, though? It'd be risky to come out and plant the deer, but you would get a big window of opportunity considering your opponent is going to be greedy. And oh my god, greedy doesn't really cut it here. We've got a deer shove towards the Lancaster Castle. B is going to try to lame it, but it's just already looking a bit awkward to shove these further away, with the spears already chasing you. Yeah, the good news is B can intercept this a bit, because A, there's only 2 spears here so far, and B, he has 3 scouts. Normally, 3 spearmen is counterplayed to deer lame, because 2 keep shoving the deer while 1 keeps chasing you. Are you kidding me? Sir, you can't be serious. He's tempted. He knows if he turns around now, he'd die. But he can just bring the other scout back in. Oh, this is so infuriating for Voldemar. Like, it looked like it was going to be a clean, dirty deer shove, but he's having none of it. Is the stone generation enough to keep up mana building? You will be able to produce 1 mana a minute if you garrison 2 of these locations. So normally, you do still see people go for a mining camp to actively gather, because you usually want to be building more than 1 mana a minute with this type of build. It's nice, right? Like, it's just, compared to what a normal villager would do, a normal villager on stone at this stage in the game would do, like, what, 35 resources? So you're almost getting double by camping in the Forgotten Ruins. And yes, this map is actually called Receding. Yeah, we've been hard on the map ideation. Big shout out to Caillou for working with us on that. We were highlighting this the other day. Like, we looked back at Caillou's work, and I think, like, 11 or 12 of the maps were requested by us. That guy is a never-sleeping beast, I swear. And looks like B is going full aggro, so we got Archer plus Knights. Okay. Now, I said this is going to feel weird against Lancaster, but it comes down to what Lancaster's going to do. If they're going to just greed with manas, it does give some runway to Roost. However, if Voldemar was, say, to only build 3 manas and then start bulking, I quite like his position. What I'm not so sure about is B's choice to go Pro Scouts. I kind of get where he's coming from, though, and it's the same reason why he's building Archer Knights. He can dive this. Remember, it's actually not that much firepower at the start of Lancaster Castle. It's enough that you don't want to be going underneath it with 1 or 2 archers, sure. But with Scouts, which are fairly cheap and also heal over time, it's actually quite feasible to just go in and yoink the deer. Like, what you're going to see in this Lancaster Castle is going to be very reminiscent of what we used to see in the original Pro Scouts meta. If you guys remember back in 2021, when people would just dive underneath your TC and pick up all the deer. Oh, those are the dark days. Sometimes I wonder if we are partially back in the dark days. 2 TC Pro Scouts, too greedy? Yeah, you don't need to do 2 TC. And we do have double arch range. I like Voldemar's approach right now. This makes a lot of sense. You definitely want to be getting towards the additional manas. It looks like he got blocked out. Yeah, lost the Forgotten Runes, isn't actively gathering stone, and now has to compete with the fact that he's not scaling his economy, while B is securing plenty of his own. It's going to be a play onto the ball. Interesting. So we aren't going to be seeing... Like, wait, he didn't cancel it? So he's going Pro Scouts despite the fact he's already here. All right, this build is getting really weird from B. And maybe it's good that he goes Pro Scouts, because I don't think he can hang here long. He's going to have to go for the Winter Fortress. Archers are buying some decent time, but the Yeomen are on the way, and the Spearmen see an opportunity to dive onto the workers. That's difficult, though, because it means you're sacrificing yourself. Archers will be able to trade you out. B does have more ranged units on the way, but the Winter Fortress not able to get up in time. So a bit wasteful here for B. A little bit odd as well that he didn't just wait on the Pro Scouts play. I guess he wanted to have some variability so he couldn't get shut down easily. Because if you're just camping at home waiting for food, your opponent can potentially like just stick on the deer closest to your base, I guess. I don't know. It feels a bit funky to me. Like, this strategy did at least get him the deer on the north home. But I do wonder if he could have done that anyway. Considering like this stage, it'd be very difficult for Voldemar to potentially guard both deer stacks when he only just started producing troops. And yes, this map did indeed first feature in Himscar. Yeah, like we've been kind of grinding on integrating new maps into the competitive scene, haven't we? Now that I think about it, we've done a lot of maps, as in like first appearances. It's pretty crazy, and I mean a lot. Like, I'm trying to think what the raw count would be. I don't know if someone's been keeping track. But obviously, KPMs have featured multiple weeks introducing new maps competitively for the first time ever. Then there's obviously the HIMS Cups, where we design maps specifically for that tournament. It goes on and on. The only one that I haven't felt confident about that like we've integrated, like some are gimmicky and they lose their touch, like maybe a toll. But I think the only one that like obviously needs some true refinement, but it's difficult because we're using clunky mechanics to design it, is probably Impotence. Yeah, receding alopecia, great. Like, I expect alopecia to make an appearance in future weeks of KPMM. Which makes sense, considering that we're all aging men, so we can't keep that hair forever. Okay, I couldn't resist it. Like, I sat on that... I was trying to stop myself from making a balding pun. He's getting a lot of the deer here, home here, by the way. Like, he does have knights in the configuration, so the yeomen are a little bit fearful of life. The spearman count not insanely high, but I mean, Voldemar's core count does look good. And he's already got the blacksmith tech, which is more than B can brag. He's got Undermesh on the way, but he's at a huge disadvantage right now. His yeomen are even capable of taking down the knights, so B has to show respect. The problem is, because he had to step up to secure the deer, he knows he's going to lose troops in the retreat, courtesy of the superior movement speed of those yeomen. I mean, upsides for B is his opponent is still only two manas. This is not great from Voldemar on an economy scale point. And that doesn't feel great to me either. The fact he's going siege engineering is maybe a little bit questionable here. Yeah, because, like, what's the game strat here? How are you going to dive the base quick enough when your opponent's going to have, like, archer knights defending? I wonder if it would have made more sense just to pin your opponent and maybe play for more of the manas. We'll see. I can kind of see his thought process. The production is on the front side, and if he can wedge himself in the tree line, B can't produce a counterplay. And also, like, B has another problem, which is if he's going to keep pumping knights, he's going to run out of gold fairly fast, even with the golden gate. So, like, I think key for Voldemar is that north side. If he goes through the south here, you're kind of just fighting against the winds, if that makes sense. Like, your opponent's still going to have the core resource to keep producing. He can build more production builds behind here. And the nice thing about Yeoman compared to Lombos is you can rotate around the back. Instead, there's going to be a frontal flash. Knights do go for the charge in. B, that's a good peel. He brings them in range. He just wants to basically expose the spears so the archers can clear. Now it's going to be A click in. There's not many spearmen left over, so B, able to search the defense. Yeoman are going to need to retreat. Yeah, just no spears left alive. He's going to trade out with the archers as he leaves. It's the best thing he can do. It ensures that when he has 1 or 2 spears coming in, they'll be worth their weight in gold. Still, he hasn't cleared those archers yet. And now he's standing his ground into the knights. Voldemar. Is this falling apart a bit? It feels like it here. He's still only 2 manas, and he's lost critical mass. The Yeomen are no longer a real threat. So knights will just sweep him away. The ram investment was completely worthless. He wasn't even attacking with it the entire time. And all of a sudden, an advantageous position completely lost for Voldemar. And B, maybe unshackled now to go to the next stage. Which feels like it's what he's been seeking this whole time. There's not really much left on the map for him. He already got double deer stack back. Or is going to anyways, back down here. I mean, could he just all in? The coulds and the shoulds, right? Like, I think from this position, it's not necessary. You're going to be diving into extra manas, the Lancaster Castle, defender's advantage of production rates. Like, you're pretty much just fighting uphill, right? I think similar to Voldemar's position earlier, B now finds himself in the exact scenario that Voldemar was 2 minutes ago, where he has a strong advantage. And the way you could lose this is by diving any base. But things I don't want you guys to lose out right there. AMD. Boom. While we got a second for the fights, reminder, we have got Ryzen back with us again. Having us talk about the 9800 X3D. If you have not clicked that link, go check them out. It's an awareness campaign. Big shout out to AMD for sponsoring. Now back into the action. I mean, look how crisp everything is in this game, by the way. That is courtesy of the AMD power. Couldn't do it without them. Yeah, like... You got longbows that are kind of like your old gen CPU, and then you got Yeoman, which are genuinely like the Ryzen. These things are just ridiculous zoomers. Crazy thing is then just not looking that good in this game. I think B just gave Voldemar the rope to really do himself in, and now the Knights charging in, a lot of them here. I think Voldemar misread the situation, thought he was actually going to have the mass to push out. Regrets even looking, because his Knight count looks scary. Yeah, like B, we talked about the risk of diving in, but if Voldemar's willing to come to you, it just gives you an opening. And this many Knights, I don't think anyone really expected. B now with the dive in, villagers have to be pulled to get the short bows out. But there's barely an army left to speak of. Voldemar only 15 yeomen to his name. Siege engineering now coming in. B feels like he's got a confident enough lead to now punish Voldemar eternally. Putting together a new build, wish you could use my link? You can, just click on it. I mean, so the campaign, this is what I mean when I say we do awareness campaigns. When it's an awareness campaign, there's not really a desire to have you go buy on the link. It's for you to check it out on the link. Sometimes, like, with those ones, it's obviously nice to then get conversions into sales. But, like, a big part of it is they just want you to look at the brand. So, yeah, just in this case, like, it's an awareness campaign. So they basically want people to click through. Well, we have sales-based ones, right? Like Opera GX is a sales-based one where we can make more by people downloading. And speaking of things going down, the villagers are in trouble here. He's actually front-line short-bowing right now to try and buy some time. I don't really think there's any left for him here. It looks like B is just going to run over him like a plague in the feudal age. There's just nowhere left to run. The villagers are now exposed. Archer count is far too high. And remember, like, this is not as if you're English defending your base. You don't have an attack speed aura that would justify defense that would normally seem impossible. This is impossible. This is B taking game number 1. Valiant effort by Voldemar. I think he's going to kind of facepalm, maybe feel a little bit like self-punished. He was in a pretty good position pushing towards B's base, but maybe he just felt a bit too much urgency. I think in Voldemar's mind, he was expecting a tech up coming out of the roost, as is often the case. We are going to get him summoning the Demi-Lancers for his last stand. I mean, this is meant to be the ace up his sleeve, and quite often it is, but for once in its existence, this looks like the pay-to-lose button. I never thought I'd say that at the Demi-Lancers, but I guess when Roos get through the banning phase, anything's on the table. Yeah, the 9800 X3D, it's a beast. Hell yeah. That's what I mean. I love working with AMD. They've been really handy to work with. So, like, I have a direct contact with AMD. Like, we do these through, like, an agency partner. And they've done it now with us for... Well, this is the 5th time, which I love. So, like, you guys, like, the more you click through on those links, the more they come back, really. That's the way it works. Okay. So, game 1 on the board. It's going to be a win for B. And then where the hell? I've lost track of where I'm at. Okay, yeah. So G2, we're going to Coastal Cliffs. And this is going to be Voldemar's strongest pick in the Chinese. It is going to be up against Malians, though. I feel like Malians look pretty good on this map. But then again, so have China. Like, I think China has some interesting plays around Barbican. We just don't see it as often. Let's mark up the points. Let's get into game. I haven't talked about the RTS being shut down. No. I guess we can talk about that maybe in a down point in this game. Like, that's a wider discussion, though. And in we go. That's right. Welcome back to our quarterfinals between B and Voldemar. Coastal Cliffs. And the kid is whipping out his signature sieve. That's right. That's what happens when you go 1 down. You got to recover fast in these best of 5s. And a good opportunity to do so here on Coastal Cliffs with Chinese. B on the Malians. Definitely a logical pick on this map, especially with his draft. But I think with the right spawn, and this would be one of them, by the way, you can do a lot of damage. There's a double Barbican play available to Voldemar if he chooses. So I guess while we got the other game, I like actually having these kind of like different discussions. So feel free to keep like popping them in. I was being asked about the new RTS shutting down. That new RTS being Battle Aces. I think it's quite a shame what happened with Battle Aces, but also very understandable. Battle Aces had fantastic reception upon its initial beta launch, but they failed to capture and hold the player base's attention. For a start, this back and forth tease of beta was already setting them up for failure. I've very rarely seen a game go through beta after beta after beta phase, and it work. They didn't help maybe playing kind of favorites to creators, where they allowed creators to have access to all the cards in the deck straight away. And I think in some ways they didn't maybe lean hard enough into the deck building element of the game. I think there was maybe more things that could have been done there. But, you know, to praise the good things about it, I still maintain that Battle Aces was probably the best entry RTS that has ever existed. And it's a shame that they misaligned what their goals were meant to be. Like, they should not have drip-fed people. Once they had beta access, they should have built on that and continuously released new content and kept access to it. I think the other thing that was also kind of sad and unfortunate for a game like that is they are an RTS without a single-player experience. And obviously, it's not the design expectation for them to have a single player, but it makes it much harder in that genre to function as just a multiplayer experience. And then finally, there was the pay-to-win leaning elements. The Battle Pass and the second open beta set them up for failure. They had great success in the first beta, and then the second one kicked off all the momentum into the trash can because they very clearly were not looking to make the game accessible as much as monetizable. Monetization is fine, it's important, but there were so many different ways Battle Aces could have monetized through skins, through voices. It didn't need to go the route of like making it so that you'd be able to buy your way into unit types. Yeah, so really unfortunate. I think also the other thing to keep in mind is like Battle Aces numbers were probably okay for where it's at, despite what I just said there. But it's all about opportunity cost in the current gaming market. And we've talked about this a lot on this channel before, that developers and their publisher relationships, publishers aren't interested in developing on a nice house on the end of the street. They want you to pitch them an entire development project that is citywide. What I mean by that is you don't come to them with a proposition that can make them 10 million in profit or 2 million spent. you come to them with a proposition that can make them $1 billion in profit with 200 mil spend. This is genuinely how the gaming market works right now. I quite frankly think it's atrocious and it's embarrassing and it's actually a failure to understand what really works. Games like Clair Obscura are meant to be the wake-up call for people to this, but time and time again it's not. And the problem is the RTS genre is small, so the opportunity cost is low in the minds of publishers. If I could invest all my money in an RTS project or in another Battle Royale project when I'm Tencent, what makes more money? What makes more sense? Yeah, it is unfortunate. I think RTSs will continue to exist. I just think that the focus is going to shift away from big budget projects, as it should. In some ways, RTSs need bigger budget because of the complications around things like pathfinding and netcode. But I also think that's a bit of a like fake dive where, you know, when someone charges you a crap ton of money to like make a basic website because you don't actually know what's happening. It's similar there, where like I think RTSs actually can be built on a lean budget nowadays. It's just a lot of traditional RTS developers don't know how to deal with scope creep. Right? That's where like you have an objective in mind and then you add new objectives. It's a really quick way to end up bankrupt. So, looks like we have got Pro Scouts play coming in from B. That's to be expected here. Other side of it, Voldemar has not prioritized it as a rush. It's going to be coming in, but he's going Spears first, which makes sense, by the way. Malian Scouts will beat Chinese Scouts, so you need to have Spinman to protect you. He's got a pretty good spawn for eventual Pro Scouts, by the way. Double back spawn deer. And you're already seeing B is trying to contest that by going deep to snatch the goodies away. Investment money is being dumped into the AI arms race? I think also, like, I was talking to one of my friends yesterday about this, and he was saying something that he thinks RTSs could learn from is almost like these turn-based mechanics in a way that would make them intriguing. And it made me think a little bit of auto battlers doing that. And auto battlers have found some success, but it's still a different market. I think genuinely the best thing that could happen to the RTS industry is a brain reset and stop focusing on recapturing the elites that left and focus on capturing new players coming in. The biggest flaw with RTS genre as a whole. None of them cater to new players. And I say that as someone who loves skill play and opportunity to express myself. I'm not saying you should dumb down the games to the point where it's like casual Facebook games, but I do think there's something to be said that RTSs in general need to reset how they approach their design concepts to be easy to pick up and hard to master. Battle Aces tried that though? Yeah, but Battle Aces, we already just mentioned the flaws around it. Like, they literally were creating a pay-to-win system. So, of course, that was going to fail. That was always going to fail. So, looks like we have got Spears in position, by the way, to block these Pro Scouts yoinking back. Voldemar's got a really good timing here. He needs to be cognizant of the fact that Archers are going to be following this up from B, though. So, he has already got the stables. Instead, though, he's going to go Archers. I kind of like this. China's really good at pumping Archers due to the Imperial Academy taxation. And the other thing is, remember that your opponent doesn't have horsemen. Right? He can't build them. The Warrior Scouts are meant to be horsemen, but they don't get bonus against ranged until age 3. Voldemar is going to go 1-1-1. Okay, so horsemen to follow up. Spinman's being a nuisance in the meantime. This is quite the ambitious target coming out from B. I love how the scouts are just wailing on an archer to kill. We've almost got him, guys. Just 49 more hits and he's ours. Does BC not compete in KPMM anymore? Nope. He didn't sign up. For whatever reason. Okay, so he does slash the deer back. Did B get anything here? I think he got 1 deer. That's not a great start for a guy who built 8 Warrior Scouts to play Pro Scouts. Now, he does still have his own deer to fall back on, but kind of feels like Voldemar weathered the storm at the beginning here. He's a little bit risky with the spear block being this big, and it's just encouraging archer play, but we're already seeing Voldemar prep horsemen. Now, why horsemen over archers? I think Voldemar 4 archers is going to be a good idea, but the moment he saw this archer come out, it's a bait. Because if you stop spamming archers as China, your opponent will go javelins. So, like, while I do think archers could work against this comp, I wholly understand why Voldemar backed away from it. Does feel a bit wasteful to have built the archery range, but maybe his thought was he could bait his opponent with that detail. I do not know what this villager was up to, by the way. Are there new players to capture in the RTS scene? That's the point. Like, in the RTS scene is the wrong way to think about it. Every time someone... That's the wrong word to use. Outside the RTS scene. Right? We're at a stage where we have to start asking, okay, how would we get new people to come into an RTS scene? I think one of the keyly underrated things is, like, intuitive gameplay is important. And usually overlooked. Age of Empires 4 captured a lot of new players who did not previously play RTSs, I think. And a big part of that is a lot of the systems are intuitive and easy to understand. Oh, go with like a stick on a horseback. Probably good at killing archers. Oh, like, you know, these archers to kill spears, you know? A spear stops a knight. There's a lot of things that just kind of make sense. I think where Age of Empires 4 failed, by the way, is they failed to attach the player to the story. That was their big failure. If they got the campaign to be more enticing, instead of it being like a prolonged tutorial, I think retention would have been a lot better, even with the state of AoE 4 release. It's a shame as well, because Age of Empires 4 in multiplayer nowadays is like top-notch, right? It's like a top 3 RTS from a design standpoint. What's not going to stab in? They'll go straight after the archers. Donzo transition's coming through from B. And now Voldemar is able to justify the archers. Gotta say, this is looking really good for Voldy right now. He's got the army moving in. He's denying the second deer stack. And I do not know what the hell's happened there. I think B went for a select all army move, which almost griefed himself. Did at least realize what was happening fast. But now Voldemar, fast bulking spears. This is crazy. Remember, there is value in spears even when your opponent had archers. For a start, he really wanted to go javelins, and you don't want to be jabbing into spears. On top of that, though, the spearmen are going to be great torch power to kill the pit mining household. Yeah, although it looks kind of dented, it works, because the whole idea is, like, even if B tried to start scaling archers, it's going to feel a little bit slow here compared to the production rates of China. And you just get blobbed. Instead, B is looking to go into castle, and I'm getting an uncomfortable feeling that this is meant to be a Farimba build in a game where it may not actually make much sense. No, although your opponent's building in the archers, I think the issue is the blob. I mean, he definitely can't go Fulani. He's literally got nothing. He may already actually be dead if he's not careful. Voldemar does need to be a bit respectful of the TC, as this is getting a bit zealous of a dive. But the time being is more than willing to oblige. Like, how the hell does he have so many troops? Oh, man. Design, soundtrack, documentary style campaign is so good. I agree. Like, at the time, I really enjoyed the Age of Empires 4 campaign. But, and this is a big but, type you got to just shake on a pole and get thrown $50 at a time. It didn't attach people. Like, compare that to like a Warcraft campaign or a Starcraft campaign or a Command & Conquer. You had no memorable characters. I think they could have done the historical narrative thing, but then still created memorable characters within it. You know? With memorable lines. That was something that Battle Aces actually had that was very quirky. It's just a shame it's missing the other things. Like the character development of some of the units, like the voice acting was great. Like some of the lines were memorable. The little kind of noises that things like crabs make. Is Fantasy X RL? I mean, that's a cop-out though. You can still create like compelling characters. History had compelling characters. Jean, who eventually made it into the game. Like, imagine if you just got a solid voice actor for, like, you know, King Henry or something like that. And you actually, like, the weirdest part is in some cases you are following the story of a character at multiple missions. There was definitely an opportunity missed. And by the way, like, there's kind of proof of the pudding this. I feel like I was more attached to the Sultan's Ascent campaign. Part of it was because of, like, the way they narrated around characters instead. Because if you look, there was a very big difference in how they done Sultan's Ascent, where it was almost like you were seeing it from the character's perspective in a documentary standpoint versus just someone in the 21st century reading it. So, anyway, script of this game is going according to plan. We talked about Bulbacan. But not this late in. Voldemar, you madman. So Barbican's coming in. His own castle's not too far off. And we talked about B's risk of going for the Farimba. He has got Javelineers. But the count is being kept in check. Voldemar is just mass blobbed. Does need to be a bit respectful, but the interesting thing here, guys, is where this Javelineer strategy really falls flat is when you're defending in your base. Because you just have to run away, and that means villagers are unguarded. It's very important that B does find a way of pushing back fast. I think of the idea of rotating a couple units every 2 months, I don't like that. It's confusing and also polarizes players. Like, some people just want to play French and only build knights. If you take knights away, then they're going to stop playing the game. I think Voldemar may have found a way of actually stopping the Malians playing the game here. It's not often the Farimba strat falls flat this fast. It feels like it never took off, though. Yeah, I'm impressed, man. I think Voldemar played this very, very well. Big blob and go. Clock Tower's going to be coming behind this. So Voldemar, the other thing is obviously the potential for FTBs. You don't usually see it against Javelineers because they're so good at kiting. But it's definitely on the list of opportunities here. Opportunity for B to control this game, maybe closing fast. Veterancy coming in just 20 seconds. It's so awkward with this Barbican, this eyesore in front of your base as well. It's going to make it very hard for B to sneak in on the other side of the map to do anything unknown. We do have some weird pro scout shenanigans still this deep into the game, so it looks like he's yoinking away. Wait. Did he take from underneath the... Nah, there's no way, right? He didn't take from underneath the TC, surely. Like, in theory, China has a looser mill, so it could happen. Veterancy is also on the way for the spears, which is smart. And we do have Horseman Pump. Okay, Voldemar doesn't have much food, though. And that's what makes this Barbican play ingenious. Secures the forward ball, and then the other one behind. Without this, he could not afford to do Mass Horseman. Yeah, this is a one-and-done type deal. He either dies by this push, or lives off of it. Thrives off of it. He's going for enough horsemen to essentially surround. Which is smart. You kind of have to do that against Javelineers. They're way too good at kiting otherwise. We do have walls coming up, so be just trying to carve up the map a little bit. Having some walls to fall back behind here is going to be important for those Javelineers anyway. He doesn't know about the ponies just yet, but I think he's got eyeballs on. Yeah, and he should have noticed that. Veterancy just came in. Okay. Palace Guard now from Voldy as well. Interesting to see him adding in the PG. I mean, the Horsemen achieve what you need, but I think the idea is that Voldemar noticed he got seen by the Scout, and now he's maybe a little bit paranoid that his opponent's going to build into Donzos. So instead of just going Horsemen and running headfirst into counterplay, he wants to just diversify. We can see that B has no interest in Donzos. It's actually going to be Sofa, which will counterplay PG. Yeah, saying, like, having a campaign around Jean is fantasy sounds weird to me. She was a historical figure. Flash now coming in. Voldemar would be making history here if he could slay on B. And right now in this game, it at least looks like he's going to even us up 1-1 apiece, especially this dive in. The Horsemen are just stuck to the targets. Javelineer is simply not getting away quick enough. What, he left the base with, was it 30? Down to 19 already. More still to fall. Remember, the archers, they've got 9 damage into the 6 ranged armor, so although it's not going to insta-kill units, the trickle fire matters a lot here. And the other problem is B just has to keep A-clicking on the retreat, which is making this so difficult. Whoa, not going to work there. It's getting close. Villagers now being sniped. And love this. He kills the spearmen to hunt the Javelineers, archers to kill the workers. Voldemar now with a 10-worker lead. No Rulani, no ranchers. This is just, you eat the cow, and that is it. So, like, B's economy is definitely falling behind now. Voldemar How are we looking? Is he going to have to consider a farm transition at this rate? I mean, the relic game is looking incredible. It's going to be 4-1. He's played a bloody solid game here. And this is interesting. You'd think at this point you're running out of food. No way you go military academy, right? Wrong. He's playing out into the berries. He still has the secondary ball. He's got some runway still. You like concepts like battle aces, choose your roster in zero spaces mercenaries, but leads itself to pay to win. He doesn't need to, though. That's the point. Let people build their deck. Like, the same misunderstanding on how people want to approach their games is what made AoE free fall flat. You can give people full access and, like, still make money. Dota 2 has proven this in oozes and bounds, right? You buy skins. It's that simple. But this Barbican Siege is not going to be simple. Triple ram moving in. Horsemen are rotating around the back. B does have eyeballs on. And Horsemen, I mean, if you break away here, they can just snipe the rams is the problem. And that Barbican still very healthy at 3.5k HP. I swear, this landmark always feels like it's got 10,000 HP. At this point, Voldemar's probably ready to commit. I mean, the number difference is pretty absurd. He's going to charge in straight for the javelins. Doesn't even care about the Barbican, so just chases him down. Spears are going to come in to mop it up, but that does mean Barbican's going into the ground. However, look at what's happened in the meantime. Voldemar, 2 Nesta Bees, 2 more on the way. We talked about this being a bit of a weird answer sometimes against Javelineers, but when there's this much of a military difference, I think it's strong enough for a slow push. Yeah, and on top of that, he started to litter in a few crossbows, so has answers to sofas, still has some spin remaining. I think Voldemar needs to be a bit respectful because, well, 2/3 of his army are archers, which will be counterplayed by B's entire comp. Not sure about how skins feel with with visibility. Agreed, but that comes down to creativity of the art team to make it fit stylistically. There are definitely things you can do where it doesn't get confusing. Silhouette test is one of the #1 things you do to make sure of that. Whew. I'm about to silhouette all this blood though, because I think we're about to see the Malians get spilled. The Nesta Bees are on the way, right? Like, he's even building siege on the front line now. I'm actually impressed that Voldemar's still not ran fully out of food, but he's definitely getting low. But B, you just don't know what's happening to these javelins anymore. I think the archer mass is just so big, they're just one-hit killing, regardless of the mitigation of damage. Which makes sense with 50 archers. But so far, are going to be able to get on top of the targets. There's not many of them. When you don't go for Lani, your ability to pump Sofa is very limited. And I think we're probably matters of moments away from B just calling GG. The cow's been idled. When you play this type of build, you're basically a Mongol player. The moment you can't eat food underneath your TC, the game is over. So it looks like we're going to get a little bit of thickness, a little bit of depth to this series. Voldemar did have to dispatch his strongest pick into game #2 to make this happen. Sometimes that's all you need, just kind of a little bit of a reprieve, a reset, and a morale booster to cruise and bruise. It's not going to be easy. I think Voldemar referred to this set as about to get my ass whipped by B. But for once, Voldemar is able to make someone else call him Papa. Because B looks cooked. B's like, no, it's like, I'm Malians. I'm never out. Well, he's like, I've got farms as well. I'm safe. Well, I think for B, the reason he hasn't called GG is he's just envisioning that Voldemar is probably out of food soon. But we can see he's still making it work. The berries are about to exhaust, but he's still got that ball. And also, remember, he could just take B's berries. Gold gathering in the center? What? Well, it's seen as well. So Voldemar's just going to rally some troopers over here. I don't know what B was expecting to do with all this gold. I think food's the bigger issue. Maybe he's hoping to buy some cows and hide in the corner. But that is not going to happen anymore. GG coming out. The kid able to slay in game number 2. Yeah, he really didn't want to give that game up. He's like, I swore I would never lose to this guy. Okay, chill. Don't need devs to make skins, use Steam Workshop. Exactly. Just create an applicable system and it works. But like you can do skins on buildings. They literally have like things like the monuments inside TC. You can do announcer packs. You can also do UI skin sleeves. So you know how like the overlay looks like a certain way. You can make the overlay look different. Dota has already proven these elements. And like, I remember I brought this up before. And the response I got was like, we've seen the numbers when StarCraft tried this, and they weren't good. I was like, well, Age of Empires community is not StarCraft's community. It's like, I could go, I've seen the numbers for Dota 2, and it is good. Right? Like, I get why we don't do it with our games. So, like, the thing is, so basically, if after the fact you try to introduce, like, these customization, monetization things, there is a high cost to develop them. Because it's not just you have to create the skins, you have to create the interface, you have to create the financial systems by which people use them. Then you have to go through the legal pipelines. There is a lot of overhead there, which is why we probably will never see it with Age of Empires 4. But if you are baking it in from the get-go, then it's not a down-the-line awkward cost. It just can make sense. But like for what Battle Aces wanted to do, that's wholly what their target should have been. And I told them as much. I begged them. I honestly, guys, like because like another creator got me like early access on the first beta we had, right? When I was giving away loads of keys. And I begged them, I was like, this game is incredible. Just please don't pay to win it. And they already seemed somewhat set on their path. It was unfortunate. Do IOs deserve a slight nerf? Yes. Ignore boy, he's a Shushi main. They definitely do. And in we go to my favorite matchup. One and all, it's time for Ottomans against Delhi. And not just that, one of the best Ottoman players manning them in the green here. B, taking a Dry Arabia with the lads up against Voldemar's Delhi. This is an interesting one. I think players are learning more and more through the mutations that Ottomans are actually incredibly scary in this matchup. You go back just a year ago, people were scared to utilize things like the Imam point because it felt very risky with the fieldworks. But times have changed. Players are a lot more aggressive with this type of detail, and it's allowed them to yield huge wins and results over the Delhi. So, curious to see how Voldemar wants to try and approach this. I honestly think that we're probably a few months from now going to see Delhi players switch back to, like, Tower Victory against Ottomans. There's not many matchups where it feels necessary, but this may end up being one of them. Because remember, if you don't have that Tower Victory attack speed, your opponent has better cavalry. He has got better auras via the meta, which can provide that attack speed. And then you've got things like the healing. There's a lot of things that Ottomans, especially early on, do better than Delhi. Ah, yes. There we go. I'm going to let you guys just bathe in the IO hate. Do Imperial officials need a nerf? I think you could probably nerf the production rate supervision a little bit. And then add a unique tech inside Barbican and Jiangnan Tower that affects that element. There is an argument that Imperial officials do way too much. Like, in a deceptive way, it is on par with, like, an Arkan Chapel from HRE, just through different means, right? So you get 20% supervision, and then you get, like, you know, an extra 10% because of taxation. And then, obviously, like, the difference between you and HRE is you're taking a limited resource and expanding it, while HRE is just tapping it faster. It's crazy when you think about it that way. Like, to bring it to this matchup, it's kind of like this is like HRE, these berries. The Madrasa is HRE. Just imagine it runs out permanently, though. Whereas China's this. You gather quick from it, and you gather more, right? Like, it's that kind of comparison. That's why these berry saves can feel really good. That's why historically they've always been picked on Lipany. It just gives you a lot more runway. Like, every single food pocket is another 600. Which, by the way, guys, like, if you do the maths on that, it's pretty crazy. So a standard berry patch of 6 will have 1,500 food. You're getting 600 more as Delhi, Abbasis, etc. That means you're getting an extra 40%. Wait, am my maths right there? Yeah. Extra 40%. That's nuts, actually, when you say that out loud. We just get 20% wood drop-off. I mean, yeah, like, that's the thing. At least they're limited to one thing. Also, it's kind of hilarious because a wooden fortress costs you 175 resources. And imperficial, because of the A builds, cost you 105. So Demon Faith coming in is going to be minimum Madrasa on the other side. Man, Madrasa just feels so good. It almost looks underwhelming when you read the description, but permanence of food is a very important element, especially in this particular matchup because of the importance of keeping the push going that we were talking about. I wonder. Yeah, B is going to get that deer shove. Normally, like, military school kind of feels a bit slow. But the problem here is Voldemar, for some reason, didn't lane the deer. Wait, did he not see them? Oh my god, I don't think he expected them to be that close. Yeah, so Voldemar is likely to come back over to check for this deer because this is, like, one you could intercept in time after returning sheep. It does overall feel weird out of Voldemar because remember, when you play Delhi, you don't have a reason to come home with sheep. You just gather berries. So there was definitely an opportunity here to deny deer altogether. That's crazy. So deer all the way in. And remember, it's the Madrasa on the front side. This is going to act as a drop-off location for all this food. So he's practically already home. Yeah, and normally you have to go for the Rax play to get this type of timing because players have gotten so good at laning said deer. He's like, wait, where's Bambi? Oh, no. Well, he'll look to dive in to deny it. Garrison's going to come through it. It's awkward to actually deny now because it's the tree line with the spear there, right? Like, you can't really run into him. Even if you shot them down now, they're too close. Yeah, this is about as perfect as it gets for B. Good lord. It's like even deeper, boys. All the way home to the TC. I don't want my villagers to have to walk. We're going to be that fat society in Wally where everyone's just in, like, the chairs and can't move. You don't think Sushi is an S-tier Civ in 1v1 right now? If not, they are a solid A-tier, though, sir. And you need to look no further than their pick position in a draft. In fact, a lot of players rate Chinese, Sushi rather above Chinese in the draft. But, guys, we have got to be cognizant of the fact that Boy is a Sushi main. It's like when someone comes in my chat and they're like, yo, H3 is not OP. It's because of... Wait, so your argument is because of water? I mean, Sushi got, like, banned out third to protect it so Voldemar could have it for last. And this draft has Kawasan, I guess? But we've had weeks where there's, like, no water map that makes sense and Sushi's still a priority pick. I'd say Sushi is, like, 5th or 6th on the power ranking. These two are the more interesting ones, actually. Delhi, like, hasn't been looking that great the last few weeks, I want to say. Yeah, it feels like their win rate has been going down slightly, while Ottoman's has been accelerating upwards. In this matchup in particular, actually. His position currently is decent. He's going to be going full infantry comp. So Voldemar is getting his premium cavalry. A little bit surprised B didn't want to go into supply. There we go. This is going to be slightly delayed. So supply on the way. He has already got the drum boy out. And we also have the imams. This is really important. This early on, Voldemar doesn't really have the capacity to snipe those imams. Delhi's really good, but best civs beat them. Agreed. What about this civ, Myriad? How do you feel about the Ottoman Delhi matchup? I feel like I've been banging my drum for a very long time about like Ottomans having an edge here. But it took so long for that edge to really develop, right? Like, I think I refer to this matchup as probably the most technically skilled matchup in the game. Feel like it's really even? Agreed. But I'd like, if you're, my take is like always, if you're playing execution perfectly, I'd give edge to Ottomans. It's not like a draft win, but if you're talking like 2 players playing almost perfect Age of Empires 4, I'd tip my hat to Ottomans there. It's just such a high execution barrier though. Like, there's so many opportunities to just fluff this up. Like, timings are everything. If you misappropriate your imams or you misposition the meta, all of a sudden it's a snowball effect against you. So Voldemar has to give 2 Sacred Sites. Got to give it to him. His position's actually looking decent right now. Yeah, B, because they already done things, the military school, that does kind of like slow down your pacing early on. But that's the trade-off of getting the deer in. Sipahi do need to be careful, though. Remember, Ghazi are quicker. Although Sipahi in even numbers will beat Ghazi, the problem is when you have to retreat like this, you are slower. Good micro there, B, with the body blocks. Saves the day. Really important as well. These are 160 resources each. Your army's so small at this stage, so sick play by B. Make sure that he doesn't get snowballed against, because this is really a race between Ghazi and Sipahi now. Voldemar's military numbers are a lie, by the way. 10 scholars out of the 28 pop. I wonder, B. Probably just gonna play Anatolian, right? Like, I would be surprised if he starts scaling more military schools. Military schools usually feel like they lose you the game in Field Age. Ooh, nice pick kill on the Sipahi. Is B being overly ambitious on his approach? I mean, he does have the aura advantage. The problem is you're so far out, there's no way you bring the imams. It's too risky. So he's gonna have to show some respect. He could play for Central Sacred Site control, which would be a big deal. Wait, what happened here? B should not be ahead like this. Voldemar's behind by 2 workers. Almost 3, actually. There's been no worker kills, and this was Madrissa. Like, honestly, if you just came in the game, you'd assume that this was Sultani Trade Network. It looks like Voldemar skipped on worker production. Whoa, okay, that's actually a big problem. I mean, this is... It's interesting because, like, Voldemar also just has an insane amount of scholars. It's almost like he's trying to get to Castle Age. Sipahi are a bit OP. Yeah, but the problem is, like, people didn't realize it because they are high investment, high risk. And that's the thing about Sipahi. For the longest time, they hadn't been leveraged fully to the truest extent in early mid-game. Late game, we talk about all the time. Like, Sipahi in late game, it's very obvious they're strong. But early on, people were just too scared, right? Like, it's a very expensive light cavalry unit. It feels like it's very easy to run it into a spear line and just lose it all. But if you're able to edge that, if you're able to min-max these bad boys, they're potentially the most threatening unit in early mid-game. Look at this. There's spears. He doesn't care. He's got the archer retinue to assist. The push is on, and the Ghazi can't front this. There's no way. Your opponent could easily just toggle into the melee armor, and you have no hope. Flash coming in. It's going to be attack speed focus. Healer boys are in there, and he's not even trying to snipe them down. He can't. No, Voldemar is just going to get torn apart in the fight. And the push continues. The difference here is one side has healing, the other doesn't. And you have the auras on top of it. I mean, it makes so much sense why he's running him through. And the crazy thing is, B does not even have blacksmith techs for melee. Meanwhile, Voldemar has them all, and yet it just doesn't matter. Great plays. I think B's on the verge of a victory here. Trip Sacred Site has been locked in, but that is wholly temporary. Especially the losses he just accrued. Man, I love this matchup. It really is, like we just said, like very technical as you saw in that fight. You know, you have to get your positioning right. Well, I say that fight, probably not the best representation because I think Voldemar's comp feels a little bit greedy being at 14 scholars and not using them in the fight. But between the early raid plays that were on offer between Sipahi Ghazi, the start-step micro opportunities, the healing being available on both sides. Like, I think there's a lot that makes this an epic duel between the two green flags. He's now chasing with the archers. They're not going to get there in time, but there's a Sipahi able to keep rotating. So, force off the berries. He has to go home. While Voldemar is camping in his base, unable to do anything, he's got enough time to click on that link that just popped up in chat and check out the newest AMD CPUs. Because he's looking at this game, he's like, be so fast. Maybe I just need my PC to be faster. Archers are slightly out of position. He could snipe imams, which would be a big deal, but he needs to be fast about it. The back of the formation, the Sipahi have arrived, and oh no. It's not a lot of Ghazi. The archers are actually absorbing the spearman blows as well. It's even worse. Yeah, because the Sipahi are going to break through. If you lose all archers and Cavs all that's left, I think you're happy as B. And this is only wave number 1. Wave 2 now coming in. It's going to be an overwhelm. Skulls did arrive in the fight finally, but maybe a little bit too late. Voldemar trying to hold on, but at this stage, the fact that imams have existed in this many fights is a bit unacceptable. 4-2, just coming clutch there to wipe as fast as possible. The scholars are trying to frontline now. Decent at doing so, but the issue is there's not enough firepower to trade out in return. Now we're at the stage where there's no sacred sites. I mean, B, he could just now double down for an all-in kill. There's even the opportunity to kind of sneak to castle. But I think Voldemar's position is kind of awkward, right? Like, you want to keep pressuring him, but it may be safer just to tech because of these berries. Because otherwise you have to rotate around the back. Ah, there we go. I didn't even check for this, and I should have, considering it's B. He started to move away from this play because it was actually costing him wins on Ottomans. But we do actually have pro scouts out of B. So he has a lot of longevity here. You say the other landmark is better than Twin Minaret? I can't really agree with that. I think too many people tried Trade Network and realized they didn't have enough food pump for Sipahi massing. The 50% increased food gain and also the safety of food in your base means that you can play rotation with Sipahi. If you have not got that extra infinite food, you have to come out your base. Madrissa is so much better than people realize. It's subtle. Like, when you read it, it sounds underwhelming. But then when you realize it's just like having a bunch of farms spawn in your base, you realize how good it is. I mean, look no further than Japan with Kura Storehouse. That is going to be the game called right there. GG comes out. B, giving us a masterclass on the Delhi Ottoman matchup. All the Sultanate trading believers are converting back. I mean, I called it too. It felt pretty obvious. But you know what? That is an obvious smart move right there. What is up, Blitzkrieg? I see you coming back. 35 months you've subscribed to this channel now. That's crazy. Dude, appreciate the support. Thank you very much. In fact, how are we doing on our 100 unique subscribers for the month? We hit it! That's 101 right there. Thank you, Blitzkrieg. Feel free to keep pumping those subs. We now get even more money that Bezos would have otherwise gotten. Also, if you want to do things for free, that helps the channel. I just saw another 10 signups came in on there. Be sure to keep signing up on Opera GX. We've got a few days left to pump on that campaign. If we can hit 300, you guys will be like the Spartans in my eyes. Godly, manly, bronze chests. And it's free to do. Download it, create an account, and that's how you track as one of those individuals, and that'll help raise more money for the channel for more show matches and other things that happen here all the time. And also another free thing. Remember, when the AMD link does pop up, click it. That thing costs you absolutely nothing. No, like, both of these things cost you nothing, and they support the channel. It's mind-boggling. So, left side win coming in for B. Next up, we are going to regions. It is going to be Sushi versus Japanese. Let's have a look here. There we go. I just want to type that out. Well, if you have everything, then get it again. Appreciate your support, but why not get it again? Yeah, I appreciate everyone's been doing that. And my game just crashed. Wasn't there something about, like, wait, isn't this because there's two versions of regions and people are using the wrong one? Yep. I'm also confused why two different versions of regions are being used. Basically, like, we use the version... which... Yeah, we use the RBWER one. And I think Master still is using the older one, which is the EGCTV one. I mean, I'd say just use the newest one, which is what we tried to do because we thought it made the most sense. So let's see if that's going to cause a crash again. If it does, that means I'm going to have to freaking download, because it basically means that people have used the wrong map because it's unnecessarily confusing. Matchup should be fun. Japanese, yeah. Yes, this is going to be annoying. So bear with me un moment. So I'm going to have to delete the local version that I have and let it auto download, I think. I mean, at this point, whoever created the EGCTV one, I think should just, like, change its name, because we're not going to get the person who created the Rebel Warlord one to change its name, I don't think. So bear me a sec, guys, because I need to now go and find regions. Remove that mod. All right, let's try this again. We will not be denied our game number 4. Maybe, probably, possibly. Probably. All right, we're in. There we go. And we'll flip them around. We done it! Finally, after crashing about 4 times, we managed to load regions. This map is a nightmare on the modding store right now. B on the Japanese, up against Voldemar Sushi. Interesting matchup, actually. I feel like you go back a few weeks ago, Sushi is just kind of like a no-brainer, right? Like, they feel great on most maps. Especially in Season 9, they were phenomenal with the Pro Scouts meta, whereas Japan was just lost there, I think. But now the Dark Age has kind of changed things. And this spawn? Oh, this is pretty good. Starting to think Pro Scout Civs kind of suck here. Yeah, I don't know why people go crazy for it. It's only 12 deer in contest on the west side. The other ones can usually be shoved in the base before you can do anything about it. Like this type of spawn, holy crap, they're going into the base before you can do anything about it. That's going to be 7 deer removed. He's going to try to intercept. He's already been seen by the scout, though. Yeah, and there's like a second spear coming, so he can cut you off. Voldemar doesn't even attempt it. I mean, for him, he doesn't even know where the deer is, right? So if you take this out of the equation, there's 19 deer on offer compared to 28 on a standard map, and let's like mitigate 7 there, because let's say someone gets a deer shove. 21 on Dry Arabia compared to 19. The difference is on Dry Arabia, it's going to be spread everywhere. Here it's not. You've got 1 deer stack you're going to get that's close enough you could have just shoved it into your base anyway. So really, you're only playing for 12. And the problem is, it's not just that you're only playing for 12. You're playing for 12 in one direction. Which means if I want to really punish you for pro scouts, I know exactly where I need to be at all times. It's very weird. But like, what else do you do as Shushi, right? There is a world in which you could just kind of like play out onto the deer, play for meditation garden onto the east side, because usually you can find good ones. Like here, this would be 108 food. And then just maybe play pressure. I even wonder if could the Jiangnan afterwards, could the fast song build make a lot of sense here? Probably not. Not against Japan. Wait, what do you guys want me to crash more, bro? By the way, reminder, winner of this series will be going up against either WHAM or MSN. Yeah, a little bit of a weird thing happened. We're so used to seeing B on top because he constantly wins, but it's actually Anatan on that top running on his own now. I actually realized that the other day when I was filling in the Photoshop. I was like, I don't remember the last time I had to put B on the lower part of the bracket. Because obviously, like, number 1 seed always goes to the top, and B just keeps on winning. So, Medigarden's going to be coming in. And where is the risk? Yeah, this is as safe as a bank. He doesn't take any risk at all with it. And he has got 4 on gold, so this is definitely going to be... Sorry, 4 on gold. So there's going to definitely be pro scouts coming in. Curious to see what B's going to be cooking with here himself. Like, do you play aggro? I mean, Yumi are in theory pretty interesting here. Maybe a little bit risky because of the Chuganu potential. I've already got him on the berries. Tawada was taken, which means it is a better gathering rate than on the sheep. And Spears. I think he's moving to lame the deer. Yeah, this is really good. So he's going to try to force Voldemar into Chug, presumably. Voldy could just defend himself with raw spears, but the problem with going spears here is you know you're going to go stables. So your opponent could play spears Yumi in response, which is surprisingly effective. Because Yumi, you get so many of them. And remember, they double the damage against spears specifically. Only risk is obviously Chug, but the thing about Chug there is like you can just avoid them. They're so slow. I love this bee. He's not just going to lame the deer. He's pushing them further away. Okay, this is infuriating. Like, Voldemar doesn't even realize it's happening right now. He's busy scouting to see what the play is. So he knows it's Kura. Not really getting any extra info here, though. Please, Voldemar, realize what's happening. Voldemar, please. Voldemar, please. Oh my god, by the time he sees this, it's going to be all the way to the tree line. This is ridiculous. He actually might get them all the way to the neutral golds, as in the midpoint golds. I swear to God, if he pushes them all the way back to his base... Okay, Voldemar's realizing now. He's like, wait, what? Come back here. Those are mine. Sir, can you please return those to the lobby? Those are northern bred deer. They cannot exist in the southern hemisphere. Like, hey, what were you guys going to do to these deer anyway? Nothing. You weren't going to, like, kill them and then just drag their body around like a trophy across the map. What? Nope. Why would you think that? I don't know. You guys got, like, bows in your hands. Like, what's that all about? It's like we shoot the arrows near the deer to guide them. Okay, well, we're gonna take these deer and, we're gonna give them a better home. Palace Guard reaction is an interesting one from Voldemar. Especially against Yumi. Wait, what? Okay, B's comp is getting weird. Ono Bageisha I wouldn't have expected because, like, your opponent could get chewed. No, come back, dear. You should have killed them. Oh, boy. Yeah, so the problem here, guys, is if you don't kill the deer, they do gradually make their way back to where they came from. So I guess, like, is B just going to try to win the fight and then get the deer all the way back? Because you'd lame them if you were just denying them. It feels like he really believes he can get them home. Oh, this is brilliant. So Bugacia is definitely very interesting. 7 damage into 3 melee armor, but a very good attack speed. It also requires Voldemar to micro a lot more in the engagements. We do have the scout lingering. He's just not picking up yet. In fact, he's kind of griefing, yeah, because if you stand here, you're going to keep scaring the deer, so they won't keep running back. This is such a weird game. This is what B does to people, man. Like, when I tell people to list the most prolific deer shover, they're like, oh yeah, Puppy Paw, or WHAM, or Louis. No, dude, it's B. So, like, there was an incident in one of the Discords the other week where a player moaned about deer shoving. He's like, can we please get rid of this? Someone just shoved 2 deer packs into their base by 7 minutes. I was like, that's B. And I clicked his match history, and it was. This guy is the most egregious deer pusher in this game. I will have no other arguments about it. You can argue that, like, you know, B may not be as crafty consistently as, like, Pup or WHAM. But I don't see anyone taking it to this extreme as often. This is literally right next to Voldemar's base. I'm telling you guys, deer shoving is a way of life. He has so many units now. It just gets so much easier. So Voldemar is just bulking PG. And B didn't go for Samurai because it would have been slow. Like, what he's trying to do is kite out this comp as much as possible. He's going to need some spears, though, because Voldemar is pivoting into the Horseman. I say he's going to need spears. Like, technically, Bugacia can defend you against this. Bugacia are actually really good against Horsemen because they have no melee armor. Okay, he's giving up. We're abandoning ship. He's like, oh, wait. It turns out if half my army is deer shoving, the other half might be in trouble. Oh, no. This is getting messy. Backstab's coming in. Voldemar. The problem is his comp is just slower? I mean, it shouldn't be. Mathematically, they should even out. PG is the same speed as Yumi. Bugacia are quicker, but you have Horsemen as well. But it just feels like he's getting kited so well. I mean, that's the effect of a range unit in this formation. And it's about to get a lot worse. Like, if Voldemar is only just holding on currently, what happens when we add an abandonment? Is it allowed to reset the deer push time of a building, like with Deli Spears? Not sure. If you mean is it against the rules, it's not against the rules, but I don't think that, like, works mechanically how you think. The question is, does this Bugacia strategy work? Not many of them. It is beginning to feel a little bit odd. The Yumi are coming back. The Bannerman Glow just came in. The Horseman count is getting low. Now, Voldemar has no tech up play behind this. No, he's going full Hamtaro. And the PG count looks decent, but you're now pushing into the enemy base. Like, this is where it gets scary because B will have defender's advantage. His whole army will be there, only half of yours will. You add a horse or archer banner, you add archer banner. You don't have any horse units. It doesn't make sense. You don't really want to be building horsemen against this. Like, it is just more efficient to be melee blob with infantry. And we do have samurai now, so I wondered if B was actually going to do this because it's very slow. And Voldemar apparently feeling like he's got space to breathe, no longer suffocated by B. He goes to Mount Luke Academy. Okay, down. That is an interesting timing. He has 12 PG. If he just rushes the veterancy, he should be able to hold here. Is there anything exposed? Not really. He's got the outpost. He's got the village. B doesn't give a damn. Apparently, he's just going to dive. A bit ambitious. I mean, B does have samurai now coming, but they're only hardened. I wonder if he just has to age up himself now. The amount of samurai for tank damage, it's not worth it compared to the Yumi damage buff. Yumi are his DPS, so maximizing them just makes too much sense. Tech up complete. Voldemar has made it to the next stage. Veterancy is on the way for the Palace Guards, so B probably wants to target fire down any injured before it becomes impossible. His own age up is nowhere near, though. Did Voldemar run out of food? Okay, he's low, actually. Ooh, so he's got some deer coming back, but, like, not a lot. There's a risk that Voldemar is not going to have the resources to keep pumping. And Yuumi, I mean, this is kind of the comical element, isn't it? Because remember, Palace Guard, they don't have the greatest deal of armor. It's only 3 base ranged armor, which means you're doing more than 1 damage in these trade-offs. Like 1.5 damage going through per Yuumi, which doesn't sound like a lot until you realize that Voldemar is hard running out of food here. This is silly. It's actually crazy how efficient this is proving to be for B, just because of like the cheapness. I think the Yuumi buff, I don't want to say Japan is broken, but finally Yuumi actually feel good. When they look good, your first instinct is to call it broken. But I think it's still counterable. Like overall, Japan is in a really good place. We'll see how they sit after the Dark Age Deer Shell thing gets nerfed, because I'm getting like expectations that will eventually get changed. But I think even after that change, like this discount where they basically made Yuumi 10% cheaper was the world of difference needed. Before that, feudal Yuumi was just not feasible, and that was a deal breaker considering that like most feudal dominant civs revolve around 2 things, either knights or archers. And as Japan, you kind of felt like you had neither. Does Voldemar have a leg to stand on this game now? He's switching to Lancers. Limited food, remember. Yeah, like he's out on berries on the forward side. He has got more deer coming home, but you can tell he was crippled by this weird deer shove interaction. It's a rewatch? This is our first time casting this. And B, I think, is getting ready for the castle play. Makes sense. He's done good damage. Diving the base would probably cost you a lead. Relics are starting to be hoovered up. And I think that's another reason why B's acting with urgency here. He knows if he waits too long, there's not going to be that gold trickle left to pick up on the map. He is taking risks on his own, though, out to the berries. And the timing, a bit awkward, but B does have that outpost. Didn't even let him touch him. So send some troopers over to defend. This is really important, remember. This is where Japan thrives. I think actually Japanese is subtly very powerful in this map. We noticed how they can shut down pro scouts, but this is what is so important. Tawara into Takazaiku, a 50% increase on berry gathering rates, meaning you are gathering from berries at the same pace that you'd be gathering from a boar. It's pretty bloody good. Tell you what's not looking so good, these Lancers. Wait, you're telling me 1 heavy cav unit can't beat a feudal army? Okay, that just makes no sense. I was told that knights were the monster trucks of the Dark Ages. A little bit of poke here. I think Voldemar knows there's a tech coming because he hasn't really seen many more units getting added. The problem is, like, is Voldemar ready for it? Because one thing I'm worried about now, doesn't B just have the easiest transition imaginable into Onimusha? Feels like it's going to be coming. For the time being, Yuumi are going to have to drag this out. For Voldemar, a switch into Horseman would be pretty cool. The problem is going to be a lack of food, though. We do have Palace Guard arriving towards that outpost, however. So we'll be able to idle them out here. Looks like 2 workers did get sniped down in the meantime. And that's new. What? Huh? Why were they melee attacking a building? I mean, they've fixed it now. They're torching. They were definitely doing less damage. Actually, were they? It's weird. Because of the torch armor, they may have ended up doing more damage by not torching. Okay, I've never seen that before. That is like... I've seen torches thrown at bio units, but I don't think I've seen clubbing like that outside of Akratoy. What a weird one. Okay, so tech up complete, and he has actually chosen to stick to Samurai. So no Onimusha switch, which is surprising. I mean, the Samurai can beat Mass PG if they can get the fight. The thing about Samurai, the problem with them is Pal Scout are much faster. So you just get caught full Benny Heelsing. I guess for B, the idea is just guard his base and then eventually blob and go. I can kind of see where he's coming from. If you go Mount Samurai Onimusha, it's more expensive per entity. And maybe he's just thinking, okay, Voldemar needs to make a farm transition. So, like, if I just blob as efficiently as possible, I can send it. Voldemar's not taking the left deer. I think he just, like, he doesn't want to rebuild the scouts. He kind of just forgot about it. Oof, this is where it gets a bit tough. Adachi is on the way, and it is indeed going to be Onimusha. So 37 upgraded Yumi. The Samurai getting juiced up as we even have melee tech level 3 coming through. I mean, only upside right now for Voldemar is that B can't get many more Bannermen yet. Because he's still only halfway towards Daimyo level 2. Outside that, I haven't got really many positives to praise for Voldemar's position in this game. He's going to see the army coming in. I mean, I'd be quaking a little here. He's pretty scary, this mini Yumi. And how are we looking farm-wise? Second granary is coming through. I feel like Voldemar needs another maybe 2 minutes. Crossbow defense is a bit awkward. Like, you know you have to do it due to the Samurai, but there's just so many Yumi to target fire you down. And you're in infant stage. Dive comes in. He makes his way into the choke points. Villagers hop into the TC, but the Yumi target fire onto the crossbow, so that's going to be the anti-armor already removed. And more Samurai now on the way. It's going to be a attempted Warlord coming in from Voldemar. It's the only option he really has here, but it's mass range. It's not going to work. The relic drops on the ground. Army forced to make his last stand, and it really does feel like the last stand of a dying man here. Voldemar, practically no military force left. There's still enough Yumi to dive onto the farms. And that should be enough to force a GG. I mean, the problem is the remaining PG aren't even in the base for Voldemar. They were prepping for a raid, but got beaten to the punchline and punched in the throat. Whew. Is Bannerman as fast as Yumi? Yes, but it's very tanky by comparison. A Bannerman Yumi has like double the health. Actually, like close to triple the effective HP because it has melee and ranged armor as well. And deflective. They're very tanky. I highly recommend trying them in your early game formations. You'll be surprised. Oh, I forgot to pay out on the game yesterday. Okay. So it's a good thing we paid out in that game, by the way, because we have got Myriad versus Scatterbrained. Sorry, Myriad versus Antam, rather, coming up in 25 minutes. Let me update that. So up next. We don't have enough time for a full other series. We could catch part of WHAM versus MSN. But we wouldn't be able to do it all. Give me a sec. I'm just typing someone out. I think I might actually upload that series as like a whole one video thing. I think it's good enough for that. A free Bannerman and Feudal? I don't think it's really needed anymore. I think the buffs to the cost of Daimyo is fine. Like, yeah, a lot of people don't realize like just how broken a Bannerman straight away would be. Like, I've talked about this before. You'd literally have to remove the Uma Bannerman. Uma Bannerman's too strong. Sorry, just typing something out. Yeah, let's do 1 or 2 games from the WHAM MSN series. Like I said, we won't do the full thing. So what we'll do is we'll have like... Actually, do you guys want a pub game or do you want... Because some people prefer the continuity. We can either do 1 or 2 of the WHAM MSN games now and then come back to them after Anatan versus Myriad. Or we can just like watch a pub game now and then do the full series clean afterwards. Because like I said, we won't be able to do the full WHAM MSN series. Okay, dude, like... You guys want pub and we come back to it, maybe? I'm giving you guys a second to catch up and vote. We can do at least game 1. So we've got... Oh god, why has he done this? This is a bit of a weird one, guys. This man has a problem. Or rather, this boy, this kid. It is, of course, the toddler MSN and his overwhelming obsession with Ibids. One and all, what are we going to do with this guy? We're on Receding. This map, I don't think I've seen any justification for Ibids in its design. It's a map which has got Stone Gen. It has got some interesting play on Deer. So Pro Scouts potential, maybe. And Merchant Camps. So, like, civs that do Dark Age or civs that use Stone makes sense. But an Iabid pick? These guys don't use Stone. And I can't think of a civ in Age of Empires 4 that builds Spear less than this civ. So I'm not really sure what MSN's up to. This is just a comfort pick, man. Like, we see it so often from him. He loves Iabids and Abbasids. Like, as his own child. WHAM, on the other hand, has picked something very logical. It is going to be House of Lancaster. A civ that's already seen frequent picks here. It's a civ that actually uses, like, the Stone generation very well to get into manas. Can even set up the manas around the Forgotten Ruins to secure them. Yeah, so this map's a bit of an interesting one. I definitely think that Receding is designed for civs that probably find farm transitions a bit easier through different forms. So, for example, we would have, you know, English comes to mind because they can do farms easier. Or you'd have Malians because they can spawn cows. Or House of Lancaster because they build manas. All very powerful civs. Roos as well can make a lot of sense. I think they do okay with the deer pushing being so simple. And then we have seen like Chinese Shushi also. Because once again, Pro Scouts plus the fact they take limited food and make it last longer. I've been wondering if we maybe change this map to remove some of the Forgotten Ruins. Maybe deplete it down to just 2. And then you have this interesting kind of like fast castle relic builds can somewhat work. Yeah, because then Iabids would actually make some sense. Because remember, Iabids usually thrive on maps where you can fast castle. Because you're able to hoover up relics. But there's only going to be 2 you can access. Okay, so WHAM has secured Merchant Camp already. Didn't go for Forgotten Ruins just yet. I imagine MSN, like, is this going to be Dervish Wing? Maybe just growth makes a lot of sense. Do I ever speak about RTS development and design on my channel? We talk about it a lot, I think. You know, we have a very interesting understanding. So, background for me is like I was a game design graduate. I was a blue chip software developer for 2 years. And then also, like, I have the understanding from an influencer marketing standpoint as I, like, run an agency. And then, obviously, I'm a content creator myself. I have, like, 5 different POVs on the gaming industry. It's pretty weird. Yeah, we do, like, not just, like, with RTS's Battle Aces. We talk about development a lot. And I think maybe that makes the cast more interesting as you get that kind of litter in between new interesting things happening. We just kind of explore these different concepts. I kind of want to do more of them. Like, I'm hoping when we get someone new on board for the YouTube editing, because we are looking for a new YouTube editor because our one no longer can commit time. I'd love to actually, like, have someone that's able to go through these VODs and is trimming down like these kind of TED Talks into their own videos as well. Wait, is MSN doing 2TC? This is weird, man. Oh, this is so weird. I guess in a way it can kind of make sense against Lancaster. You're going to be 3 villages ahead in 30 seconds. And then you can get decent timing on the second TC to stay ahead of the mana spam. White Tower, though, the Spitman. He knew that Lancaster was opening spears, just makes sense. So it defends him. This is funky, man. Me exclusively a dedicated part of the channel. I think I just hit on that, though, right? Like, that would make sense once we have the YouTube side. We have talked, we've had like full-on 20, 30-minute TED Talks about development and other things in the past. It's just like, I don't think it's been targeted, curated so far. And it kind of makes sense that it's not, because like, Twitch is to a certain degree about continuity of like content. People come to expect a certain thing. It's like, the reason it's a bit impromptu is like, it's when it comes up versus being scheduled, because I don't know if we really have the audience that would be intrigued by me talking about game development philosophies for like an hour. But there is a desire to expand content. I've talked about this multiple times. It's beneficial for the existing AoE community as well, because it attracts new audiences. Okay, so second TC is going to be coming on berries. Maybe. Yeah, WHAM, at this point, is probably kind of scratching his head a little bit. It's going to be a fast castle build. Look at the macro. He maybe adds in 1 or 2 manas, just gradually off of Forgotten Runes, but I think the clear intent here is for WHAM to get into age 3 and then rush Earlsguard at his opponent. Oh, dude, this build is getting so dirty. I mean, the thing is, like, we do semi-dedicated conversations. Like, the thing is, I respond to a lot about what chat says, so when they ask questions about development, etc., we dive into it. It works quite nicely in like a current configuration for early game, because a lot of AoE 4 maps don't have much happening early game. But yeah, there are times where we go a lot deeper, especially when there's like a big topical discussion to highlight. So MSN's not scouting him, right? Like, he's just kind of riding it blind. Why? This is pretty important. If he at least knows Earlsguard is coming, he can do... Actually, I don't know what he can do. Oh my god, actually, I think the only thing he could possibly do is build outposts. This is pretty rough, guys. Like, what are you building in Filet to deal with Earlsguard? Desert Raiders suck. Like, you legitimately will just get annihilated. Because the dagger throws. The dagger throws is all it takes. Like, the melee off is kind of okay, but you're so dented by the time you get into melee, it doesn't matter. And Desert Raiders is slow to scale. This is going to be brutal, man. Like, what, just White Tower in the front? Oh, yeah, he's sending it. You could punt it into the 8k gold, which is also then going to spawn 3 Earlsguard right next to the enemy. You could then set up Raxus here as well. This is dirty, man. Does he maybe look to White Tower drop the TC even? No, I think he wants the food. Because, guys, for a good old Earlsguard rush, what do you as an Englishman truly need? Not Earl's tea. You need a lot of meat, and this is going to be the food necessary. This is so freaking ridiculous. MSN is trying to prep himself for an age up. I think you have to advancement here. Like, 24 seconds doesn't sound like a lot until you experience Earlsguard rushes. And in some ways, they kind of made advancement wing feel so bad on the timings. I feel like I'd rather have it save less resources, but tech you even faster. Like, oh god, it's going to be reinforcement wing. Okay, so 3 Earlsguard versus 3 Desert Raiders. Who would win? Well, considering the Earlsguard are also upgraded. I'ma back my boys. Brits, be saluting Brits here. The boys are on the way. He's even loading manas behind us, by the way. Let the Earlsguard spam begin. Villagers are going to go for the garrison. Wham's not going to go for the dive. He's going to respect it right now. Desert Raiders will win? Okay, you're huffing like some serious camel hopium there. The problem is, like, maybe if there's enough of them, sure. But early on, like, you have 3 Desert Raiders versus 3 Earlsguard. What's going to happen is Dagger Throw comes out, 17 damage, 3 times. That's half your HP on one of them. Like, you're thinking of this fight in way too linear of a fashion. In a melee, sure, like, Desert Raiders do pretty well against Men-at-Arms. These aren't Men-at-Arms. They are men at beyond arm's length. 17 damage on a 15-second cooldown is really freaking good. And remember, if you ever, like, overwhelm him or try to, like, gap close, there's a white tower to hide under. Not to mention the difference in timing, right? Like, in 20 seconds, you're going to have 3 Desert Raiders. Right now, his opponent's going to be up to 7 Earlsguard. They throw an axe or a hammer. They throw a dagger. They throw a dagger for 17 damage. Swinging a warhammer does less damage than throwing a dagger. Proof that size doesn't matter. If you need to, you can clip that and ship it to your wife. I think MSN may need to go crying to mummy at this rate. Burn power coming through and no torch armor. And here we go. Triple Desert Raider. Oh my god, that wasn't... Is it even on cooldown? Yeah, it did go on cooldown. Tell me again about how, like, Desert Raiders beat this. Oh, that's what makes it even more toxic. The TC is the perfect size length that when the Desert Raiders come in, you can get that pun. And here we go. Crossbow counting out. You'd think it makes sense, right? Right? It's all about momentum. Remember also, these are faster men-at-arms. The Earlsguard move quicker than the crossbows. These dagger throws are just so good at clearing small quantities of units. I think against Earlsguard, like, you have to play a quantity game. You have to be really patient about contesting the strategy. Dagger thing changes the whole... Yeah, it's almost like I warned you that these are not men-at-arms. Never put these in the same pen as a standard armor-clad MAA. They fulfill such a different role. This is probably the most dangerous men-at-arms rush that exists in Age of Empires 4 right now. And watch what happens to those Desert Raiders. Holy oop! He goes straight for the crossbows instead. It's so much more comical with the torches, man. The TC is going to be repaired. That was not worth it. He killed, what, 4 Earlsguard? Lost 3 crossbows, the Desert Raider. I think he lost 1 or 2 villages. And all the idle time. I mean, this is just ridiculous. Ranged armor 2's on the way now. A reminder, by the way, if he gets ranged damage, it will buff the dagger throws as well. He could also very easily be sniping these workers. When they come out to repair, you just need to punt... I think it's 5 daggers now, actually. Oof. Or you just A-click their faces off. The thing is, he's already so close to the villagers that you save the daggers to kill these. Count is looking pretty good for MSN now. He's up to 8 crossbows. Was up to 8 crossbows. Maybe soon to be less. At some point, WHAM has to build a different unit, right? Right? I mean, I'm trying to, like, scratch my brain about MSN's gold solution. Maybe Springles? Springles are weird, though. Like, I actually think, like, the Springles, because of the dagger throw, Springles can actually suffer. Because Springles have 55% range resistance, so each dagger still hits them for 8 damage. So you can get sniped there as well. Well, Dive's going to come in. Crossbow's unable to run away from this. And also, remember, WHAM is up to 6 manas. So this eco lead is kind of irrelevant for MSN. And it looks like he's starting to spread out a bit with the Earlsguard. Okay, that could actually be good for MSN. If WHAM starts to spread a little bit too thin, then the daggers aren't that relevant. They won't get kills anymore. However, right now, the reinforcing crossbows... Wait, what? Oh no, MSN was so busy microing, he didn't notice, and he walked straight into the choke point that's blocked. This is an absolute disaster. And an absolute stomping. Again, the daggers. Oh my god, it's such a crazy ability when used this way. And this is the weird thing, like, Earl's Guard in the mid-castle age, I think are, I don't want to say underwhelming, but this detail's a shrug. When the armies are big enough, I don't think this matters as much. It's when the armies are small, the dagger throw is crazy. When the armies are hyper big, no, there's potential for it to be relevant again when you get into Imperial Age, because there is that unique dagger throw tech that throws 2 daggers with AoE splash. Very small AoE splash though, like think kind of like Ozutsu. The other thing that I think made people not really aware of this Earl's Guard build at first is it's super clunky. Because the fact they're a melee unit means that they charge into melee when in range, there's this weird kind of pivot point where you want to use dagger throws but don't. Like if I'm closer than, let's say, I mean I need to find one that's not moving. Let's say an Earl's Guard is here and I'm here. Beyond here, the Earl's Guard will throw the dagger. Closer, he'll run into you instead. So it's a very weird ability for that reason. This weird and wacky strategy. Looks poised to win now. This time, the TC is going down. He's got Yeoman to support, so the villagers can no longer sneak repairs. I mean, army's on the way, but the fact is Yeoman makes it even worse for MSN. He went mass crossbows, and WHAM just very organically pivoted into counter, while also is now saving up for Imperial. This is brutal, man. 17 worker kills. Not only that, he excavated the relics in the end, so he's picking those up. That girl's coming. Oh, God. The crazy thing is, like, I think this would be reasonably balanced if it wasn't for the ease with which he scaled manners behind it. That's what truly puts this on another level. Because it wasn't just Earl's Guard. He just so easily was able to keep pumping Earl's Guard and then pivot Yeoman because he has 6 manas generating 105 resources split between food and wood. Everything you need for bows. Wild game. What a cool game one. I mean, we knew MSN's pick was a little bit funky, right? So maybe the argument Iobez just didn't have any potency here, but how's the Lancaster being played for the aggro instead of the defense? There's just so many ways this Civ is becoming applicable. Oh, one sec. That one is like, I don't know, man. It's like, it just has to be something about the crossbows. Like, everything that should counter it doesn't. When counter units don't counter, I guess. Okay, so we got 5 minutes to go until our Myriad versus Anatan series. So I think we haven't got enough time for another one of the games between the boys. We'll have to get ready for this instead. Let me check. They should both be online. Coming online in a sec. Okay, they haven't started a draft just yet. Oh, man. But yeah, what else can I say about this unit, man? It's a crazy one. The funny thing is, like, I do often feel like people do Lancaster Castle when maybe they don't need to. Like, I've seen this build with Lords of Lancaster, and it's even more silly. Because, like, you just don't die. Right? Remember, Earl's got to have 155 HP. So getting 20% more HP via 4 Lords of Lancaster equates to an extra 30 health on a 4 armor unit. It's a lot. Like, even against crossbows, that's like 2 extra hits to get a kill. So, the other interesting one is, like, you have to remember, this looks even better with the White Tower because it's +1 damage, which doesn't sound like a lot, but on the dagger throws, it actually matters. The reason that this looks so scary, by the way, is if you White Tower rush, those 3 Earl's Guard can insta-kill a villager every 15 seconds. But if you don't White Tower, then the problem is that you actually have to get a 4th Earl's Guard. Yeah, +1's being surprisingly effective. But yeah, the Earl's Guard themselves, I think... The problem is I like a lot of the uniqueness of Lancaster in general. A lot of their units are really cool, design-wise. I just think the problem with a lot of these is it's just the economy enables too much. Maybe Earl's Guard should be like 10 gold more. Because they're as good as like Samurai when you think about it, right? But, you know, I don't think the other things are a problem. Like, Yeoman is absolutely not a problem anymore. Yeoman is like reasonable now. They're so expensive for what they are. Like, people struggle to like do all-in Yeoman builds now because it's like just mathematically too difficult. The problem is still like manners. You show CBA game FFA. I think it's the best game of AoE 4. CBA game? Isn't that the one where like people just build infinite units? I'm pretty sure I played that. It didn't feel like it had that much diversity from what I remember. Yeah, this thing. The one where you just keep getting units. I wish, like, this, when I played this, I just felt like it would have been nice if there was more things in the mid-map. Like, interaction points. You want to see pros play CBA? Maybe. I think the problem with these in general, actually, was, like, you can eliminate one player, and that's it, right? That's always been the issue with team games of this sort. I guess it wouldn't be so bad if it was fast, but from my experience with CBA, it can drag out a lot sometimes. Is Yeoman better or Lombo? I think Yeoman are better. They have mobility advantage, but like Lombos are cheaper. If you're hunkered down late game, Lombos are pretty sick there. Okay, so... Are the boys ready? Having a look now. Because they should be. Let me scroll down. Yeah, they're scheduled to start in literally 1 minute. And we apparently should have the DeMu set today as well at some point. CBA gets boring and so predestined based on the civs. Yeah, this is why I say it would be like really cool to have like a game mode where you can select certain units. Kind of like what people talk about, like the get to choose the mercenaries you want. I love the idea of like maybe there being some sort of system at the start of the game, which is a draft, a bit like ability draft from Dota 2, where you would pick certain perks or units to exist on your base generic plate, like civ, and they'd have different weighing of like how valuable the units and things are. You have a certain budget of points to spend, and you essentially create your own civ. That would be really cool to see. Playing CBA and FFA is best. I mean, you will probably not get pros to play in that much, I don't think. The backstabbing shenanigans, like pro play in free-for-alls in general is a very controversial thing. It just, for very obvious reasons, has flaws which don't like play out very well. Like, it's very difficult to create a free-for-all environment where you can truly call something competitive within, especially RTSs. So, like, some genres make it work. Like, for example, Battle Royales make it work very well. But with RTSs, it's very, very different, I think. So we have got the boys drafting the maps now. So we've got Anatan on the left. and Myriad on the right. AoE free cards? Nah, I'm talking different. I don't know. Maybe like partially like that, but I think it'd be its own unique thing. The closest I can think is like Age of Empires. Is like this is like ability draft from Dota 2. Okay. Let me get the draft up. Yo, I thought Sushi aren't that broken. Look at that. First pick in the draft. I mean, Kawasan's there, right? Then again, Knights Templar gets through in response. Myriad loves Knights Templar on Kawasan. It's a really popular one for him historically on that map. Outside that, we have got Dry Arabia, Coastal Cliffs. The one that is a question mark is... Let me double check the draft. That is Regions. Interesting. Kind of sad no one plays Canal, actually. Has Canal been played once? I don't think so. Do people really see it as that bad of a map? A cool YouTube video idea, actually KP's ideal civ. Maybe. I don't know if that like many people would care about that though. It reminds me of like someone was asking for feedback on like their YouTube channel that they just started and had like 5 views. And they pointed out, it's like, you're just doing a Let's Play. Why does anyone care about watching like this? You need to make people care first. Canal's the most banned map though. Oof. I always find it like an intriguing map. Like some civs were very dominant, such as Ottomans. I think the reason why players are banning it is it does something very awkward to your draft. It completely flips the priority bands. Like Ottoman suddenly becomes like S tier. What's up, father? How's it going? Okay, so draft's almost complete. Myriad did actually go for the English. I mean, is there any reason you'd ever want to play English? Is what I'm wondering. Maybe Coastal could make sense? I mean, weird that, like, you prior English, and I think, did he have the pick before the Jean came out? Yeah, I think he... No, he didn't. Okay. But, like, what else could you have picked there? I'm trying to think, like, off the top of my head. Abbasids? Yeah, like, actually, why no Abba? Abba's good variants for the Kawasan. You're probably not going to pick them because, like, I know Myriad loves Knights Templar, but it makes your opponent think about it. I'd even say, like, Iabids makes sense because you've got things like Coastal Cliffs, and your opponent just picks Jean. Very interesting. Where's the finals? Finals is every single Thursday. So your reminder, KPMMs, finals happen on Thursday. That's the only fixed detail. Because it's open scheduling for the rest of it, it happens throughout the week, which is why you always want to be tuning in on Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. Fridays of which, by the way, we also have our show match. We've got Anatan, but we're looking for an opponent for him currently to play in a best of 9 in a brand new game mode, actually, that we just cooked up. Didn't Anno just lose? When did Anno lose? What are you on about? I think you've like been. Are you getting us mixed up with like the Master of Steel qualifier? Maybe. Wrong tournament. Okay, so boys are gonna get in lobby. I'm gonna run. I guess we'll run 3 minutes ads now, so you guys don't have to worry about them. So quickly go get yourself a drink. Then when you come back, you shouldn't have to worry about ads for probably at least the first 2 games of the series. Doop doop. Take on Anatan if his monitor's off? Damn, you're so manly. No, Beastie, Marine Lord, or Louis, a proper tournament finally. Huh? Dude, chill. Not everyone has to play in every tournament. In fact, Louis, I think, has taken a break for the first time in a long time. Yeah, like he took this week and last week off, and then before that he played most KPMMs. Like, guy was pretty committed. I don't blame him for taking a break. I mean, he had his best performance, hard grind. Sometimes you gotta rest. The previous map that was island but no fish, is it created that way to make it smaller? Yes. And you can achieve the similar goal with mountains, but it comes down to what you want to achieve with the map. Do you want to give strategic value later on where you could play into boats, transport ships, etc.? Right? And I want to leave that open because I thought it would be interesting for the tree lines later on in particular. And the tree lines would be way too safe if you didn't have that water threat. Because later on, if you wall yourself in, I could always transport ship behind you. That's something I always admired about Socotra. Waiting for new record Agincourt. I think world record was lower than 930. Who got 930? I haven't heard about that. I mean, our record is better than what we got on stream. Like, rather what we posted on YouTube. Here you go. I mean, my records are... I haven't really tried to improve upon them. We got 1028. Towton is boring. Like, I said this, like, they need something else, something hard to aim for. Montgissard, I could probably get down to, like, I think 14.5. If I just, like, pounded at it a bit. And then Safed. Like, Safed and Towton, the problem is there's no, like, measurable, like, performance increase. There is a perfect score and you can achieve it. Which upset me a bit. I hope next time they learn... I love the historical battles, but they need replayability to them. I also would love to see them add mutators. So, like, there's a different version of Agincourt where, like, you know, on 1 week, archers shoot twice or something like that. That, to me, was such a really cool element about the StarCraft 2 co-op stuff. All right, let's update live. Oh, nice. The boys are in. All right, predictions up. Let's get to it. Oh, it's the classic question, isn't it? What's better, old or new? One and all, we've got an English civil war here. Anatan on the House of Lancaster going up against MTE's Myriad on the English. That's right, we've got two Esports orgs clashing here. MTE, the Hungarian org, going up against Volta Esports, the Norwegian one. And we are going to be on receding for G1. Now, this is interesting. I guess Myriad, like, this was a very weird thing he done the draft. We talked about, like, English coming in towards the tail end. We wondered what it was going to be for. Did he know he was going to be up against Lancaster here? Is he planning to do a good old school longbow rush to try and shut Lancaster down? Because... in fairness, since the nerfs to Lancaster's cost on their yeomen, I think it's quite hard to scale them immediately. Namtan, starting off, he is going to be going for the racks opening, which already feels a little bit weird against English. It doesn't feel great, right? Because you know they're going to be going lombos, most likely. By the way, while you're looking at that prediction bar, also look at the AMD Ryzen on top of that. Big shout out to those guys for coming back. They're going to be with us throughout the week still. Click the link when you see it pop up. Supports the channel. Allows us to run more and more tournaments like this. Now, we do have a little bit of DLAMing going on. So good intercept by Myriad, stopping a decent amount of them getting home at this rate. Yeah, nicely done. And it looks like Anatan just says to hell with it. So I guess he's dropping the Lancaster Castle here. Myriad? Final food drop off into Moment of Truth, maybe? Wait, no. Did he just like... oh, yeah, that was a little bit inefficient. He used all the villagers to club one deer. One sheep, rather. I wonder, does Anatan potentially go Abbey of Kings? It's a smart idea, in theory, because if your opponent's going to lombo rush you, you can always just hide underneath your TC and heal between fights, and because your yeomen are quicker than lombos, in theory, you can in and out on them. Now, you do have to do this early, because if the comp scale's too big, you can't heal a dead thing, right? Anyone who's tried to do that with a zombie knows what happens. It hurts them. So you basically would want to contest yeoman into lombo before Myriad gets 10+. Wondering how pro teams make a living? So that's an interesting question. So with pro teams, there's a bunch of different like ways they could theoretically make money, but the one they always focus on is bringing in sponsors, and then they pay players within the team a certain rate. A lot of them won't get paid much. Like I can speculate on it because I don't know Mirad's number. I reckon Mirad's getting like next to nothing from MTE. I haven't heard much of this org before. And in general, Age of Empires 4 salary players like don't get paid much, bar the two obvious big ones being DeMu and Marine Lord with big orgs. And usually, so like it depends on the scene. So with scenes like Counter-Strike, you pay players to get your brand appearing on big tournaments. Whereas with things like RTSs, it's usually more about, okay, what is your stream size and what is your pull? And then they can generate like an ad rev logic based on that for sponsor integrations. So yeah, that's where the money comes from. That's why they try to focus on those type of metrics, is because most esports orgs are making their money almost solely off of sponsorships. Some are deviating, or rather diversifying. So one example is that we do see 100 Thieves done the whole merch angle of the apparel, which was quite successful at first. Also, they got memed on pretty hard for GV, but actually GV was a very smart play for an esports org. Because historically, to the whole sponsor point, that means what teams have done is they have taken on brands to rep them to get paid. Well, what GV was meant to be is this idea that you could essentially own the brand that you're representing, which means instead of getting a kickback of like 10 or 20% of what the value of the product is, you could be looking at much higher, right? Because you control both elements. Not a true one-to-one, mind you. For those that don't know, Nadeshot has ownership stake in GV, but like 100 Thieves and GV are separate entities. So Tech Up's coming in. Lancaster Castle has been committed to, but Myriad, this Lombo timing, I'm curious to see how impactful it's going to be. Not a great start getting baited into the dive like that. Yeah, I mean, he kills the Spearman off, but obviously the trade-off is you're pretty much one Longbow down. I say that. You need to hit him twice more. And Anasand, he is going to be going for those manas. Yeah, he managed to just cinch together enough in the Forgotten Ruins to get one. Likely not going to be seeing him commit to more, considering the stone's already camped out. I actually really like Myriad's approach to this map. Maybe offer coaching? I don't think coaching is part of the infrastructure of, like, orgs. Some have tried. So, like, there's certain platforms that have essentially sponsored teams to get their pros to sign up. But I think usually what those platforms discover is quite often what makes a good pro doesn't make a good coach. Similar to what makes a good content creator doesn't make a good pro. Like, it's never a one-to-one matchup. So what's the plan now for Anno? Could he just rush Castle? The gold's the problem, folks. Lombos have enough range to reach this, so he's going to have to fight. And oh, no. Oh, no. No, 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 no. He's building Homelas. Okay. Do I need to go on a rant about these? This is a weird matchup, actually. So Hobilars are meant to be a valuable entity, because although they have lower stats, they have lower costs. But the trade-off is, for those lower health stats, they have more ranged armor. So against a standard archer, like, makes sense, right? But remember, these aren't standard archers. Longbows have higher base damage by default. Ergo, you having less health and slightly more ranged armor doesn't really change the rate at which these guys shred through you like your paper. You can see it there. The free ranged armor instead of the default 2. Would felt good against a standard archer with 5 damage. Not so much against these bad boys. Maybe with Yeoman plus the Hobilars, he can make it work, though. I mean, Myriad's probably going to be reluctant to build spears. Just like usually Lancaster, you're reluctant to build spears in this matchup. These are two of the best anti-spear civs in the game. What a curious matchup. I always got a smile on my face. Like, I actually quite like seeing English come back in. Because it's been so long. You know, they were very boring for a while because it was just the 2TC meta. But now they're trying to find their way again. It's pretty much just been seen as a dead civ, like a bottom 3, for the last several months. Maybe the one exception being if you play them on a water map. I'm going to decap and recap on the merchant camp. We do have Forgotten Ruins locked in. I don't know if Myriad really wants to garrison those, though. Going 2TC here would probably kill all momentum you have. Now, I like this. Myriad can actually get kills. Yeah, because Anatan's gathering the berries. That's a freebie if Myriad sees it. Which he now does. Didn't react straight away, though. Yeah, every little counts here, remember. Like, at this stage, Anatan doesn't have any big inflation economy. It's just a solo mana. Looks like he's going to wrap on the gold. So I think the big paranoia for Myriad, he has to keep checking the back gold because there's always a risk that Anatan is trying to tech beyond. Because I don't think Anno's feeling great about having to build Hoblars like this. And again, if you get free interceptions like this, you'll take it every day of the week. Yeah, like the back gold is actually a really big sticking point for Myriad. Nice dive, though. Gets a double kill. So the reason this is a big issue is Lombos are one of the worst units at flank rotating. It puts them so out of position, and they have an inability to escape. They are the polar opposite of Yeoman for this role. Looks like he's going to be able to sneak out because guess what? Anatan didn't bring the scout. No, he got a glimpse of it. There are spimmen here, though. I mean, he's got the Yeoman to clear. Brace is going to come through. Lombos are going to get Steeled Arrow soon, but maybe not soon enough here. Hobblar's able to dive in. Yeoman have caught him. Myriad, this is really bad. These Lombos are expensive. He's going to go for the trade up against the Yos. More Spearmen are coming in. He just essentially has to ignore the Hoblars because the damage exchange is not worth it. On top of that, if you can at least clear the Yeoman, your Spearmen can defend you. But the problem is Myriad has 0 Spearmen in the field right now. Good timing by Anatan, and now able to push out the base. And maybe push Myriad down and out because you can't really afford these type of losses in this matchup. No, and you're starting to see what we talked about where the Hoblars can look good. And he backs away at the perfect moment. The moment that Steeled Arrow came in, Anatan was out of there. Great read. Good control. And puts a stopper on this snowball effect that the longbow ball can have. They're laughing about Hoblars. I mean, this might be the best use case we've seen. I think part of it Myriad will be feeling is because the timing wasn't right. He had a decent number of Lombos, and instead of inflating them with Steeled Arrow, he added in more, right? The other thing that's like polarizing this matchup we mentioned earlier is, you know, these are the two best anti-spear sieves in the game. So if either player gets forced to build spears, it feels terrible. I think what's quite funny here is like Myriad could have actually went Horseman, and it probably would have given him full control, actually. Yeah, like, why not build ponies when yours are better? I wouldn't mind seeing him switch into it still now. Like, the Stables play is somewhat feasible. Most English players don't like doing it without Abbey of Kings, though. You can see how badly he's fishing for those kills. It's always risky when you step up like this because of how immobile your comp is, though. And he does have the undermesh. That's something that Anatan needs to respect because he's missing that. So the Hoblars don't really sting as hard anymore. Definitely disintegrate fast. Myriad? Oh, I guess he doesn't want a line formation because of the Hoblar count. This retreat feels weird. Has got spears coming in, and there is going to be an attack speed aura. Nicely played. Myriad pivots to the south side. But Lombos are overkilling by quite a bit, if I'm not mistaken, on the Yeoman. Just feels like an expensive fight for him to take, and the Hoblars are getting out of control. Count now in the double digits. And Myriad at risk of just being booted back into his base entirely. Damn. This is the fragility of Lombos. Like, if you get momentum on your side, they are immovable, sure. But I think ever since that earlier exchange in the Stealth Forest, Myriad has been kind of playing from behind. And that's where Lombos look weak. Like, you posture, and if your opponent just calls you on your misaggro, right? This lie that you're stronger, you flop. Whereas, like, Yeoman can pretend they're strong and run away, right? Like, that's a drastic difference between the two. Myriad's still reluctant to switch into Horseman. In fairness, like the yeoman count got reduced quite a bit. But this is crazy. He takes that fight win, and what does he do? He goes on his way to Castle Age. White Tower with 33. I think Myriad knows, though. His instincts did not betray him. The problem is there's just so many Hovelars, you can't target fire the workers. I get an opportunity at this rate with the yeoman count getting low, but it's already up. Oh, no. And Myriad... I mean, he's going to have to weather quite the storm now. Probably not looking at veterancy on hobbies. Elsguard would be interesting because you can just throw daggers at the longbows. Actually, I don't know, like 10 Hovelars might be worth it. Even if you don't want to build more. But like, Knights just makes a lot of sense. Men-at-Arms makes a lot of sense. Basically anything that's heavily armored. Oh, looks like it is going to be the Elsguard. Yes, Anatan's just looking for the blob and go approach. Which makes sense. I think Knights are a little bit discounted on this map because of the fact that like there's not as much raid potential. Your opponent's usually quite safe in their tree line. Make no mistake about it though, folks. This is rough. Myriad is in the doghouse. Second of the mill stacks coming in. I mean, the farm clusters, usually once you're up to 3 or 4, you can pump quite a lot of units while attacking. But we're not even halfway there yet. The other problem is there's just so much value still behind this white tower. The berries, the deer, tree line as well. Obviously, he's also secured the gold. How do you really get in if you're Myriad? I think for him, it's not as much about getting in as just making sure Anatan doesn't come out. Yeah, I got the Spearman pulling back to deal with this now. Hovelar upgrade is, in fact, on the way. Guys, this is incredible. You spend 350 resources. And pause that thought, because we do get some worker kills. Lombo's getting more value than you expect on the white tie dive. Yeah, you pay 350 resources to give these guys a buckler. Doesn't that sound fabulous? I mean, it goes great with the color of their eyes. An ambitious dive in that killed nothing. It did scare him, though. Guys, ready? They're going to be scarier soon. Lombos are still harassing. This is all I care about. Watch the visual change. Right now, he has a dagger. Boom! Look at... Wow! The tiniest shield in Age of Empires 4. He could frisbee that thing. Well, Myriad's far from dead. Credit to him, man. He gets a little bit of eco damage done. His opponent's only on 1 mana. And he's on his way with King's Palace. Very greedy. But remember, he's got Council Hall, so he can rush Lombo upgrade. And at that point, they're not too bad into these Earlsguard. Does need that tech up fast, though. I said they're not bad into the Earlsguard. Once they're vetted is the key. We've still got, what, about 45 seconds to go until that happens. And playing Lombos into this is similar to playing Crossbows into it. You're just very slow to retreat. Dive coming in, though. It's going to the hobbies again. Okay, he has to commit now. Myriad has no choice, surely. But wait, why does he pull villagers away? Oh my god. Okay, he gets it up. King's Palace complete. But the Earlsguard are on their way to send you to hell. Crossbow get queued straight away out of the Council Hall. Double TC fire now coming in. He has got the attack speed aura as well. The crossbows, though, are experiencing the dagger pain. They were all coming to quickly hate. Arms are also about to be reached and impeached. And this is only wave 1, folks. Anatan has got plenty more Earlsguard that just haven't come into the base yet. Yeoman are also going to be on the way with veterancy soon. He's just spread out everywhere, man. And the worker kill count, this is over. It's out of control. 49 to 36 eco, and he's still not done. Damn, Myriad, a cool idea. Just I think the timing not supporting it. Honestly, like, why not White Tower is what I'm wondering. Maybe that would have stabilized long enough, but he probably felt he needed some sort of eco scale. Either way, it is going to be him booted out of game 1. Lancaster, once again, beating the crap out of their opponent with this Earlsguard build. Sheesh. Get some S in chat, man. They can't keep getting away with this. What a sieve. Every single time it feels like. So Anatan, early lead there. I don't know, man. House of L's always the House of W's when we're watching it at the moment, it feels like. What build is this one? It is the... Basically, it's like... It was kind of like a... Not a... I don't want to call it a fast castle rush because you got blocked. But the intent was to basically get castle for Elsgard recovery. It's really strong. I think it's going to quickly become probably the most popular build. Especially if you have a map where you're slightly closer, like this, or Cliffside, Socotra, Mount Clearing, etc. Alright, so boilers are in. It looks like it is going to be Kawasan for game number 2. And we are going to be seeing Shushi versus Knights Templar. Alright, we got a 3-minute delay. I guess they must not have had delay on game 1 then, I guess. And put it on for game 2. In that case, I'll run the 3 minutes of ads now. If you want to talk to me, subscribe. I mean, this is how you avoid the ads anyway. None of us need to be sold on, like, trimming our balls the wrong way, right? We already know we trim it the wrong way. We just choose to do it because it's a budgeted approach. And the kids ain't that important. See, whole band more? No, not as long as Roost and HRE are how they are. Roost and HRE are way too dominant. Manscaped? No, I can't remember what it was. It might have been like Gillette or something. When they like, it's always the one I remember from the start of the year. I think they started running it. I don't know if they're running it again now. But it was just more or less. It was more or less fear mongering that you're gonna like cut a little bit too close. Full monka. Okay. So we should have, I think we'll have DeMu Numidan after this, by the way. I might as well just reveal that because like it's going to be happening soon. We're waiting to see if it was going to be confirmed quick enough. So we'll do this set and then we'll do DeMu versus Numidan. And then we have the remainder of WHAM MSN. So plenty to do. Maybe we have the one of those semifinals today. We'll see how it goes. Considering how like late of a start it's going to be for DeMu, I have a feeling it's not going to happen today though. Also, I need to open the freaking door. Holy crap, it's getting so hot. Summer's coming. Dude, it feels so damp and humid in the UK right now. Even though it's like been raining this morning. Yeah. I'm tempted to slightly undervolt my CPU. Because, like, I keep it very cool, right? It's like 41 degrees, I think it was. 41 to 43 degrees. So very, very cool. But I could either allow the temperature of the CPU to go up a bit, or you can just slightly undervolt your CPU, lose barely any performance, but highly decrease the temperature generated. It is tempting. Hasn't really been a problem through the winter and everything. But it's just like... I don't really have any window open in here. Maybe I should start doing that. It's actually not so bad because like the hours I stream, it's usually light out. So like I just have the door open and we're good. It's going to be those late night gamer sessions that's the problem. Then again, I started using the AC the other day. And I think I'm pretty Gucci with that. I love it when you send someone a sheet with all the info they need, and they message you back asking for the info. I'm like, well, you clearly haven't even looked at the sheet I sent you. This nice organized sheet that has every single metric you could need for the person. God, that crap is right up there with when people go, can I ask you a question? You already did. Just ask the question. We're going to start like getting these grind my gears sessions, aren't we? You know what really grinds my gears? He may be behind, but honestly, this man has been looking truly slick with this here Civ. One and all, it's Myriad on the Knights Templar for game number 2 of this best of 5 quarterfinals. Anatan on the other side with Shushi, and the map is going to be Kawasan. Yeah, both Civs make a lot of sense here. We've seen actually that the Meditation Guard in the center is bloody strong because of all the berry batches you get. But just as strong is Knights Templar in any water format, even if it's just mainly focused on fishing and a few aggro boats. But also because of the design of the map, allowing you to easily secure the sacred sites for the pilgrimages. Oh, thank you, Silent Pain. I appreciate everyone who's been supporting the channel and enjoys the content. I mean, I've been casting now for, oh my god, 7 years? So I like to think that we've been constantly improving. I mean, like, I always aim to not focus on what other people are doing, but like what I'm doing, and aim to get better at my craft. So yeah, hopefully that shows. Wouldn't mind getting back to a lot of like main cast events where we get to work with people though. As much as I love you guys, like I always say that this isn't real casting. I treat it as more of like a community interaction point, which is why I love it when there's a lot of chatting going on. Because real casting should never be done as a one-man show. And there is no exception to that rule. Dual casting is so much better. So, we already have the pond opening, and it's giving Medigarden. This has become pretty standard. Anatan on the Shishi, like, most Shishi players just don't see value in going for the dock. It's much better to do this, because if you wait and do a dock, it's much harder to sneak out later for the Medigarden. Your opponent could easily tech up, and then counterplay you with archers here already. This guarantees this play into a dock follow-up, which then lets you punish your opponent for building fishing. And that's why most players are already against Shushi not building more than 3 fishing boats to start with. 3 fishing, into tech, and then reaction. And in fairness, KT are pretty decent at that reaction. By going 3 fishing boats, you offset the loss of villages from teching up. And tech up only takes 1 minute for this Civ. Overall, pretty good counterplay against what Medigarden can offer. But this one, folks, is strong. Oh my berry god. That is absurdity. That right there is over 150 food. You heard me correctly. Wood as well. Why not? Let's get a few trees in there. So 36 food per cluster. So that already brings them up to 144. And then he's also touching 2 extras here. That is ridiculous. That is 156 food meditation garden. And sure, why not? 6 wood. So 166 resources a minute being generated, which, for reference point, is like having an extra, what, 5 to 6 villages? At a point in the game where percentage base, that would equal to being about an extra 20% economy. Well, more than that. It's like 25. Wait, no. My brain. Maths. Yeah, like 20, 25 maybe. And looks like we are getting dock on both sides. So Anatan's like, you know what? With this type of economy, I get everything. So he's going to build an archer ship over here first. That's to secure his economy. 1 archer ship should be enough to guarantee you safe here. And then, on a delay, you start punishing Myriad. Pretty good strategy, man. Has me a bit worried for Myriad. He's dealt reasonably well with his aggro plays before. I think he's had 1 or 2 Shushi matchups in this map already. And we've seen Knights Templar can potentially cinch it, but it feels tight. And this is the best meditation garden we've seen on this map so far. Ridiculous. Oh, sorry. Ends up being 160 in the end. Still pretty good. Double dock setup by Myriad makes a lot of sense. He needs the production advantage to stay ahead here. But look what Anatan's already done. He docks both sides to make sure he's fully protected. There's no sneak in. And Myriad's going to get the bad news on that. So it's just him that's going to end up suffering. Now, Ano hasn't actually built any boats just yet. There's the 1-1-1 from Myriad. Is Anatan just going to greed? Because you could technically just rush castle with this. Think about the investment from your opponent. It's 2 more boats than what you've invested for defense. And he's going to waste a lot of time on this. Meanwhile, you've already got the extra 6 workers worth from the meditation garden. And you inflate fishing boats quickly because remember, Sushi produce boats quicker than other ships. 10% faster. I mean, villager split won't matter that much here at this point in the game. The income's more important now because of the meditation garden. This is the warped nature of like relying on worker splits. When you have all these incremental resources, like the different gathering rates of things like fishing boats versus villagers, and then you have things like meditation gardens and pilgrims, that's where like actually like seeing worker force count will lead you astray. And wait. Hold on a second. Anatan didn't realize he needs an extra shot in there. So that's going to be denial of the dock. Okay. And I guess he just like leaves it here to keep a villager idle. That's not a bad idea because the amount of time it's going to take to burn would kind of return the cost of the dock at least in terms of Anatan missing out on resources. He tries to sneak the other side. Okay, Myriad, as creative as he's being about this, Anatan has just switched onto it. And now he's had enough. It's not going to be a fast castle build. We do now have him pumping into the military. It racks past the archery range. Meanwhile, Myriad is going full greed. Goes straight into Sanctuary plus Safe Passage. So, I mean, this is going to be good for the gold gen to start pumping Mass Chevalier, but heavily delayed. And something to keep in mind about Chevalier, they kind of suck in this matchup. Yeah, one critical ingredient to keep in mind with Chevalier is that they have less armor than standard knights. Now, why that's important is it means that a Chug Nu can do 6 damage to you instead of 3. That's a very big detail. So you double the DPS against a unit that has less health than standard knight anyway. Yeah, kind of a scary position for Miro to be in. And also on top of that, he's already a step behind. He hasn't got the archers ready yet. No, he hasn't even built the rangers. Man, this feels suffocating. Palace Guard as well? Yeah, so Anatan's showing respect. He's assuming that archers are going to get added in, if not already are there. Another thing is, like, Ano could actually just build production on the front line as well if he'd wanted to. The Chuk come in, and you already see how paper mache you are. He did get a Chuk Nu kill, but that's 80 resources compared to 166 unit, rather. And you're already less than half HP. It's like, it wasn't a great trade. And that's before you've even encountered the counter unit, the spearmen themselves. Another scary thing is, remember, Sushi can do the tech ups on blacksmith super fast. And keep an eye out for that, because we're at 10 Chug, which means, yep, the time is right. Anatan knows it. Ah, this is crazy, this timing. It just feels like Anatan is so far ahead. And wait, what? He never ran them home! Okay, upside of Knights Templar, you move villagers around, they can stay there, but it doesn't mean they should. He's minus 2 extra workers. And this is ridiculous. It's already 5 worker kills in total. And this tree line is not going to keep him safe much longer either. I've got the blacksmith now on the way, but remember the timing is going to be much worse. Steel Dagger in 40, you could even rush it if you wanted to. And another funny thing about Chug, by the way, guys, if you get just one Chug and stand him in the Pilgrim line, he can kill a Pilgrim running past him. A little bit of micro required usually, but he will get the kill on his own. There's games like this where you just think Chug Nu are broken. They're not. I think they are like... I've always maintained that from a design standpoint, I think they are a very toxic unit. So not fun to play against, but I don't think they're imba. But in a game like this, they do look broken. And it's all because of how good Anatan's setup was. Chevalier now going to dive in. Steel Dagger is already there, but he doesn't have Undermesh. Just look how quickly they evaporate. And now the worker's on the tree line. Oh, no. Doesn't even get the spear kill. Has to use the lance charge there. Dies immediately afterwards. I mean, this is the thing. He doesn't even need spears to win this. It just needs more Zug Zug. Two bursts from 10 Chug is all it takes to kill a Chevalier. He still doesn't have Undermesh. He's not even noticed it yet. I don't think, like, well, actually, the problem is he needs wood, right? Yeah, he just got enough. I just don't see it coming together. He's dying to just a handful of repeater crossbows. The scout does reveal the villagers trying to run away, so we'll dive in. But, oh, look, another high-value heavy cavalry unit. It's a shame if we just killed it. The only thing I think Anasan maybe could have done better with this build is like if he had that forward archer range we talked about. This is fine. He's made up for it because at least at home he's supervising. That's why most Sushi players will still build the production buildings in their base, even if they have like villages out in the middle of the map. It's that production speed on one building. And look at the crazy difference this has made. The worker kill count is absurd. He's killed 13 workers in total so far in an 11-minute game. And now, with military advantage, he's on his way to castle. I honestly would not blame Myriad for just calling GG the moment the tech up completes. This is harsh, man. I mean, Hulks are at least actually hitting reinforcements, which is nice. But we just saw how the Chevalier melted in a feudal v feudal fight. What happens when you add another +1 to this Chug? Let alone +2, because remember, there's also a second ranged upgrade in the blacksmith now. What a completely reasonable and not one-sided game. Yeah, so he's holding him hostage with the Pilgrim detail. This is the depressing fight you never want to have to take. The Palace Guard is basically protecting. The Chug have cleared the way. And now it's time to break all those archers' necks. GG. This is not looking good for Myriad. Anatan with one of the cleanest Sushi builds I think I've ever seen on Kawasan. Yeah. Clean to the extent that it just makes you feel a bit dirty, actually. Really well played. So, a win for Anachad. 2-0 up now. Not looking good for our boy Myriad. One sec. Just time to tell out for it. Unexpected. That mini garden was disgusting. That was the most vile one I think I've seen in a very long time. Red Bull advertisement alert? Nah, they just send me product. Then again, like, I don't know, man. I might have to bump my guy. Because I have not... When did I get put on the list? Let me message him. Hey, mate. Drop. ET on the drop. Supply is running a bit low. All right, there we go. Send that. I want more Red Bull, damn it. Okay, so next up. Let's see where they're taking us. It's going to be Coastal Cliffs. I feel like this has actually been, I want to say, like Myriad's best performing Civ when we've been watching him. He's got Malians. This is going to be Malian versus Biz. Coastal. And we'll get ready to hop into game. Nice. We're lined up the right way. We're so good, chat. We are so good. Wait, no, we're not. No, there we go. Boom. I meant like the score, because like when I have to flip the players' like names in game, it's just one button. Otherwise, like when it's the score piece, I have to do something out of game. Dire Straits, a poor old Myriad, as Anatan is looking for a clean sweep of game number 3. But one and all, there is hope. That's right. We are looking at Coastal Cliffs Byzantines, which means Stone is a long way away. A stone's throw and then some, if you will. And Myriad is playing his best Civ. MTE, Myriad, Malians. It's a triple M. Honestly, this guy's looked really impressive. If you guys remember, this is the Civ, and this is the map where he was able to take a game off of Louis MT. No small feat. Honestly, at this point, I think it'd be fair to say that this is Myriad's best Civ. Maybe not with that spawn, though. I mean, there's no way. Okay, thank goodness. It's not a Rax Rush, so it's not the end of the world. This could have been catastrophic. Triple Ford Gold is not a good feeling. It could still be phenomenally bad, though. Remember, this Civ is actually one of the best ones at killing pit mines. Not via torch power, at least from someone's hands, but torch from siege, yes. Kira Siphons are, I think, still by the community as a whole, vastly underrated in the impact up against pit mines. Pro players know how damn good they are. And yeah, let's not talk about this pit mine. It's fine. He only has to walk close to the enemy to get a pit mine instead. I mean, in fairness, you know, I think like Myriad's position this game, by the time he can build a third pit mine, he's either like won or lost the game on map control, right? So I don't think like that's too drastic of a detail. It's the fact that if this was a Civ that like would outpost rush you, you just feel like curtains closed already. Luckily, Byzantines is not really a Civ historically known for good outpost rushes, because the Limitane are quite expensive. Trade network and build it around it? Oh, God. Stop, please. Yeah, you try to avoid building the trade network at all costs. System rush. This is the other weird thing that always makes me kind of just scratch my head now with the Byzantine pick. Byzantines used to actually be really good on Coastal Cliff. I think ever since the change to System's cost being 125 default, they're a little bit weaker now. Because the stone, remember, the catch on this map is your stone spawns further away from your TC. This design choice was originally made to discourage TC booming civs here. Really smart play by Avli. I actually wish more map designers utilized this type of detail. Same with things like food, potentially, like berry sources. But we are getting moving out now, so I think Anatan's expectation is that Myriad is going to go pro scouts, which means there's not going to be much pressure on Tim. So double villager on stone is very nice and fluid for escalating towards level 5 system quite fast. Although his timing is a lot worse than we normally see because of the walk distance. Like normally this build involves sending one out to stone almost immediately, and then a second one to follow up. Spawns like this, there's no wonder Myriad became a caster. Bro, chill. Why you gotta do him like that? I mean, I've always explained it this way. Like, you know, whether you're a caster or a player, a grand finals is a grand finals, okay? Like, I'm not saying I'm better than all these players, but I have been in more grand finals than most of them. Kappa. I still think my favorite one to this day is when you're like, look, I'm not saying I'm as good as like Beastie and Poppy Boy and everyone, but I have won as many Wollolos as they have. Yeah, Marine Lord makes that one easy to flex, that greedy boy, winning them all. So Stable's coming through. He's already got the gold necessary for the Pro Scout play. Looking at the deer location, I mean, it's all forward spawning. And at times, he could go Limitane to contest, and he will be doing that exactly that. Yeah, so his goal is just to get his eco inflated off of systems and delay Myriad's win condition, which is pro scouts, as much as possible. Inevitably, eventually, these deer are going to be brought home, but you want to try to ruin his timing as much as feasible to inflate your eco. You know what I want to inflate, though? The amount of clicks I get on our sponsor. I just saw it pop up again. AMD. The link just came up in the chat. If you guys want to get your hands on the best CPUs in the market for gaming, look no further than the 9800 X3D. It's exactly what you guys need to upgrade to. And honestly, this RTS is pretty CPU intensive. Like, some people say, oh, I don't need it. It doesn't affect me. Like, bro, you must be playing at, like, 30 frames. Or you've already got a really good CPU, so tip the hat to you. Got that silly Wall banner? Yeah, like, I'm not saying I'm better than all these players, but I have got more Wall banners than most of them. Kappa. Like, there's, so how many people there's that has two Wall banners in Age of Empires 4? There is me, there is Poppy Paw, there's WHAM, there's Marine Lord. There you go, guys. There you go. Already got Horizon? Click the link anyway. It's an awareness campaign. And are you aware that we have archers on the way from Myriad? Interesting. Is he trying to force him into jabs? Because there's already going to be Lombos. Actually, I quite like this for Anatan because he can now back up into Horseman. Actually makes a lot of sense here, guys. Because the logic is that your opponent is going to want to build jabs anyway. He's kind of trying to bait you. And you've got the Lombos to oblige him to do this. But Horseman is just kind of an MVP play here because, like, you don't really want to go Donzo against Lombo. That feels terrible. And then the other awkward thing is Horseman is the ultimate counter to jabs. And you're in a matchup where you kind of have to come out and be present anyway because of the Pro Scouts detail. So, yeah, nice logical opening from Anno. Good people. That's the thing. I'm trying to train it into you guys. When we get a sponsor, click those links. Why? Because I like making sponsors come back. Yeah. My favorite thing is like when someone sees that a content creator has a sponsorship and they're like, sell out. It's like, well, yeah. How do you think like being a full-time creator pays for itself? Kind of need sponsors. I like to think the gaming audience as a whole has gotten less like aggressive about being against that than they used to be. Because it feels like there was a time maybe around like 2018 where people were really like, oh my god, I can't believe you're doing like an ad piece. Like, how dare you collaborate with brands that you believe and trust in? If you were on fire, I would not urinate on you. Interesting. So Mira's not really splitting the map per se. I thought he tried to sneak to different tier locations right now due to the pressure point. Because like the weakness of Anatan's comp is he's slow. The Lombos, like the negative playing Lombos aggressively is you just can't really move. Not fast anyway. 250 subs not gonna help in living in grocery. Yeah, I definitely appreciate all the people that sub, but like, yeah, I'm not like making beastie subathon levels of subs, guys. Chill. That's the other thing. Like, you know, the way I look at it is tuning in helps us to approach sponsors and get them involved because they want to advertise to you guys. And it's like a free way for you guys to help support me. Yeah, you guys do not want to know how much my expenses are each month. It's depressing to think about as a Brit. Just like this looks a bit depressing for the Limitane. Bailed on by the Lombos. I know. I mean, he's only getting stronger with this, right? We're up to level 3 systems, soon to be 4. Longbow pump is really important. The goal here is for Anatan to lose as little of the longbows as possible. With 2 children? Don't get me started. Okay, guys, you want to know how, like, my life works right now with Freya? We give her some food. 5 minutes later, she goes, hungry. We give her some food. 6 minutes later, hungry. We give her some food. Now, I know what you're thinking. 7 minutes later? No, 4 minutes later, it's hungry. That girl is a hoover. She's going to eat me out of house and home, literally. She'd probably eat the house if she thought she could digest it. So first tier stack already secure, second one now being brought home. Mirad's like doing pretty well so far. And also, like, this is looking like a classic for Imba. He's scaling the jabs. Anatan's not looking as threatening. No, I was kind of originally expecting more out of the Horseman timing, but it's just not really come together. Best way to reduce my expenses is move to Laos? Not so sure about that one, Hoss. Reach out to some streamers like XUC and make a stream AoE4 tournament. I mean, I actually wanted to make a stream AoE4 tournament and pitched it. But it's not going to happen. Like, I wanted to basically replicate what Grubby was able to do for Warcraft 3. If someone's got 10k laying around, reach out. We'll make it happen for sure. I've talked about this before. Like, a lot of the tournaments and the marketing is way too, like, inward facing, which is great. I love to see us supporting our own. But if we want to grow, we should also be considering how do we get other people in. Like, Warcraft 3 saw a huge resurgence, courtesy of the fact that, like, OnlyFans got curious. Looks like we got Castle on the corner for Anatan, so... Mirad's timing is a little bit worse, actually. I'm a little bit surprised by this, because, yeah, he's not going for Imba after all. This is a Fulani build. Well, that heavily delays him, then. That gives Anatan an opening. I love what he's done with the map. Like, this is peak exploitative play. When you see your opponent is not punishing you, he's not pressuring you, leverage it. Ford berries, Ford ball, Ford berries X2. I know is being very risk adverse with it by building up the outpost to protect him, but he's taking that risk as a necessity here. The alternative would have been Olive Groves, but Olive Groves would have enabled Fulani. Grubby single-handedly did that. I mean, Grubby was like the secondary broadcast, though, because Soda Poppin actually was the one that done the original, like, Warcraft thing, which wasn't the creative free-for-all, the creative tournament. It was the free-for-all thing, right? That was the first allure. But my argument is, like, if I am able to potentially guarantee, 8 big content creators, it doesn't matter how big or small my channel is. It's that I can guarantee those creators. That's what matters. Like, the creator invitational that I wanted to do wasn't even about my own channel, because I knew I'd be the small fry. My goal was to get 8 people bigger than me to come and bring their community to play the game, enjoy the game, and show how good the game is. Like, I'd be taking a loss compared to just doing more small tournaments where I know I can be the primary viewership point, right? 7TV? I'm not sure. Who's 7TV? Is that something I should be aware of? Like, I've always believed in these things. I think also Org should do it. Like, I would love to see General Mates just do kind of an Olympics, a General Mates Olympics, where they had Marine Lord go and play Rocket League, and the Rocket League players come play OE4 and all that kind of stuff. That stuff is so critically underrated by Orgs. Some of them can definitely do it. Like, Optic could definitely do it. Because they have the content creator brand value, and then you have, like, this coming together of, like, all your fans from all your games. I think Carmine Corp were looking to start doing it, and I think it is the future, actually. All right, Clash coming in. This is a lot of javelins, but remember, Myriad is still feudal age, and those are longbow veterans. So, pretty good at countering out jabs, as long as they can keep range. We do have a Magnon placement on the way. This dive is going to fail him. No, Myriad! He was so close to being ready for the Fulani, but I guess he felt the pressure to try and punish. Just maybe wasn't expecting the longbows would be looking this good already, or the outpost would be up on the forward. Now, he did at least raid into the back. Looks like Anatan got 3 kills while defending base. I'm feeling for him, man. I think we're looking at probably a 3-0 here. I mean, he's definitely not dead just yet, but it's looking grim. Your opponent's going to be level 5 systems shortly, which means he's going to be inflating his economy by an extra 10 workers. And the Fulani effect is going to enable you to close to 20 more workers worth. Then you remember there's the olive oil factor. And that's when you realize that actually Anatan economically is not very far behind the Marlins here. On top of that, he now has an opportunity to punish. His army is bigger and more scary. Getting much into the base. So pit mines idled out. All of a sudden, those fort spawn gold mines are proving to be a detriment here. Horsemen are going to scout the backside, and he already sees the landmark now being built up. The longbows could easily snipe there. Limitane, vetted up already, are going to be insanely tanky on this dive. And he has to idle it. Grand Fulani only now being built up by 5. Cataphracts dive onto the tree line. Baits the Donzos across. That means the longbow can actually stay further away. And Donzo count is low. There is a growing risk that Myriad is just going to die to heavily armored units. And the Jazz, this just doesn't look good either. Cataphracts are now following this up. Donzos have been all but removed. And to make matters worse, it is going to be Varangian. Yeah, funnily enough, Anatan, if he wasn't select all armying, I think this might already be over. He's got 5 longbows stuck here, 5 longbows stuck here. If they already were arriving in this fight, the Javelins would be dead. I mean, they might still anyway. 15 seconds until veterancy. There really isn't many of them left alive. And remember what we said about Fulani kind of inflating your eco, padding a bit of the difference? Difference is too big now. Anatan has full economical lead. Yeah, even when you equate in the pit mines, the Mansa, it just doesn't feel great anymore for Myriad. Did at least get the veterancy through. Can somewhat kite away from the Varangian to buy a bit of time. Has got Musafadi coming in to try and hold on. But I just see a Congo line towards the enemy base. And behind this, remember, Anatan is going to keep inflating more Lombos because he's grabbing the relics. Clean execution out of our boy. Yeah, Anatan is quickly becoming the most scary person in the KPMMs. We saw what he was able to do to B. We also saw what he was able to do to some competitors in the HIMS Cup. Like, in our tournaments right now, Anatan is quickly becoming the guy to beat. He did not skip a beat in this series. I think Myriad's just moments away from the GG. Whenever you have Marlians, you're a little bit reluctant because there's always the cows. And maybe there's just a hope that your opponent runs out of food because, like, it's not mass groves. So I think that's what Myriad is playing for, the small percentile chance that Anatan doesn't have any more food. But we can see by the minimap, there's still deer to pivot onto. He's even now moving towards the enemy base for berries. This is ridiculous. And he has at least got the wood line active again, but new cataphracts have arrived. I mean, the Varangian you can definitely kite. It's the Katas that are going to be the killers. Mr. Fadi will at least get the blockers. Outpost as well. I mean, why build it here? Why not just build it a little bit deeper, you know? He's already just got an emplacement, I think, over here. Yeah. And not too far from the stone to get another mango emplacement. Do you guys realize that about 3 minutes ago, Myriad stopped playing Age of Empires 4 and started playing They Are Billions? Alright, guys. How many days can we survive? Outpost is going to get denied. I think Anatan realizes the lead is good enough now. He doesn't need to just trickle troops in. So we'll get him on a reset. He has got double Lombo coming in. Mango Tower is also not something you ever want to be going under. Myriad, whoa, boy, whoa. Yeah, that is ambitious. I can't believe you even tried that. Because the thing is, remember, if your opponent has got Mango Tower already, there's a very high probability he's already queued up fortification. Still building these. Oh, this is truly ridiculous. I think Bitey Infantry might win, though. Yep. No Tower for Anatan. Okay, so like at least there's finally an upside for Myriad. It's like a very, very tiny upside. You know, it's like when you see a stock completely crash, but it like divots up by 1% once after plummeting 90%. You're like, it's a recovery arc! All of a sudden you double down, remortgage your house, and then watch it plummet another 20%. Okay, that may have hit too real for any, like, you know, amateur stock investors. We do have the emplacement fully upgraded, but the village is nice cut off there. Myriad's able to stop them garrisoning. It just never feels good to fight underneath these things. Never feels good to have people Musa fight against this either. Like, I think that's what I quite like about Anatan's execution. The Varangian play is not only protected, but justified by the fact that your opponent has to build Mustafadi against longbows. Which just, just saying it out loud leaves a bad taste in the mouth. I'll tell you what, if Mira can pull this off, it'll be the comeback of the week. Says I'm not dead yet. Archer forced to scaling. So poison arrows to try and clear the Varangian. The Sofa is a cool idea, but Anatan's already aware of it. He's got a Limitane switch coming. This army's scary. It's double military might. Villagers on the front line as well. Mustafa tried to ambush from behind, but it's such a little force, it doesn't matter. Also, just A-clicking with the jabs. There's no contest onto the longbow specifically. By the time he switched over, it's too late. And that, folks, that is looking like a firm breeze through by Anatan into the semi-finals. Up against either DeMu or Numidan. Now, GG's. I know he's just a beast, man. Like, he truly is the boogeyman. No one else, like even B, I think, has got some questions that need to be answered when it comes up to Anachad. He's the final boss. Okay, so it's going to be a 3-0. Let me get the draft ready because we have got another series. Yes, we're going to be able to check in on DeMu versus Numidan next. Let me grab the draft for that. Second game, the feudal took me completely by surprise. I don't think it's effective. Oh, what, the Sugar new timing? Like the problem is, the problem is Chevalier suck against Chug because of the less armor. That's the problem. I think like you're up against 160 Meditation Garden. Like his opening, I think, was a little bit too clean. I don't want to say the game was like absolutely over at that point, but you have to do something like creatively weird because he's like raw eco so far ahead. But yeah, like I'm not convinced Shivat like, and keep in mind he could have like done forward archery range to be even scarier there. Obviously, he didn't in that game. Like that's a potential option. I think you have to also worry about. So let me get the map selection. Have DeMu versus Numidan. And we'll hop into game number 1, which is now happening. Chevalier, Archer, or even Horseman, but bad scout. I think, like, genuinely, like, the play against Chugana, if you go Chevalier, I think you lose. If you go Horseman, I think it's good. You can, like, Chevalier later, but I don't think you Chevalier to begin with. Because the problem is, like, you have less armor, so you get double damage by Chug. And that's exacerbated by the fact that you'll always be slightly, at least slightly behind blacksmith timing of Shushi, because they're so quick. Yeah, like he hard baited you with the dock drop. Dumez HRE sounds like a Numidan draft. He don't care. He don't fear it. All right, I think we're fully updated. We can go for predickies. We'll do fast forward for the early game. All right, just a few minutes out from live. One and all, it is time. DeMu versus Numidan. Truly a battle of the north. The Swede versus the pretend Swede here to see who is the true king of early onset ball patterning. Yeah, guys, we're on receding for game number 1. We've got DeMu on the Mongols, Numidan on the House of Lancaster. We're going to use the 2xp just the early game here. Really interesting matchup, actually. Two civs that utilize these central Forgotten Ruins well to generate stone for different purposes. For the Mongols, it's about unit pumps. It's their ability to get into additional units. For Lancaster, it's about resource pump, their ability to get into additional manors. So we'll stick the 2x for the time being. We have got DeMu marching out with the racks now for the double production defense. Numidan in a pretty good position, though. Like, he's going to have 3 spears here before you have 2 out. Yeah, this isn't a great defense strat for DeMu right now due to the timing. I think this is something that people are learning very quickly about House of Lancaster. That extra food gathering on sheep catches people off hard. You despise this map? Oh, really? Why? I find it very intriguing due to the like exposure of having to build everything forward. The only negative is like some civs are going to feel superior here for sure, as we've been discovering, like Lancaster, Malians, basically any civ that doesn't need to build mass farms. Another MC Socotra. I don't think that's like necessarily a bad thing per se. I think the problem is like fundamentally sometimes like default designs of maps like Dry Arabia just lean themselves way too much into safe food. And it comes back to the idea of us needing more food types on the map to get more creative with regular designs. Yeah, this is a brutal like timing. Like the 7 spears. DeMu's in a shaky position. The Uvu's definitely looking like it's going to go down. He keeps trying to catch Numidan not paying attention, but it's not working. Love the micro as well, where he's just got more healthy spearmen on the forward side. The return stab. Okay, that was sick timing. Did you guys see that? DeMu waited until the torch got hurled so that he was on attack cooldown window. And now he goes for the jump. Ben, that was sick. Just like that, he turns it around. Full lead now on spears for him. That is crazy. Actually, yeah, Mirad, are you sure like there's not a subconscious reason why you maybe don't like this look? It's okay, all right? We're a demographic of not too far off middle-aged gamers. Some of us already there. All right, so interesting turn of events because genuinely it felt like this was turning into a stomp with the way that opening happened. But DeMu able to stabilize. Numidan is kind of locked into the pump as well. He hasn't pivoted into feudal age at all. And for good reason. Like, why would he? With how that began, he was slaying. It didn't look like a situation where you could imagine DeMu losing. How the tides now turn. All right, we're going to look to use the 2x a bit here or there between when they're fighting, just so we can get towards the live point. DeMu, I imagine now he just wants to get the stone gen. Yeah, which means that feudal age needs to be the goal for Numidan. You do not want to play along Dark Age now with the double generation with all this extra stone. So we'll be Lancaster Castle coming through. We'll just secure the stone. I think he's going to go full hunker down. This is looking pretty good for Ben. Likely looking at what? A switch into archers? Which is interesting against yeoman potential because of the Khan Hunter with Deerstone. It gives you that extra range to contest. Not too off middle-aged gamers is very generous. I try to be thoughtful. Some people deny their age. You know when people are like, you've got grey hair, you go, oh no! Who cares? I reckon I'll rock the grey well, you know? I've already got the grey. Alright, I might just dye my head one. So attack up complete. DeMu, no switch just yet. Is Keshik's on the table potentially? No, he's just going to be logical about this. Archer Ranger's coming. Honestly, for DeMu, the goal is probably just going to be like a blacksmith timing to double ram. Because Numidan is just so early now at this point, like in terms of where the Lancaster is at. Like there's no mass manners already producing. You've got double Forgotten Ruins. And remember, like that means generation-wise, you're generating a pretty healthy 220 stone income a minute. That means if you were Keshiking, that's like an extra Keshik every minute. With archers, that's almost 3 extra archers per minute. It's a bloody lot. So early on the game in particular. Things in the middle of the map. These things in the middle of the map, they generate stone when you put a villager inside at double the normal gathering rate on a stone outcropping. And then after 6 minutes, they will turf out a relic. So very important if you eventually want to pick up relics, but great also on civs that utilize stone, such as House of Lancaster, such as Mongols. And by the way, to Mir's point, like this being another Scotra, I think that's also why it's not another Scotra. It has different mechanics in place via the Forgotten Ruins. That definitely makes it feel quite a lot different. You have man issues and you're looking for a new browser to use? Well, you should check out Opera GX because it also has hidden tabs to hide your man issues. Exclamation mark Opera GX. So, mana spam now coming in. Numidan is switching to Yeoman. We already have the Khan Hunter there. So remember, this is now like a numbers race. If the numbers are good, the Yeoman can't really touch you because the difference in attack range is so small. Khan Hunter buffs you up. Like DeMu. Ooh, he's going to snatch one here. DeMu wasn't ready for that. Ends up -1 villager. DeMu now looking for the counterplay, but like the archer count wasn't in position, so we'll let him walk away. You're looking for some CPU suggestions. Wow, if only there was like an insanely good gaming CPU, courtesy of AMD on the... Wait, there is. And wait a second, they sponsor us. Isn't that cool? Don't mean it's a place like Scotch. I mean, you mean there's no civ diversity. Yeah, I think like that's something we kind of discovered this one. Like I was saying a bit earlier, I think there's like 4 to 5 civs that make a lot of sense. I think there's a few extra civs in there that maybe are underexplored. But I get where you're coming from on that element. We'll probably look to rotate Alopecia in next week, which I think is a map that has good civ diversity, like 8 to 10 that make sense. I think when we tested it, like when we had it in the HIMS Cup, there was a focus on like Pro Scout civs, but I don't think that's the only way it plays. Okay, so who's winning this right now? I think Numidan's in a pretty good position. Hunkered down like this. Like, Yeoman scaling is going to feel pretty good. He's got triple mana. I love that he's not being overly greedy. He's respecting the tempo that DeMu's setting. By going triple mana here, he's generating the same amount of resources, roughly, as the Forgotten Ruins plus the Merchant Camp. Because these collectively, between them, it's going to be 225 resources. Then you get the extra 100 stone per minute. So that's 325 versus 350. It's not bad. And if you think about these two comps, which one is going to be more desirable when you go Castle Age? Well, this is pretty much the thing that Lancaster's willing to build all game through. But Mongols, like especially the Spears, is going to feel rough. Archers is kind of situational. DeMu can still make it justified down the line, and it would be via the Kurotai. But he's focused on an earlier timing. We do have Siege Engineering now on the way. It starts with like one of those whoever blinks first situations, doesn't it? I do think to that degree, the Mongols have a bit more flexi to blink because of the Kurotai, right? Because whenever you build Kurotai, it essentially is like getting veterancy straight away. It has an impact immediately in a fight. Then again, you could argue like House of Lancaster White Tower is similar because it would stop you being dove. I think that one's a little bit more situational because obviously positioning matters though. Oh, Ram now coming in from DeMu. Nice push forward there. And there's that range difference we talked about. It's only 0.5 tower range. And for anyone who's played an exchange with Chuganu, 0.5 tower range doesn't really feel like it's ever a real difference. If you try to play archers in the Chug, the amount of times we just get shot in return tells you how little that matters. That is freaky, though. We'll go 2x speed between this. We got Hobblars. And it's not a misclick. No. I mean, he built stables. It had to be a commitment. Very early, though. They are good at countering out the Rams, and also it is a lot of archers. And that Ram is going to be moving in, knocking at the door. Then we'll start to spread out. Does get the Khan Hunter. That's a good snipe. Still going to be one more that he needs to snipe out if he wants to remove the range. Spears did try to approach the Ram kill. Hobblars are going to now reveal. Now, the numbers do look good here for Numidan, but DeMu is doing something away from this. He's prepping for Castle Age. The difficulty now, though, is he's shown weakness. And this is a big chase down. With the Hobblars plus the Yeoman timing, you cannot run away from this. He has to stand his ground. He turns around for the fight. Attack speed arrow gets activated. There's going to be a Yeoman trade into archers, and the Yeoman have the numbers. Spear approaches just to get the Khan Hunter kill. He's going to be hiding the Stealth Forest. Now, Numidan is weak here. He doesn't actually have the Scout with the army. Maybe a little bit of a mistake. So DeMu able to use that Shroud to his advantage. But only so much. The numbers are fiercely against him. And that's going to be a full pushback. With the Hobblars here, he'd be able to torch into the outpost. Spearmen are following this up. And all of a sudden, everything has swung in Numidan's favor. And we see it so often with Mongols. In very, very good on this map because the Stone Gen. But it feels almost like you don't really snowball the lead you're expecting. You're still forced to come out like good old traditional Mongols think they can. But these defensive civs have been finding a way of weaving through to victories time and time again, as Lancaster is now doing. That is going to be an 11 worker lead for Numidan. DeMu has to reinvest in the age. And I think he's going to have to rethink this approach because Numidan is now firmly in the driving seat for their first game of the series. Yeah, I don't really know what DeMu's meant to do with this now. I mean, the Keshiks is cool in theory, but there's already Spearman. The only upside is there's no Billman tech, but oh god, it's going to be more worker losses. Rushes an outpost up. Spearman now reacting to the Keshiks. That is good about time for the Garrison's crew to do some damage, but it's just such a deep hole you're in. You're going to see Numidan go Castle Age while still attacking now. And that's GG. Game number 1 for Numidan. House of W's, I think, is the better way of referring to these guys on this map. Numidan be cooking. And, well, poor little DeMu may have been burnt in the pot there. So Lancaster versus Mongols. A G1 win. For good old Els. A one-time tournament of what? Bans be random and apply equally to both players, like in general? I mean, the way I'd say you do that is like you just kind of do like a map gets picked and then a like random ban spins and then they pick their CS. Like it comes down to then in those situations you kind of end up needing to have it so that people can pick the same civ. That's always going to be the fundamental flaw of like doing those type of formats that makes them not work. You need people to be able to pick the same civ for it to work. And you know, no one really likes mirrors. All right, let's get predictions ready. Let's pay out and get ready for game number 2. As these guys, I think it's just like a minute free, so we'll be able to catch up. And let me flip the score as well. Where are we? We're on Dry Arabia, right? One and all, it's really happening. Numidan is leading against Team Liquid's DeMu. We head into game number 2 for a Japanese Chinese showdown. A matchup that has actually gotten a lot more fun, I feel like, ever since the Dark Age Deer Shoves and the Spearman aggro came in for Japan. Let's see what we can do. Numidan is already sending them out towards the enemy gold. And it has been scouted early, so we're going to be on 2x speed here just to catch up as they're about minute 2, minute 3 in the game. DeMu is going to rush on the gold, though. So correct reaction. He did see it early. Great scouting pattern, by the way. He ran straight over to the enemy base in anticipation of this. So we'll get the necessary gathered up. Let me set up predictions because I think my mods are sleeping. Fired. Let's see how the boys can do in game number 2. So it kind of seems wasteful, the spear play, but keep in mind there's a few things that Numidan can now do. He could actually just walk back and Dishov. He's choosing to burn down the mining camp. I'm not crazy about this detail. I understand why Numidan's doing it. The thought process is he might get lamed on the deer already. And on top of that, if your opponent's planning pro scouts, doing this stops him doing pro scouts quickly. Because he'll have to reinvest in the mining camp, which means he'll have to stop off and build a lumber camp first due to the tree situation. So it does make sense why he commits here. And instead, I think, yeah, he just built a third spear. So spear plus scout to get the deer in. Honestly, I really like Japan's position in this matchup if they get the 1 deer stack in. Because this is the thing. Like, you've just basically got your mini pro scouts while your opponent's had to pay 450 to get his on a delay. And you've discounted the value of his play by 25% while paying nothing. Deer shoving is incredibly powerful, folks. Make no mistake about it. If you want to up your gaming currently, I highly recommend looking into it. And the funny thing is, like, especially at the lower ranks, most players aren't going to deal with this. Yeah, I want to say, like, deer shoving almost feels like one of those gimmicky tricks to get you up on elo. Probably won't improve you at your core as a player, but will get you a big advantage over a lot of players. That being said, it is high micro, I guess. I don't know, like, I don't mind micro. I feel like I do quite well with micro, so maybe some people in chat can give their opinions on it. Have you tried deer shoving? Do you find it very difficult? Me, I find it pretty reasonable, even with like one scout. Definitely tediously time-consuming with one scout, though. Looks like one of the deers is going to get denied here. So DeMu at least extracts or denies some value. It looks like 2 deer actually got left behind. Yeah, this is maybe the downside of just doing this with 2. And normally why people prefer 3 entities. Because if you have 3 units, you create a concave. And that easily funnels the deer towards one direction. When you have 2, they can just scatter off in a weird way sometimes, which is what happened. So yeah, Numidan, we said it looked like it was going to have a good position, but to be fair and honest about it, he didn't get that much in. So what's the game strat now? Is it just going to be a naked fast castle? No. We're getting Yuumi. I haven't really seen this matchup play this way too much. Yuumi versus Archer. Because, like, in theory, Yuumi are very good in the current meta. Ever since the discount buff, they feel really good. But China is, I think, subtly one of the best Archer pumping civs in the game. The reason is timings. Supervision to just get the units out fast, and then all the tax gen to get into blacksmiths fluidly. Very underrated detail about China. And then let's not forget the supervision on the lumber camp gives them 20% more wood to work with. Like, what's not to love? He's going to be stopping at 7 to stop off with the pro scouts, though. And that will give Numidan an opportunity to take control of this dynamic on the map again. Maybe wait a little bit, though. He does go for the cheeky wall just to cut rotation. All right, let's have a look at predictions. 75% for DeMu. If you asked me a few weeks ago, based on civ choices, I'd understand that. But Japan just seems to be taking win percentages off of every single matchup I can think of. I think the only one that's still a big question mark for them, but like I don't think we've seen a drastic change in win rates against, is like the obvious ones being HRE and Rus. But the other one would be probably like French. I think French is still kind of nothing drastically has changed there. Because like the biggest edge is now Yuumi being viable, but against French Knight Civs, like Lamau, who cares about Yuumi? Also now getting added by Numu. We don't have a pivot. This is actually like quite smart by Numidan, because I think whenever you play against Yuumi right now, nothing feels worse than having to admit you need spears. Right? Because Yuumi, plastic damage, but the moment that they're targeting into Spearman, double damage. It makes them feel like a real unit again. So quite crafty the way Numi's playing this, and he's also saving reserves in case this does turn into a castle rush, which I think is correct. Like if you just rush the all-in, it's pro scouts. Your opponent's already got food home. And China's one of the best civs at just unlocking castle fast. So it has to be kind of tempered in his approach here. Good play with the samurai just to absorb all those shots. Undermesh going a long way because DeMu was a bit greedy on the timing. Yeah, didn't invest in the steel arrow that early. I mean, in fairness to him, I don't think he was really expecting Undermesh that quickly. When you start to see Yuumi, you're probably expecting your opponent to rush steel arrow here. Just to maximize DPS. Especially defensively where they should outnumber you. We'll go for the 2x speed. I think we've got like a minute left to catch up on. And then we are fully, truly live. Yeah, because there's a little bit overlap with this series and the Anatan Myriad one. How dare that Myriad guy still try to win the series. He's so disrespectful. Oh, sorry, I realize I'm British. I have to emphasize that I'm being sarcastic. Wait, my mod was AFK from his duties? What am I paying you for? Oh, wait, that's right. I don't pay you. Carry on. Floating gate on the way. Good timing as well. He actually has got the daimyo level coming in, so we could be just seeing an Uma Bannerman into Night Spam. DeMu, meanwhile, kind of got baited a bit here, right? He added in the Horseman. All feared the Yuumi, huh? Is there a dive point here? And the count does look good. His positioning is decent. He'll be in position before the floating gate completes. Like, if I was Numidan, I'd actually be quite worried right now. Crazy thing is, DeMu, while posturing like this with an army, look at his economy. They tell me China isn't strong, and then I watch this every time. Reminder, this guy did get pro scouts. Meanwhile, Numidan just shoved deer onto the TC and it didn't matter. Let me march in. We'll see what punishment DeMu can reap here. Numidan does not have an outpost on the gold. He's definitely going to get idle. Ah, not much gold in reserve either. He can afford 3 samurai. That's it. Sacrifice going to come in. Good micro just to get rid of the injured. It's going to be a push and go, and there's not much resistance. I mean, there's a big risk here that the archers could just dive and ignore the mounted samurai, but DeMu's going to be tempered about this. He backs away. Yeah, because look at what was happening with his economy. He was so focused on the micro, he's actually just macroing beyond what he needed for an age up. Definitely slowed himself down a little bit there. And that does give a bit of a second win to Numidan here. Because now by the time you're going to be teching up, we're going to be looking at like probably 5 to 6 mounted samurai maybe. Veterancy now on the way for Ben. Does he commit to archers long? It's not a bad idea because the most popular build right now for Japan is mounted samurai Yumi. Like insanely popular. I think it's never been more popular than it is now. It used to be popular on, I'd say, like water hybrid maps. Four Lakes was a great one. I know Lucifron and Vortex were early believers in it in particular. But when I say it's never been more popular, although we see a lot of Yumi in the last year, the way it plays is so different now, where it's almost like Yumi is the priority and mounted samurai is like a secondary. That is the big difference we're seeing. Yeah, you know, sometimes just having more is better. Which is why I decided to get 16 cores on my AMD CPU. Exclamation mark AMD. It does beat a duel. What can I say? Ooh, but talk about a strong triplet here into the base. Hello, Numidan. Well, he's going to club down the taxmen, which is less ideal against China. Against Shushi, very powerful against China. They'll just use the Imperial Academy. There's some other time achieved. He did also get, I think, was it 2 worker kills specifically? So decent start there. Numidan strikes me as the type of player that probably would Yorishiro drop the TC. No. Well, at least he hasn't rallied it over to the TC yet. We'll see how things go. He has got the first relic coming in. Wall's also going up. This seems a bit more like the Numidan I know. Numidan is definitely a player that's not scared of the idea of going late game. What makes him a really curious individual and quite perplexing to play against, I think, is that although he will play aggressive, we see it a lot, actually. Like, he used to be the most aggressive Byzantine player. He is very happy to then hunker down to the late game. It's very odd to watch, and I imagine odd to experience. Because, like, you think about the players in Age of Empires 4, you know, Beastie used to be that defensive player that always played for that late game. Marine Lord still likes his calculated, slow roll into late game with a little bit of aggression. Vortex was always this all-in beast in people's minds. You know, like, there's kind of a perception, okay, they played that way, they'll keep playing that way. But then you just get these oddities. And I think Numidan, like, you see 20 minutes of aggro, and then it's just like, oh, okay, we're going late? Yeah, let me just, like, set up the 2TC and the walls, and let's vibe. DeMu, what the hell are we doing? Are we vibing into Imperial here? Huh? I think maybe he just doesn't know what to build right now because he doesn't know what Numidan is doing. Well, let's 2XP because he's about to discover the walls. It's not that he's not producing units. It's just he could definitely produce a lot more than this. Maybe Yuan is the idea. Mobility, very powerful. Especially with this type of comp, like it's full infantry. Also, that would open pagodas. Unfortunately for DeMu, there's only 2 relics for him. Yeah, we're on 2 XP just at the moment until they march out. Numidan. The Yumi count is going up, like, not at an insane pace here. Usually I would expect more at this rate. I wonder if he's thinking of doing something greedy. Yeah, there you go. He's wait, no, additional farms. He is DeMu level 2 though, and he does block the relic. Okay, so Numidan, Spidey sense is paying off here. DeMu in a scary position, feels the Yumi threat, is going to be pivoting the Nesta Bees. I mean, I don't think his position is that scary, as in he should be worried. Right, the military lead is quite wacky at this stage. It's amazing what happens when you reinvest all that food you've got. He still has 1,300 food in reserve. This is crazy. The pace at which he's capable of reaching 200 pop is a bit nuts. That's going to come in. Numidan for a second thought it was a good idea, then saw the rest of the army turn up. I mean, upside is at least you have a mobile comp. Yumi and Mad Samurai are fast, so the disengage is a little bit less painful than it would be for standard archer civs. Still, there is a risk of a dive occurring here, and I think DeMu feels it. This is only wave 1, guys. There's a second one on the way. Wallah, it's going to be a denial. Relic does not make it home for DeMu. I just realized we've got Numu versus DeMu. That's definitely not going to get confusing for people. DeMu. Well, he is going big on the Nesta Bees. I think we are about 2 minutes away from Numidan's face being in the dirt. Like, how do you actually reach these Nesta Bees now? How do you not lose half your army to them straight away? Yumi are very fragile. They die a lot quicker to knobs than standard archers. Now, the trade-off is meant to be they're very fast. There's a lot of them. They can dive, etc. Like, that idea works when you have more than your opponent. I have never seen it work when you're outnumbered. Yeah, it's like I remember before Yumi got buffed, we talked about the concept of like building Yumi into Lombo and how it could counterplay English. It relied on this idea that you would have notably more, which was difficult back then. Honestly, nowadays, guys, you could actually mass Yumi against Lombos and win. But the crazy part is, despite this discount on cost these days, and the fact that they have practically the same amount of villages, the math just doesn't make sense. And I feel like that's almost every Chinese game. Like, it's always something when we look up and see a castle just out of nowhere, or we just see a flood of 20 new units. They're so good at leveraging economy. DeMu's so experienced on leveraging the Civ. I mean, you go back a year and a half, maybe 2, I would have called this his signature Civ. DeMu always looks so comfortable on the ladder playing China. China good Civ? Who would have thought? Alright, hear me out. Put your tinfoil hats on. They intentionally made China super good to engage with the Chinese audience where Age of Empires 4 is popular. I figured it out. Keep dropping the center as well. Like, DeMu is just suffocating at this stage. He has slowed down on the ramp up. Like, he was in a position where he should have been at like 200 pop when his opponent was maybe 140, 150. But it's because he's kind of switching more into quality, right, with the Nesta Bees approach. And also he's prepping for a farm transition. Think DeMu likes late game? No. What would give you that idea? Isn't AoE popular in China? I don't think so. What would give you that idea that AoE 4 is kind of meh? Have you seen how many people watch Louis? AoE 4, like Age of Empires, there's a reason why Age of Mobile is designed the way it is. It's for the Chinese audience. I think AoE 4 does pretty okay in China. Flash coming in, and these Springles are not going to be okay against the Nesta Bees. I don't think they have the penetration power quick enough. And the Mad Samurai, I mean, they're basically non-existent. Yeah, a valiant effort. I like the idea from Numidan to go into Springles, but I think the knob count just got a little bit too high here. It's going to get cleaned up. He's going to have to brush himself off and go deeper in the set as DeMu is swift on the strike back. Yeah, Louis like, I think Louis has like, is it 3x like Beastie's viewership, if I'm not mistaken? Different platform, sure, whatever, but like he's much bigger. It's like I think you are getting Age of Empires 2 China mixed up with Age of Empires 2 like Vietnam and Taiwan, like basically SEA. Age of Empires 2 is incredibly popular in SEA. AoE 2 is incredibly popular in SEA and South America as well, which are low-income regions. And AoE 2 has been a very accessible game for a long time. So that's also, by the way, why when you look at like statistics, typically those regions perform better in free-to-play games. Because, like, you know, there's less disposable income. So the idea of buying like a $60, $70 game isn't as feasible for those people. China is low-income region? No. Your statistics are vastly outdated. They have the fastest growing population of like middle-class people in the world. It's actually become a problem for their economy and how they scale. Because, like, China is no longer the cheap manufacturing place they were. They're still king of manufacturing, but they're potentially losing that tout to like certain South American places and like India, Pakistan, because like they built up the industry, they built up their entire power base, being cheap labor and great for manufacturing. But because of all the economy, like all the finances going in there, and the economic growth, you've now seen a huge influx in middle class citizens. So let me mark that up. That was Japanese versus Chinese. You're from a low-income region. That's okay. Like, think about it this way. It means everything's cheap, right? Okay, so let's see where they're taking us for G3. I think they're in lobby now, so we'll get in game in a sec. English have been doing business in India for a long time, but more so now. The Americans have been the same with China for the last 35 years. Sort of, but obviously the tariffs are changing things. Like that's like, of course there was ridiculous money going to China. Like, why do you think they kept building cities, right, at a crazy pace? But like that's where things get deceptive. Like you definitely do have a lot of like low income people still in China for sure, but they have been the fastest growing middle class economic country for the last like 10 years. Like it's crazy the pace they've been growing there. So yeah, you have a lot of people who can afford for sure. China has some weird things though. I don't know if you guys know about this. Like, do you know how buying property works in China? You don't own it. Not permanently. You lease the land from the Chinese government for 100 years. Really weird when you hear about it. And like you have families like where they save up all their money, like collectively, like 8 people to buy a property, but it's leased for 100 years. All right, let's get predictions up. So short of 3 years and the average quality of life was one less in China. I mean, I'm not saying there's not like the poor quality of life areas, but like I'm saying there is a vastly growing audience. Like okay, so put it this way, right? Let's say you've got a population, a country of population of like 60 million people, right? And 20 million of those people live well. On a statistical standpoint, that's like a 33% population living really well. But let's say you've got 800 million people in a country, but like only 100 million of them are living really well, right? That's less than like 20%, but that's still vastly more people who are viable to market your product to purchase things in the other country. You see? That's the warp BS of statistics. Like, okay, and this is where like things are flawed. Like if you ever look at, for example, what's happening with Netflix right now, where for years they kept increasing their stock rate at a ridiculous rate because they kept growing at a ridiculous rate. But now because they're so big, instead of growing by like 50, 80% a year, they're growing by 10%. What happened to their stocks is their value went plummeting because they don't justify the same growth rate anymore. The growth of 10% is still good when you're at like hundreds of millions of users, but it's like from a stock market wider perspective, you look like a bad investment, right? But that's where like that's the BS of like percentile scalings. Sometimes you have to look deeper. And in we go with an interesting pick for game number 3. That's right, one and all. We head into Kawasan, and Benny Boy is going to be whipping out the Ottomans. I actually wasn't expecting this. This is kind of like an El Clasico pick. We used to see it in the first Road to Rebel World on this map. Haven't really seen it since. For Numidan, the pick makes a lot more sense. It is going to be a Knights Templar game coming out from him. This pick just feels cozy on this map. Fishing makes a lot of sense for them. And also there is the pilgrimage sites, which are easily protected by the ponds being in the way. But DeMu, at this point, it has to be like, where the hell is the... Where's the dock? Numidan done something a bit crazy here. This is the first time I've seen a Knights Templar player do this. He's going to rush Feudal Age instead of rush docks. It's sensible, though. Yeah, because you have to be very scared of the Ottomans. With a Rax Rush opening, which is, by the way, very cheap, only 90 wood, they can pump out spears fiercely quick. This is why Ottomans were classically powerful on maps like Kawasan, Canal, because in maps where you have to go into neutral territory to build docks, they had an edge on pumping out spearmen earlier, but an even bigger edge down the line if you continued that pump with the imams. It's a great read by Numu to just avoid the plague. Sounds like I know economy. Yeah, we were just having a conversation. For those watching the YouTube side, we're having a big conversation about like macroeconomics, etc. About how China is actually like, yes, there's a lot of low income people, but there's a lot more medium to high income people than people realize. So looks like we are now going to get the dock drop coming in. Timing on this? Maybe a bit rough, actually. 30 seconds to build. Spearman, yeah, he knows that Spearman will definitely kill him before he completes it. Just council on back away. Archers are now on the way. That is going to secure him to go for the dock. But DeMu can now just mirror the timing if he pulls a villager right now. Remember, docks are also cheaper for the Ottomans. They only pay 90 wood. All the production bonus is only 90 wood. It's a pretty good feeling. Did we get predictions up, by the way? We did. 60% for Numidan. Okay, a lot of Knights Templar believers, huh? I don't know. This is looking decent for DeMu so far. I don't want to say great. But despite the fact like there wasn't a dock to deny, like the spear's still been quite a nuisance. We'll go down in the end. He did not rally the additional spears over, so he was looking to deny a double dock drop, which is exactly what Numidan's going to get. Oh, wow, the timing on that as well. It's almost like he delayed it to now force DeMu to try and counter the northern side dock. Yeah, instead, obviously, he has to back away. Has got his own dock drop coming in. But this is great for Numidan, because if he scouts where the dock is, he can just eco on the other pond and fight you on this one. Broken sieve on water? I mean, you say that. The sushi early today looked a bit better, if I'm being honest with you. They look scary. So what's the plan for Ben? I guess if you can get fishing online, Sapahi are going to feel pretty damn good in this matchup. It's going to be -1 worker, though. For Numidan, it's a bit more organic. Like, Chevalier is going to be your goal. Not really threatened by the idea of Janissary, because your opponent can't really rush castle. Isn't too much boy propaganda? What do you mean? If I say Shushi's broken, that means we have to nerf them. That's the opposite of what Shushi spammers want. I mean, in fairness, if he had picked Shushi here, he could have got 4 berry clusters at least, which would have been 144 food. Pretty good. Pretty good. Nothing will beat the time that Dragavan picked Byzantines on this map, though. Like, every time I get on this map, when I see someone has not picked Byzantines, I'm like, you're a pussy. Do you guys remember that game? If you haven't, it's up on the channel. I can't remember what it's called. Maybe it's like the most crazy Byzantine opening. He walked into the center of the map and built a grand winery here. Yes, you did just hear me correctly. He built a grand winery between 4 berry bushes. Oh my god. I won't spoil the outcome. You can go and enjoy it. It was an interesting strategy, though. Let the duel begin. So pond aggro here, fishing here. Numidan is definitely ahead. A bit worried actually for DeMu because of this detail. He is going to the supply we talked about, but remember the difference here is he doesn't actually have the fishing. So supply scaling is going to feel a bit slow. Whereas with Numidan now prepping more fishing boats in the northern pond, he can out-blob with Chevalier. Shenanigans coming in here. Oh, DeMu! Wait, DeMu. Okay, he does connect. That was weird. Archer ship's like, I won! I mean, I wouldn't really call you alive at this point. He already has the archer ship out in the other pond, so there's no way DeMu can take this away from him. There's going to be the Aristotes coming in on the Navy side. So DeMu will have a reset point here, but this does feel like something trending against him currently. And I wouldn't be surprised if Numidan now just skirts into Pilgrims. He did just glimpse the Sipahi, though. Yeah, I think if he didn't see the Sipahi, he would have blindly punted Pilgrims and then been at risk. But now he's likely to pause. You just need to kind of counter this play first. Otherwise, 2 Sipahi can easily kill Pilgrims as they run. Sushi underpowered. They need a but. Well, I'm not going to say the rest of that. You're not catching me off guard. Nice try. I won't fall for that. I mean, English kind of actually need a buff, actually. I actually feel pretty bad for English. And that's, you know, it's good when you're in a meta where English needs a buff, and here's why. Because the moment you do, the player base will inflate by 50%. They'll all come running back. They're like, oh, my Civ works again. Like, what other Civ needs a buff? I think Ibids simultaneously need a buff and a nerf. The Dervish wing play needs a nerf, and then something else needs to get buffed. Unless we have got the Pilgrims now coming through. So I guess Numidan feels like he's got enough Chevalier to start contesting this. DeMu still has like a cool play with Mass Sipahi where you could use the Imam points to kind of heal on rotation. But you're going to have to keep them at home due to Chevalier. Fishing boat is trying to keep him alive, but Numidan can kill that. Yep. DeMu takes it down. Benny boy, what do we really have now? He's gathering a lot of stone, so I'm wondering if DeMu's plan here was to delay double pond control and take 2 TC. Then again, we do have our slits over here as well. Yeah, wait, how did he get that? That was literally the only place he could have done it. Man, that's sick. Because he was being patrolled around this area earlier, right? So great read by DeMu. We'll start getting sprinkled ships out. That's going to divide Numidan's attention a bit. The question is, how does DeMu leverage this? Winning on the pond is going to be difficult. It's double dock already for your opponent. And also, now that you're producing boats here, you're not producing boats here. Now, you might say that's a big negative, but it makes sense. Numidan already won the fight on the southern side. On top of that, though, he has economy up here. That's going to come in. Sprinkle ships are going to assist. The Chevalier will get scared away. So, you get a good fight there. My concern is Numidan is prepping for the next stage. And DeMu really has not got much to scare him with. I don't think Jean needs a buff. Jean's fine. Jean and French are fine. Bastards is in like a weird place. I don't think they need that much change to be good again. I think for a lot of people, the biggest jolt and wake-up call has been Ottomans. I know this is a poor example game, but like Ottomans in general, people are like, wait, hold on. These things actually work. This is an actual Civ again. Never get to see Imperial Fleet, though. Yeah, that's the one that basically is designed for Grand Galleys, which are the biggest meme on water, it feels like. Ali, good fight there. Love that. Numidan used the choke point against DeMu, which is like weird. I think it was a pathing issue. Normally, you want those choke point fights as Sipahi because they attack over each other. Great cut off micro there. Just use the scout to make sure there's no more damage taken. And we do have a military school switch. So we wondered if it was going to be 2TC. He just goes for the good old fashioned. But I think the idea now for DeMu is just to try and keep slowing down the fishing and age up. He's definitely doing that. Like, in this situation, you're seeing a lot of repair being forced. Demos are now being pumped by Numidan to clear the way. I love this. Dude was like, okay, I guess I've lost that pond. Anyway, I noticed you've started building fishing over here as well. Don't mind if I do. Interesting game right now. I mean, does Numidan actually have any immediate value out of attack? I mean, he's got 1 point in Pilgrims, not 2 yet. Angevin Empire is an interesting angle against Ottomans. Perfect counter Sipahi. Janissary have low base damage compared to standard hand cannoneers. You would be doing that off the back of Chevalier, which usually feels weird. Because both are heavily armored, so you're encouraging crossbow production. But it's not like DeMu has great economy. I think Angevin for the overwhelm just makes a lot of sense. Dive's going to come in, though. And it is going to be 2TC out of Ben. This is so greedy, though. You've lost both pawns, technically. And you're going military school plus 2TC. I don't blame DeMu for this, by the way. Like, when I call him greedy on this, it's necessary greed. Losing the pawn play is a big hit in the nuts. So you have to do something absurd to get back in the game. Otherwise, it's just a gradual death. In fairness to him, he has forced a lot of reinvestment onto water. There is a growing concern that Numidan is ready to plow ahead. Is DeMu gonna castle now? It's kind of crazy the way he's playing this, but like military schools could justify the FC. It just seems crazy because he lost water, done mass military schools, then 2TC, then fast castle. Right, like listing them together, it's kind of like the equivalent of when you go, I'm going to the shops, do you want anything? And the normal response would be like, yeah, can you get me like a Fanta? But instead he's like, yeah, I'd like, can you get me like a Fanta? I need like a loaf of bread. Can you get me one of those like ready-made meals? Also, like, can you check like the dessert section? I'd love to get myself some of those really nice Haagen-Dazs ice creams. I need some more vodka while you're at it, 6-pack of beers. And also, like, you know, don't forget the toothpaste. I'm out of toothpaste. Like, bruh. One thing. I will allow one, maybe two. You've taken it too far. And maybe DeMu is sensing it. Oh my god, and he even... it wasn't enough. He's actually just asked us to refill his car with petrol as well. He's added in farms. There is really nothing left on DeMu's shopping list at this point. Tech up complete. Chevalier go charging in. He sees the TC and the farms. There's going to be a cut-off attempt. He has got the Meteora. And Chevalier upgrade is coming in 10 seconds. So yeah, Numidan, I love this. He pulls back into the tree line to buy time. Just a fraction of a second away. Upgrade's going to kick in, and there's a bad fight now for DeMu. And he hasn't realized it straight away. Or maybe he just feels like he has to take the fight either way. Oh, and sorry, I forgot. He's also still spamming a lot of Sipahi. Yeah, and I'll also like take one of those like ready-made Rustler hamburgers with like $10 a pop. Why not? All on your credit card, right? I'm trying to think if there's anything else greedy he could have done. I mean, you could always build more TCs, but like realistically, if there's anything more greedy that could have been done. By God, he is not dead yet. Remember, the Imperial Armory is on the way. I can't help but feel like Ben's going to be dead very soon, though. Archer plus Templar Brother is perfect. You'd think this is a terrible idea into Janissaries until you realize just how much food Numidan is pumping with. micro trading. Yeah, but he built Madrasa. Lame. Right. Imagine not Sultani trade networking. Okay, so I guess DeMu just wants to try and buy some time here. Numidan's a bit slow to react. It's tough to do this with the Sipahi because these are vet archers already. Let's give me a break through the wall. Templar Brother are a big problem. DeMu, he has got a Vizier point. I think Janissaries might be mandatory here. Do you really want to give it up, though? Like, it kind of feels like you want Advanced Academy instead. Dive's getting deeper. Villagers are going to try to escape. And Numidan didn't quite realize that. No, so the gate, it is going to go up in time. DeMu just about able to dodge it. Still, it's an 11 worker lead right now for Numidan. DeMu, a third of his economy not working. He has resisted the temptation, like Frodo with the ring, to go for Advanced Academy is the desire here. Janissary Company felt like it was going to be forced, though. I mean, I guess if Frodo went for the wing, he would have been able to use the eagles and fly to Mordor instead. So maybe he should have done that. Instead, DeMu is looking for the win. Good fight for him here. The Templar Brother heavily outnumbered. But a trickle of troopers is coming in, and that means workers are going to be hemorrhaged. He looks to intercept reinforcements. Relics also on the way home. I mean, it's an admirable effort by DeMu, but Numidan just kind of looks like he's in chill mode. He's dropping fortresses now. Oh my god, dude, this is... this is an appropriate measurement of greed to greed to greed. Like, oh, you're being greedy? Let me see what I can do. I'm going to drop a fortress, not even really somewhere highly valuable, just where I built my monasteries. Why? Because he wants to get the treasure towers, which is going to give 20% more gold on all those relics. Army's going to chase him away for the time being, but only temporarily. We've got crossbow switch up from Numu now. Is this the time you go Janissaries? Funnily enough, Dimu's sticking to just Cav, but like Janissaries is starting to look decent. Crossbows don't really counter Janis anymore, remember. They changed it a while back, so the archers specifically do bonus damage against Janissaries. Every other range unit, no. Another hour-long game. I would actually be impressed if DeMu somehow survived this for an hour. It's a pretty rough position. Then again, like, this surge of food is crazy. Almost 2,000 food income right now. And Numidan, even crazier. Like, he's in full alright mode. It's like, okay then, I see we are not done with this game yet. Let me just get a cajillion pilgrims going. Because remember, guys, he went up with Genoa. Now, that doesn't mean he's going to be with the Genoese crossbowmen. They're kind of here. But it does mean he's going to get hella amounts of Skrilla. It's basically like maximum gold coming in. And the other thing is this timing. Like, think about what he gets here. If he builds treasure towers, which will upgrade the relics, it also upgrades the gold. With treasure towers plus Genoa, you get 200 and... Was it free? I think it's 203 gold per pilgrim. Which actually means that if this turns into a siege war, Numidan can out-siege DeMu. It's weird. I think there's a very big weakness for Knights Templar here. Ironically, historically accurate, I guess. You feel like poor little roads against the Ottoman Empire. If this goes Imperial and we start seeing great bombards, like, what is Numidan's answer? Just think about that for a second. Venice? Do you really want a Venice? I mean, actually, like, low-key, Venice is interesting against Ottoman. Remember, the Venetian choice would get you Condottiero, which are the ones that are meant to be anti-gunpowder. And a big chunk of what Ottomans do in the late game is like is gunpowder, right? Like, it's the cannons, it's the Janissary. I mean, I may be leaning ambitiously. We would have to get there first. And I don't think Numidan wants us to go to Imperial Age, because in a lot of ways, Knights Templar don't feel like a true imp civ. Like, this is a civ that does not have bombards, for example. They do not have hand cannons. They do, however, have to deal with a lot of cavalry. Do we have the glory yet for the Templar brothers? There's a tech down here, Rule of Templars. I don't know why I call it glory. Gives +2 charge damage per nearby charging heavy cav. So pretty good when you're inflating the numbers like this. The gold is getting out of control, by the way. This is ridiculous. Right now, these relics are generating a pretty healthy 480 gold a minute. Because remember, like, basically, when you get 5 relic games, it's like there's 6 relics on the map with treasure towers. Numidan now posturing for the big boy fight. Numbers look ridiculous. It's going to take a miracle. DeMu is trying to pivot to Janissaries, but that's going to come slowly. Spearman can't quite reach the cavalry cleanly. The Templar brothers are going to start rotating around from this a bit. But the Janny count looks a little bit too low. I mean, he has got that constant healing. But this is only wave number 1 of the Knights Templar Apocalypse. Yeah, you've survived Crusade 1. Now you got to survive Crusade 2, 3, 4. Any higher bidders? I feel like everyone should be dead by then. This Benny boy seems to be in this game. Numidan, once he's done with this, he can crush the gold. And there's just so many gold workers over here. In fact, he's going to start leading him over to the tree line. Timu's just like, nope, haven't convinced me this is over yet. I mean, in fairness, it's not all troops here. In fact, a lot of them are just idle along the way, weirdly enough, from Numidan. I think maybe it would be good for him to just kind of like push some full production, maybe. How is DeMu not dead? Am I the only one looking at this thinking that right now? I guess it's the military school effect. It's so subtle. Like a lot of the games where Ottomans are dominating right now, the military school is like not an important detail because they win a lot earlier. But it's 5 passive production buildings. So like the gap of 12 isn't crazy. I do think there's an inevitable issue here though. We've got 2 TC now of Numidan. He's saving for Imperial. We're probably looking at just a Teutonic Order, but I really want to believe in the Republic of Venice. Historically accurate, giving Ottomans the finger with that as well. Venice, Venice, Venice. He's gonna Teutonic Order, isn't he? There's just one thing I want today. Yes! We're getting Republic of Venice. Oh, this is so cool. Yeah, so like you're seeing one of the unique things is it makes buying and selling cheap at the marketplace. But there's a few things you get out of Venice. This is the first time we've actually got to talk about it in a competitive series. So Venice, for a start, will give you access to 5 traders, Zuma traders at that. The other interesting thing is you get access to a unique unit designed to counter gunpowder tag units. That does, by the way, include siege. But specifically against the Ottomans, that means Janissaries are going to have a hard time here. I can't believe it, man. Do we see the unique ships? I doubt it. So that's another thing they get their hands on. They do get the Venetian galleys. I don't think they're that valuable here. But the land boys, yo, he's doing it. It's Mass Condottiero. 114 gold. They are only gold-based. I actually think, like, they're a little bit underrated for this detail. If you have a lot of pilgrims, it's a very lean, efficient way of spending your resources. And look at those bad boy stats. They take 33% less damage from gunpowder units. And they swing at gunpowder units for 34 damage. 195 health, 5 ranged armor. Now, that's an interesting math point. 5 ranged armor, the way that the damage mitigation works, you're going to take away 33%, so 5 damage removed. And then you're going to offset another 5 damage. That means Janissaries are only going to hit this 195 health unit for 5 damage each. That is freaking wild. And wait, what? I guess he just GG'd. Wait, no? It's still going. What happened? What the hell? Okay, I paused the recording. What were we at? Chat, what were we at in game? Like, what the Okay, devs need to look into that. That was like the most stupid thing ever. I don't even know why it DC'd it. I mean, I thought he rage quit, but he hasn't. This game's still going on. So apologies, folks. We'll catch up to live. How is AoE 4 still clunky with replays like this? Was it 2610? Thank you. I'm just ranting at devs about it because I'm quite annoyed by that. All right, so apologies, guys. We'll get to the bottom of this and we'll get back into action ASAP. Yeah, I don't know what happened with that. So 2610, right? We are not missing out on our Condottiero cast, okay? We can't. They're too damn good. I need them. Yeah, I mean, Ben, like, I don't know. Ben's one of those players where it doesn't feel like he feels the inevitable doom and gloom of a game as much as some players would, right? And, like, Ottomans are always a sieve you look at and go, well, the late game feels really good. But I do think that, like, Numidan prepped really well for that by playing Condottiero. So I'm very eager to see how this plays out. Like, for a second, I thought he just, like, quit out of the game, and it just, like, didn't render a surrender GG. But yeah, honestly, the devs really need to find a solution where when this happens, you can just click on a timeline. We really need an ability to click on a timeline in a recording. Maybe I'm just spoiled from, like, Dota 2, but Dota 2, I always loved that I could do that. It was so handy. You could even go back and replay parts. So yeah, we'll stick the AX speed until we're at 26 minutes, and then we'll slow it down. Sorry about that again, guys. It's so random. I don't know what caused it. Alright, I'm going to drink some water as well. We've got a second. I just realized we've been live for over 4 hours and I haven't drank any water. That's probably not healthy. But I drank caffeine, so yeah, that's even less healthy. Okay, so we're close to the mark now. Wow, look how OP Janissaries are. Those two killed all of them. Alright, I think this was about it. And we're back. Apologies about that, folks. We had a random crash. The game wasn't over. We're still rocking this one. We do get to witness them in all their glory. Condottiero taking to the field for the first time ever in the midweek muster. Meantime, looks like Sapai are going to try to cut the Pilgrims to slow down the escalation. I wonder, do we even maybe get the traders? I mean, it's not a great map for them, to be honest with you. I'm excited for this. Another thing about Condottiero is they move very fast. 1.44 movement speed. They recently got buffed. I think that used to be 15% less damage from gunpowder units. Now it's 33%. Or was it 20? I think it's 20 into 33. I was like, hell, make it 50. Make Janissaries cry. Yeah, Janissaries don't stand a chance against this. Gonna break in. The Sprills is a problem for Condottiero, though. It's not a gunpowder tag. Then again, actually, no, you get the siege, right? Yeah, you're fine. He's going to start diving in. He's going to swipe through the Janissary. He's just not doing any damage. He's doing 6 damage per strike. And the siege is just all gone. Full evaporator. Yeah, so interesting mechanic here, by the way. Even if Ottomans were in Imperial and these were Great Bombards, Great Bombards take both of the damage bonuses. So that's the very interesting niche role for Condottiero as the middle finger to Mass Siege. If you hate Mass Siege players, this might be the commandery for you. Because they wouldn't do 32 damage, they'd actually do 48 per strike. Very, very unique mechanic. At least when I tested it, it was that. I haven't seen it on the live server, but I assume it's still that way. I have no reason to think they would have changed it, considering Condottiero has kind of just been seen as a meme unit. Oh my god, I just thought, like, if he loses this game now, Condottiero are definitely getting buffed again. Elite Army Tactics is on the way. These boys are about to be giga stacked. I mean, he's got this locked in, right? Like, it's 8.5 minutes, and this is, like, Numidan fashion, right? Like, why end the game now? I've got a timer. Let's just vibe. And we did have, like, what? Did we have any, like, defensive strategy? No, he just backed away. The keep drop over here was nowhere near the base, right? He has got to keep coming on the gold, though. We'll get it up in time. It's time! No. Numidan, cancel that. Counterweight trebuchets of Alemos. Venetian trebuchet time. It's kind of tempting to do the trebs, because one thing to remember is there is a tech in the universities, if I can find where he's placed it, right here. Craniquins. Craniquins allows you to get an extra... Oh, sorry, not Craniquins, wrong one. This one, counterweight defenses. It allows you to shoot additional projectiles. So you actually get a 50% damage increase on trebs. Sadly, I don't think it works for Venetian galleys. Maybe? Actually, I haven't tested that. I mean, it is a trebuchet, so technically. Come on, Numidan, do it. Do it for the fans. I need to see Venetian galleys. They do look epic. If you guys haven't seen them, they look probably like the coolest boat in the game. The spy run through is going to come in. We're 7.5 minutes away from a 6-site victory, and it is going to be a Genoese crossbowman switch, which is a little bit interesting here. Why? I think it's because Numidan wants to be able to snipe the spring ult more easily. That's coming in. And just look at the damage absorption. The Janissaries, they barely register on the health bar. It's just ridiculous. As an effective tank, this is literally the single best matchup in the game for gunpowder unit-wise for Condottiero. It's a low base damage gunpowder unit. You are technically stripping of 2/3 of its damage, not 1/3. I feel so bad for Ottomans, man. This isn't the history I remember. Chill out, Sultan of Rum. We've come to crush all hopes. He's healing up the farms. Decent damage on these at 21 per strike. Able to take out the villages. And DeMu just lacks any sheer answer to it. I mean, this is over. This has to be. There's just so much gold. He's going to keep doing this for days. We have got Venetian galleys on the way, but he needs to lose units. There's the big boys. I don't even care about the base right now. I just care about this. It's Grand Galley versus Venetian Galley. I never knew I needed this fight so much. Okay, yeah, Grand Galley's destroyed, though. Okay, guys, here's a thought. Do Condottiero destroy gunpowder ships as well? I think their bonus tag would apply to their torch, maybe. I don't know, man. I'm starting to think these guys aren't a meme. Like, obviously, this is the best case scenario, but 224 HP on a unit that only costs you 120 resources? But these stats is, like, not bad. I'm not going to say it's crazy OP or anything. I don't think it's, like, that. But it's pretty damn good. Like, 1.44 movement speed. Moves quicker than heavy cav when charging. 3 base ranged. 2 melee is not great. But, like, for Knights Templar with mass gold, I don't know. No. Like, with mass gold, it kind of makes sense. Poland Cav being too good. I mean, you're never going to do Poland in this matchup, but he's done it. Venice wins games. I will hear no more about it. Oh my god. Venetians are the funnest civ. in Age of Empires 4. I don't know, dude. Like out of all the units that Knights Templar have, and maybe it's just 'cause I've seen all the other ones so much, I feel like I look at those guys, I'm like, I'm having fun using those. That's fun. Holy crap. So Numidan now on match point. Let me type them in. So we had Knights Templar versus Otto. Right side win. I'm guessing probably Dry Arabia next. No, Coastal. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Ben has HRE. Oof. Why? Why was that allowed through? And what? French as a response is interesting. All right, let's get ready. I don't believe what he aged up with. I don't know, like, if that is better. Like, I ended up going with Venetians are the funnest Civ in Age of Empires 4. I don't know if that's, like, better. Like, ones of you think Arcleave's suggestion's better. Twos of you think the Venetians are the funnest Civ in Age of Empires 4 is better for a YouTube title. I can't believe this, folks. DeMu is on the edge of the abyss, but before he looks in, he looks at his draft. And one and all, he's done it. He got the HRE, the single best Civ in Age of Empires 4 right now. And it is here when his back is against the wall. That's right, Numidan just one game away from making it through to a semi-final showdown with Anatan. French is what he trusts. Honestly, like, French is pretty interesting here. The map is very linear, so, like, Heavy Cav is fearlessly a little bit weaker. Against HRE, I'm kind of intrigued to see how impactful this can be. Normally, you're going to be thinking about Pro Scouts, but like HRE has a very aggressive timing in mind, and they're already pushing it. Spearman on the way. You just want a pro to good Hospitalier? We'll have to see in the future. I'm happy we got to see Venetians. I've seen Hospitalier a few times. And the way it works is that players draft. So we can actually see the drafts there. That's what remains to the two. Yeah, I still can't believe HRE got through. I just love how Numidan front-loaded his draft with both the new civs. Yeah, I see a problem on this one for Numu. A pretty big one at that. It's double Ford gold. You guys thinking what I'm thinking? I think Numidan might be a bit pinned. Let's get predictions up. He did get the gold necessary to tech up, but having to open archers here is not going to be great. We're going to go to 2x. I think we're like 3 minutes out from live because obviously we had that crash and then had to catch up. And he's going to lame the deer. I like this from Ben. Just deprive Numidan, starve him on this map. So 12 sheep to work with compared to your 12. And obviously you've been gathering from the quicker via the prelate. Do we see mime work in this type of game? I think Archon is pretty safe and logical, but I mean, I wouldn't blame him for being tempted into the mime work corner. Feels theoretically pretty good, just bulking spears plus horsemen against, what, knights plus archers? Knights are also going to be delayed at that. And it's just going to be Archon. Yeah, so DeMu, I think the logic here is because it's 4 golds, his next objective is just to try and spam archers alongside spears. So that means you want a lot of wood. I don't think Pro Scouts is really on the agenda for him. Pro Scouts, you have to remember, it got nerfed. Some civs just don't see it as desirable anymore. I don't think the H are impossible when it comes to playing Pro Scouts. It's just the other strategies are a bit more enabled again. So does end up rebuilding the mining camp after letting it torched down. DeMu is now just going to lane the deer to make sure he can't access anything easily. So breathing room achieved. I'm also wondering, like, what's our final matchup then? So if DeMu is able to hold here, we'll be heading into, that's crazy, Excavation. Excavation, where DeMu has both Abbasids and Order of the Dragon, while Numidan has got Malians and Byzantine. Yeah, so probably a Byzantine Abbasid matchup. Then again, DeMu does like his Order of the Dragon. If you guys have forgotten, Excavation is the map where there is 8 Forgotten Ruins, the ones that give you stone when you garrison a villager inside. So picks like Abbasids makes a lot of sense for the 2TC, as does Byzantines for the mass systems. Pro Scouts on the way. So Numidan is actually going to go for the greed. I mean, I guess he kind of has to. He has got retracted berries, but you never feel good about that. The reason why Numidan probably feels that Pro Scouts is a necessity here is that your opponent is on just a superior gathering rate with the Archon. So at least if you go for Pro Scouts and gather deer, you're competing on the rate a little. Because he'll be probably farms and sheep, which is inherently worse than deer already. And then you have survival techniques to inflate further. And wall's going up. Okay, so I mean, that is definitely one way to deny Pro Scouts. This is very early walling and quite unorthodox. We don't often see people walling like this. We're 6 minutes into the game, and he's walling 2/3 of Coastal Cliff's length. That is wild, ever since the nerfs. And it all becomes viable because of how slow Numidan was on his nighttime, due to the gold blocker. And because DeMu read it correctly that it was going to be Pro Scouts. Like, those details together means there's never going to be enough gold for knights. Yeah, DeMu's like, well, if I survived as long as I did in that Ottoman game, imagine what happens with HRE if I build a wall this early. This might be Louis tapping in for DeMu. Just the remote access. You know what probably happened? He probably downloaded Opera GX. Used the VPN, like hooked in. He put on like a DeMu set of glasses and is like shaved his head bald. He's like, yeah, look, I'm in Sweden right now. Just check where I'm logged in on the VPN. And the smart thing about Louis doing that is with Opera GX, it didn't cost him a penny. Smart lad. I'm shocked, man, at how easily that was done. You know, when you talk to players about why they don't wall maps nowadays, they talk about it like it's the boogeyman coming to get them. Wait, does Opera GX only work for the browser? Darn. Oh, well. I mean, wait. No, I figured it out. You then get, like, the cloud services and then use the Opera GX browser while VPN logged in to then log into, like, a remote. So we're like remote accessing on the remote access. It's so complicated. Just download Opera GX. Don't think about it. Just do it. He's almost fully walled in his base, by the way, at pre-10 minutes. I guess that's because DeMu wanted to do farms, maybe? Plus play on the deer? Oh, this is interesting. Wait, what? I just noticed he got Pro Scouts. Huh? DeMu's build order is pretty crazy, no? Like, I'm not just imagining that. Not really your standard order. HRE were kind of known for these delayed Pro Scouts back in Season 9. But the walling has thrown me off, man. The walling is pretty crazy. I mean, DeMu might not be joking around, but Numidan is no joke either. He's already got 5 knights now. Issue is he's trying to press into his opponent. And it's kind of comical. We talked about how French need Pro Scouts to gather deer to compete with the Prelate buff on sheep. Okay, what happens when you have to compete with the Prelate buff on deer? That's not a good look. Is there anything greedy Numidan could do, like 2TC? You're probably never rushing Castle Ages French. Multiple details, right? Like, what do you get out of rushing Castle? Also, you just enable HRE to do it, and they get more because of the Regnants. It's the first time HRE's been allowed for 2 years. No one knows what to do. Hey, DeMu knows what to do. Always trust in Benny Boy. I have fond memories of DeMu's HRE. I think the best memory I ever have, it was back in the days where Spearman did not brace for HRE, and he played against Viper's Roos on Highview. And Viper, he was enjoying life a bit too much. Being able to spam knights into HRE spears because they couldn't brace was a hell of a time to be playing AoE for. Poor guy. DeMu? Oh, he's going for a backstab. I don't think I'd even call this out of position. No, like, DeMu's army is scarily bigger. I think Numidan just wants away from it, because the other problem is you see the blacksmith techs are already there for Ben. Whereas Numidan is lacking. So he does just send in the scouts. He's going to try to yoink. Which is going to get denied. I don't know what Numidan's, like, grand plan is here, other than 20 plus knights into Castle Age, maybe? But look at DeMu's economy. He's got more units and he's going to go to Castle Age first. If anyone was under any doubts about HRE and their eco, with this wacky opening, he's still just miles ahead, it feels like. Yeah, who would have thought that a 40% buff on your entire economy in the first 15 minutes of gameplay would be too strong? Not to mention the marching drills. Like, I'm still a very big believer that step one on amply nerfing HRE is you simply take away marching drills from archers. Marching drills should be for melee units only. The other thing that, like, I think is important to keep in mind is, like, there's been a lot of discussion about scaling the gathering rate that Prelates gives per age. The problem with that approach is if you're not careful, you just encourage people to read tech instead of playing the game. Like, for as ridiculous as HRE is, at least they play feudal nowadays. Flash coming in. Numidan not really looking like a fight that he can play here. Knights just fought into it. But limited no resistance. The Spear Blob looking pretty good. Knight count now down to just 8. The archers are not going to be consistent with what you need to clear the way. So Numidan, he tried. He failed. I think it might be time to just go game number 5. Wait, you lost to 50 Grenadiers? What counts? I'm sorry, we have to. I mean, well, Grenadiers, like, legit, did you lose to Grenadiers? Horsemen can be decent if you just don't A-click them in a line. Or just range units that have more range. Mangonels too, because Grenadiers, like, aren't that fast. The key thing when dealing with Grenadiers is just don't group up unnecessarily, and you'll be fine. It's like being against Landsknecht from HRE. Yeah, if you just A-click a melee fight into them, you're going to die. But yeah, this is... I wouldn't blame Numu if he just threw in the towel, but I think he's at least going to play for an age up. Got 12 knights to his name. Probably going to need to be Royal Institute, because if you go Guildhall, it's almost like conceding relic control. He killed all your longbows and cataphracts. Probably don't fight Grenadiers when they're standing on stone walls then. I don't know, like, I can imagine Grenadiers being, like, one of those kind of noob trap units where if you don't know how to, like, micro and you just A-click into a fight, you're probably just going to die. There are certain units that exist in AoE4 like that. Reboldequins comes to mind. Landsknecht. Like, as much as AoE4 is a macro-heavy game, micro does also matter. Alright, here we go. Numidan, age up is on the way. He has got gold reserves to play with. He's playing to them now. It's going to be important. Royal Bloodlines is pretty much, I'd say, his only out at this stage. Nice. You got Opera. Dark mode base is nice. Hell yeah. Once you do dark mode, it feels like you can't go back. Yep. For my browsers, once I go black, I cannot go back. Just feels like I'm flashbanging my face otherwise. Relics now being hoovered up. Ay, ay, ay. Are we really about to see a 5 relic HRE game? 4 is definitely quite feasible here. I mean, the weird thing is the army doesn't look like it should be that threatening currently. But it's the veterancy advantage, I think, that Numidan rightly fears. One thing that does worry me, and I'm glad he's finally fixing, is veterancy for spears was not there. Numidan still needs what? 45? 55 seconds. That gold might be at risk, but I think DeMu's going to slow roll this because he's getting everything he wants. He's getting all the relics. So realistically for him, Palace Wabi Rush makes a lot of sense. He's only at 52 economy. He could easily be rushing a Palace Wabi by the time he's about 60 economy, maybe 65 max. He has got a food issue though. That's also why sometimes Swabia Rush feels even better. Is because, well, if you got limited food, wouldn't it be great to get a 66% discount on all those villages? Imagine when we get dark mode on Excel spreadsheets. Oh, I think I have that. Wait, no, I had it partially working. I can get it on, like, on docs in a browser. For some reason, it doesn't work well on spreadsheets. Okay, DeMu just wants to have some fun, apparently. Like, what's that, guys? You thought the game was gonna be over? Nah. We're vibing now. I think we were like 2 minutes out from live, so we're gonna take this opportunity to speed up a bit. Numidan, bless him, is gonna try to attack. I mean, he went Royal Institute. It's a timing. You can't really just chill. Especially now that you've lost the relic game. Your opponent has 4 of the 5 relics on the map. DeMu? God, this is just depressing. Like, okay, now I must be strong enough. I've got royal bloodlines. I've got cantled saddles on the way. There's nothing that can be... Why is his army so big? I just almost feel like DeMu should have let the bodies hit the floor playing in the background. Like, yeah, Alexa, just give me the hardcore pump rock bodies soundtrack. So we'll leave on 2x until we get to the fight. I think they must be at like, what, 19 minutes? Because we got into this slightly late because of the random crash. Please don't crash again. Military Academy on the way. So DeMu's going to blob even faster. Yeah, and it seems like he maybe missed an opportunity here, right? Didn't go for the Palace Schwabia, but he's fixing the food issue now. Also, with 4 relics, you're just so hard to dive due to these 3 of them placements. So what does Numidan do instead? He's going to try to make it a Sacred Site victory. Double Sacred gets locked in. He's gathering stone. This is going to be a double keep drop, I think. He's going to be playing on the ball. Man, it does feel a bit rough for Numu. Like, this is the type of position where you look at it and you go, I kind of wish I just built a guild hall. Like, I didn't know he would just sit in his base this long. He is going for the red palace, though, guys. I mean, it seems greedy, but you kind of have to be greedy here. So it's going to be keep. I'm trying to figure out whether DeMu should really be scared of 24 Knights still at this stage. He just wants the greed, though. Palace of Schwabia is on the way. Numidan's tech time is going to be slightly worse, but he will be able to compete. And he almost has the stone necessary for the castle drop. Yeah, like, weirdly enough, this is not over. It probably should be. But there is, like, a slightly growing percentage chance for Numidan. It's not crazy, guys. Like, we're not talking about insane likelihood of a win because of the scale point now in DeMu's economy. But there is a way. As silly as it sounds. Alright, 1's if you think DeMu's going to win this game. 2's if you think Numidan's going to seal it. Like, this is what I do to people. I hate those people that win a game and then go GGEs, right? If you're saying GGEs throughout and still lose, I'll still respect you. You gotta choose a camp early. Red Palace is up. Second castle, up. Numidan's Probability of winning this game up by another 5%. It is 7 minutes on the clock. DeMu has to be expecting this. He knows that the Sacred Site timer is ticking. And he knows it's going to be Red Palace because when is it not Red Palace with this Civ? What he might not be ready for is the second castle. In fairness, though, like this castle's a lot less threatening than the Red Palace, which is why I wouldn't be surprised if Numidan double keep drops on this one. Culverin type with what wood? No, seriously, like he has barely anyone gathering wood. I do wonder if maybe Numu could have put it a bit closer. This one in particular, but I guess the castle you had to be a little bit more paranoid with. Because it kind of feels like Dumu has let him do these things, you know what I mean? Like with the army size as it is, he's reluctant to come out. I think Numidan did the correct thing here. Let's see, Dimu can actually get in and get a decap. He does notice the castle. And that's probably going to be an immediate Siege Workshop reaction. Nope. Apparently we're just building more Raxes. Which kind of tracks. He has way too much food and gold and nothing to do with it right now. Are we just about to see like the most epic decap attempt by full-on zerging a Red Palace? I kind of dig that. Numidan only has 400 food income compared to what is almost a 5x advantage for DeMu. Stone has been gathered, so Ben does have a castle drop opportunity himself. Army's going to march down the center. Is he going to go straight for the base? I mean, you actually could rush landmarks, but there'd still be a Red Palace. Castle just so annoying. Yeah, he's going straight down the center. This is kind of crazy, actually. I mean, it's 5 minutes on the clock. This is going to sound so weird and game theory, but like you could kind of just ignore this. Do you guys understand why? Like normally a Sacred Site timer like this, all the landmarks are home. No, you'll lose the game to this, but he has a landmark here on the Sacred Site. One of the castles is the landmark. So in a very odd way, you kind of don't have to care like you normally would. In fact, most of Numidan's economy isn't here. And also, remember, the TC is a mini Red Palace as well. We do have the first Culverins being queued up by DeMu, but we're 4.5 minutes away from a win for Numu. And he's massing cannons. This is actually sick. Guys, you don't realize the pressure of playing HRE. You're always like, oh, HRE always wins. Yeah, what happens when they don't win? Deal with that pressure. You know when you're always expected to get A's and then you don't get an A? How did that feel in life? Because right now, it looks like HRE might be getting an F grade on this one. Oh my god. No way. Castle gets denied. He can't get it up. His army is now smaller than the French one. Is he going to lose like this? I'm kind of speechless. Like his opening looked pretty chill. I mean, is this on Numidan reacting well, or DeMu just maybe being a little bit too calm? Maybe not respecting the Sacred Site win condition. It's got double Colv, but it's 6 cannons. If you step up to start sieging, you can get chased away. Now, you do have the extra 0.5 tower range, but guys, remember, cannons are quicker than Culverins. Dramatically quicker. And there we go, he gets in. Goes to the trade out, 1 Colv down. He just can't approach the castle. I don't know if he has a choice anymore. Decides to go in. Cannons are going to retreat. That's 6 cannons for the French now. And Archers are going to stand the ground against the Spears. Yeah, smart move. Trade Archers for Spears and then send the Knights in. DeMu needs a decap ASAP. I just don't see where it's going to be coming in now. Military lead truly in the hands of Numidan. And his hands slipping around DeMu's throat. Insane. And at this stage, when the army's so small, there's a snowball effect off the cannons. These are snipers designed to take out any infantry. You can't decap the red pass, you know that. Your only option is really this castle. But that's why Numidan's camping here. He knows. If you send it here, he'll backstab. And if you send it here, it just takes so much effort anyway. The villagers nearby can be the defensive crew to just shotgun everything down. One minute and 30 on the clock. DeMu with the scariest civ that exists in Age of Empires 4. And he looks like a kid. Greased Axles is on the way. DeMu realizes he can't kite. That's being mirrored now. Numidan is going to be 30 seconds behind. Now, the Coves are clearing the mining camps very well, but the Red Palace is still the key point of contest. And one that's going to be a big struggle. Ringing the bell means that DeMu does not have time on his side. He can't slow roll this anymore. Has to full-on send it, but the Red Palace is just shotgunning him down from the north side. This is not looking good. This is looking not only grim, but full Grim Reapered here. Knights, there's enough of them to just wipe this front line. And the cannons, they're just cutting down anything that comes nearby. Villagers on the sacred site. And that is going to be an absolute massacre. No way can you stand there against the Red Palace. The cannons are clearing anything of value. Well, I don't know if this is them holding their hands up to surrender. To go to a better home. For their own, no place like home. DeMu is just going to have to stay exactly there. Away from the semi-finals. Numidan is going to obliterate the HRE pick in game number 4. This man is a monster. 4 relics and it's HRE. And Numidan waves him goodbye in 4. I can't even. Like, what the... That game was crazy. Like, where do we even begin with that? Like, do we just call that the craziest HRE game we'll probably ever see? I am... Goddamn. That was a game. Like, I wonder what the thought process was for DeMu in that game. Maybe he just didn't really think that the timer was going to be that, like, dire of an issue, right? That was crazy. I mean, I will give it at Numu. I think he was very crafty with his stone gathering. Like, he done it all the way at the back on the edge, and then he snuck it simultaneously with the Red Palace. So, like, there was literally no window where you could say, oh, he's teched, he's going for Sacred Site win condition, I'm going to rush the Sacred Site. That was crazy, though. I don't know, man. I'm not, like, sure what the full game plan was there. What a crazy game. Probably needs a pint. Mate, I'd need 4 after that one. All right, so I think maybe like that it's almost like that baying feeling, like, oh, look at all this stuff I've got, I'm fine. You know, like when we've all been there, right? We've all had that type of game with some civ some way where we feel so comfortable that nothing can beat us. And that's where Sacred Sites is like a very interesting dynamic in Age of Empires 4 compared to most RTSs, I think. Like, 'cause think about it, guys. He just walks up. And he's like, oh, he just gave me 4 relics. Right? It's almost like he just donoed you into a feeling of false security. That was crazy. So, let's score that up. So that is going to be Numidan versus Anatan. I'm just typing these scores in now. So that we have the full picture. So here's how things are looking. I'll update it now. We do have the rest of the WHAM MSN series to cast. So we'll round out with that, I think. Holy crap, though. That was crazy. I am mind-boggled. All right. Let me get the draft, though. We're going to be switching over into the rest of the MSN versus WHAM series. If you guys didn't catch that earlier, we watched the first game of that series. And I'll pull the draft up now. So game 1 was, I remember it was receding, and it was a bit of a weird one because he picked Irobids against Lancaster and got used as a human toilet because Ulsgaard pretty good. Let's get ready for game number 2. Holy crap. Like my brain, man. Like that one was crazy. I really believed we were going to get a game 5. Like, it kind of felt like it was looking pretty good, but props to Numidan for just fully capitalizing on the greed. All right, so let's get game number 2 up for the lads. 1 semi-final today? Probably not. I haven't heard anything. I don't know if Anatan's around. I'm not sure what Numu's availability is. I'm not sure because Numidan isn't like a full-time player, so that might be a bit weird on scheduling. We'll see. Both semi. Okay, got confirmation. So both semis are going to be on Thursday. B versus WHAM will be at 2 p.m. on Thursday. Oh crap! I just gave it away. Don't erase that from your brain. And Anatan versus Numidan is going to be at 4 p.m. Sorry, I'm really freaking hungry. All right. It could still be interesting, though. We don't know, like, what happens with the full series. Shh, 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 shh. Sorry, guys. All right. It's fine. Sorry, that was actually really my bad. Like, this, I blamed him. He done something to my brain with that game. Need to keep KP fed. That's true. Maybe I just need to start sliding in the luncheon breaks again. Anyway, let's hop in. All right, so chill vibes. We have got good old Dry Arabia for G2. Whew. And also a reminder, we're working on figuring out who our second player is going to be for the show match on Friday. I was going to invite Louis back to face off against Anatan, as there are 2 like reigning champions. As obviously Louis, like, we gave him a break because of like EGC's funnel weekend. But I think he's not available. So we might look at, I don't know, like Poppy Paw or B or something like that. I'll reach out to those guys to see if anyone's interested in fighting Anatan in the BO9. Because we've got a brand new game mode that we'll be using in the HIMS Cup on Friday. So yeah, Thursday, Friday is going to be insane. And no live gamba. Let me dent them. Mirad, I will keep you in mind, mate. I'm trying to like reward it based on the deep runs from the midweek musters, right? Hence why like Anatan, B, Louis are usually in there. Lucifron we've seen when he plays in as well, Vortex. Those type of players. We'll get you there, buddy. Trust me. I don't think you want in on the chaos that I'm brewing. It would be nice to be able to maybe expand it. If we're able to get him to get to a bigger budget, instead of it being a show match, I might make it like a small bracket run. And then we can have like some upcomers in there with like some big names. Because there is like an element, and I mean, it's like addressing the elephant in the room, right? Like if we can get big players involved, as in like the known top players, it does make sense. Just from a budgetary standpoint, because it's going to drive higher viewership. I don't think that's like a shocker to the lads, though. It is just the way things work. It's why we have things like KPMM, so that like there's a mixture of ways that those players can compete, instead of it just being a show match where Marine Lord Beastie every time sort of thing, right? So, we have got the French up against Rus matchup. This matchup is like quite a curious one at the moment. On a map like Dry Arabia, I mean, Pro Scouts has to be quite tempting. I think French can maybe avoid it. Just like maybe shove one stack in and then play aggro. Oh, and I just realized WHAM is on the right, isn't he? So let me flip that for you guys. Yeah, I've got chicken tonight, guys. God, we're talking about food. I'm hungry. Yeah, apparently, I didn't know this. Apparently, chicken is now cheaper than minced beef. Which is a little bit surprising. I don't know what's happening in my country anymore. This is why I need more subs. Emma was like, from now on, we're buying more chicken than minced beef. I love beef. This is why it's important that people sub to this channel. Pigeon need his beef. If I can't eat cow, what's the point? Okay, so Golden Gate coming in. Look at the spawn, by the way. It is like 4 deer spawn double for MSN. WHAM's is a bit weird and off to the side. He got like a super safe deer stack here, though. I mean, MSN should be capable of just scouting that out, but he stopped at 2 scouts and isn't actually heading to the enemy side. So yeah, deer shove seems viable, and we have to remember WHAM is one of those classic deer shovers. Playing the game for a long time, discovered what Pro Scouts is yesterday. Congrats on avoiding it that long. Pro Scouts is like a weird one. I love the idea of dynamics economically, like options. But the awkward part, the like negative, is obviously like Pro Scouts inherently enables defensive play in a weird offset way. It's why it got nerfed the way it did, and it is a lot better for it now. But previous Pro Scouts in Season 9 was such a defender's advantage play. And I don't think people really clocked, like, the community is the wide. Like, the complaints came in, but maybe not for the right reason of what made it so unenjoyable. Is it almost felt like a more egregious version of just, like, building farms straight away and being safe. Because that's what you're doing. You're basically taking risky economy and making it safe. And quite cheaply, actually, when you think about it. You know, it's not even comparative to, like, if I built double outpost on deer. Right, like double outpost would cost, yeah, half of what Pro Scouts is, but it would be nowhere near as safe. Since we're nearing the end of KPMM Season 1, is there any talk of continued support with World's Edge? I do not have anything to confirm currently. Currently my docket of tournaments is completely empty. Past, like, June. So, yeah, if people, like, if there's community funding for things, we'll look to do more of that. And then hopefully World's Edge does something. There were some ideas that I pitched forward that I know are not going to happen. But it would, I think, would have been great to have had. But unfortunately, won't be. We were talking earlier on the stream. Like, I would love to see, like, a creative invitational thing in the community. But I don't think that's going to happen. Oh, what's up, Master HHH? I see you with the Prime sub, mate. What legend. Thank you very much. Yeah, Prime subs are free. Did you guys know that? Like, you already paid for them. For your Amazon subscriptions. Give me the money. Prize pools aren't cheap. So we have got night on night. This is odd. MSN's shown his full intent as well. Like, WHAM got early info. He has to be so happy with this. Is it Pro Scouts? Yeah, so I think that's why MSN thinks he can do this, is because his opponent went Pro Scouts. But keep in mind, French Knights are ridiculously superior to Bruce Knights in Field Edge. Castle Age is a bit different. You at least get Boy's Fortitude to offset some of your negatives. But at this stage in the game, when your opponent charges in, he's now going to start doing more damage at the start of the fight. Right? The extra club damage in there is going to be an additional 12 damage at the start of the fight for the first 5 seconds. And then the Chivalry. It's like over a prolonged feudal engagement, what WHAM will be able to do is peel away injured knights and hide them in the TC until Chivalry is ready. And then overwhelm you down the line. MSN doesn't have that play. That's impossible. Like, you could maybe heal them when you go Castle Age with Warrior Monks, but ain't nobody building their Warrior Monks to rush heal your units. You're building Warrior Monks to get economy. Another problem here is because MSN forsook Pro Scouts, he's gonna run out of food. He's got 4 sheep. He could try to palisade wall over, but this is quite an open spawn, actually. KPMM has been a revelation AoE4. Yeah, and we're already seeing, like, the inspiration of it. Like, with Steel Series qualifiers using open scheduling for the early phases. It just makes sense. But I don't know. I don't know if, like, we'll see if it gets renewed. I don't know. Like, in some ways, I'd say the performance of KPMM vastly exceeded the expectations. But maybe in other ways, it's, like, not seen as big enough. I don't know. That's why I always urge people to make sure, like, when you see the threads, upvote, create clips, let people know. There's lots of people that just don't know that Midweek must happens, which is a shame. And it's about to be a shame for MSN. Chivalry's on the way. This is the scare point, and he is not slowing down on feudal. He's going to get a worker kill. You need a lot more than that, though, because remember, French are scaling workers over time. MSN screwed by deer spawns. It's interesting because he went on the double scout opener. He could have theoretically got like a deer shove in early, I think. That would have made him look a lot better for this type of play. Because then it's you just having deer without needing to go pro scouts versus your opponent slowing down for PS. This is going to be a bit rough unless you can roar out micro. Good start. Does cut off some of the knights. MSN looking to style a little bit here. Yeah, Chivalry only matters if the units survive, right? So if they can't get away. Ooh. Does WHAM have to go Spearman? That's a big win for MSN if that happens. Like, he's in actually a really good position right now. I mean, I'm impressed. Oh, this is like the Pro Scouts dynamic, but I think he just chose his timing very well. WHAM. He knows he has to take a risk here, and this is a big one. Will Barrow coming in to mitigate some of the concern, but he has to move out of the base to the east. MSN knows about the other golds, but he's not scouting it. Microsoft should do 52,000 for new KPMM, 1,000 per week. 1,000 would be pretty cool. I don't see that happening, though. The only way that's going to happen is if we can get, like, outside funding, as in, like, sponsorships. And to get reliable sponsorships for KPMM, I think the numbers need to keep going up. Light Flash coming in. WHAM. What on earth? Does this work? I mean, he's actually getting, like, a reasonable exchange for how outnumbered he is. Yeah, I mean, that's Chivalry effect. So this is the drain we talked about. It's like MSN blobbing a lot of knights, but these guys' health bars are never refilling. These guys get away, they fill up again. That is so weird, man. I mean, considering this was a double up on knight count, it still is. The problem is they're not all here. This is 8 of the knights in total versus 6. WHAM, it might be worth just kind of cycling the injured knights into the TC now. Yeah, love that. There's the micro I was waiting for. He peels them off. Less nice to defend with, but you're defending in choke points now, so you don't need that many. Because your opponent can't leverage his full army. Kind of interesting that WHAM doesn't hang around for after the charge in, but it's safer this way. He just gets the chip damage and then heals. But at the start of the fight, after charging is really good due to the bonus damage. And no! He baited him in. MSN just, he didn't, I maybe didn't sense what was happening here. Because the weird thing is, like, MSN got that false sense of security after the good fight. But then the last two were not great. And there was never a switch up. He hasn't been prepping attack. He hasn't got spam coming. It's just knights. And WHAM, meanwhile, once he gets this gold sword, which he just got access to again, look at what's going to happen. I mean, you could tech up, but alternatively, you could just build a gajillion knights. We guys are talking about, like, what they spend on a tournament versus on this, but then there's, like, the prospective, like, value, cost, etc., right? So, like, how much viewership gets generated on sponsoring a 25k EGC tournament that plays out over qualifier on one weekend and let's say 4 more weekends, right? It's like 10 days. But then within those 10 days, like, their average viewership might be 8 times mine. And then there's external broadcasts like good target watching or whatever, right? Those are things to keep in mind. It's like, I get it. But yes, at the same time, you aren't wrong. But like, bang for buck wise, yeah, what we offer here is like, it is technically better value than they'll get anywhere. Because for the last 30 weeks, we've ran... Oh, well, not 30 weeks yet, but it would be 30 weeks. On a budget of under 10,000. We've been averaging like an 8th of their viewership. So if you map that out, yeah, it's a pretty good deal. Is it me or is this over? I think MSN just doesn't know what to do now. He's been stuck in the night spam so long, it's become him. And his identity has been dethroned. French Knight's just too damn good. WHAM, just too damn strong. So that's going to be 2-0 up now for the Canadian. Yeah, like, there's no doubt about it. Just all you have to do is look at those health bars and look at these ones. I mean, there is a world in which WHAM could, like, vastly miss micro, but it is very improbable now. Like, there's an argument that even if he just A-clicks into the fight, and MSN tries to be elegant about it, it's just raw math now. You might be like, but KP, it was raw math before when MSN had the lead, and now look at it. The difference is the heal. It is the sole difference in the match. Like, that little plus sign right there doesn't exist for poor MSN. Shiryu represents the inbreeding of the nobility, making knights regenerating mutants. I mean, wouldn't Chivalry just represent the nuclear power of France? It's like they have a bunch of nuclear plants, right? That would be your regeneration. Oh god, he's not even in the base anymore. MSN, he's in a panic rushing up here. This is ridiculous. 12 knights to 15. He even gets the shifts. I mean, props to him for making a valiant last stand. But yeah, no doubt about it. This one is well and truly over now. There's not even an escape for the workers. You can see the knights are waiting around the backside. So we'll get the 2x speed. And we'll go to the third game. Yeesh. KPM is the glue that holds AW4 community together. I don't know. I don't really know if I can flex that argument. I think we play a good role within it all, though, for sure. Okay, so... Are we at risk of just getting a 3-0 wipe? Kawasan, it's Shushi versus Knights Templar. I feel like this one is kind of 50-50. So there's some hope. Sent message. Okay. Well, I sent you a message. I guess my message didn't come through. For some reason, WhatsApp didn't send a message. Nope, I got no message, Emma. I think WhatsApp is having a heart attack. Like, I don't have anything. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, I sent a message. For some reason, like, the desktop app didn't work. I messaged you, Emma. All right, let's go. Why didn't you send me messages? Because you're not subscribed. Correct. All right. G3. Let's flip them around. Oh, this is the full divider spawn. Look, these ones are, I think, quite common. Although the last few games have felt a bit weirder with them. Like, they're tighter. This is about as far apart as you can spawn on Kawasan from what I've seen. So that does mean we're likely to not see direct contest on ponds. Then again, with Sushi, I don't think you look to do that. With Sushi, you usually are looking to rush feudal age from what we've been seeing so far. And a good Medigarden can seal the deal. And there's a glorious one right there. Look at that. That would be this 144 food he needs. Meanwhile, for WHAM, dock's already being set up. KT wins this every time. Have they actually won every time so far in the midweek muster here when we've seen this? I don't know if that's entirely factually true. I think there's been... Oh, I think we've had like 2 Sushi wins, I want to say. Let me have a look. So, Anatan versus Myriad. That was this matchup. That was a Sushi win. We had... I know we've had more than this. I'm pretty sure we had at least one more. I'm just trying to find it. We had Myriad versus Scatterbrain. That was a Knights Templar win. So actually, currently, they're 50-50 this week. We know how this is going. You're right, guys. It's going to be a 40-minute game, and we are getting Venetians. A boy can hope, right? And probably not. MSN didn't pick Ottomans. So we are due to be disappointed, question mark? We have him marching out now. It is going to be the Medigarden in the center. He has scouted the full area, right? Yeah, so he knows... Wait. Is that the best one? Actually, like, yeah, that one I think is slightly better. He would have got 4 berry clusters here, whereas here he's getting 1, 2, 3, and then you've got 4 plus 1 extra tiny berry there. Yeah, this is superior. This is the best number you can get. Okay, so probably looking at what? A dogfight? No. Are you serious? All right, first time ever, we're actually getting a racks next to the dock. That's kind of crazy, actually, because the play here, folks, is Meditation Garden into a dock. Well, your villagers can't dock if they're dead. In fact, WHAM is even pulling his own villager with a shiv out. Scout's actually already adding in a lot of damage. That's 15 damage done. And here comes the spear. Oh my god. I don't think you can stop the landmark, but you can definitely kill the workers. Yeah, MSN knows he has to just commit. He's going to try to pull away. That's going to be 1 down. WHAM's going to turn around for a second. And wait, why is the scout attacking the spear? Why is he not attacking the scout? What? I am so confused right now. MSN's like, yeah, I can kill this unit with 80 HP. Hold my beer. Okay, so we'll get the other worker away, but, like, congrats. Firm handshakes. You now have no pawns? But you do have 144 gold. 144 food, rather, a minute. Sorry, not 144. It was 150. I believe. Yeah, but here's the other problem. Because WHAM now built spears, you're already seeing what he's doing. He's just going to start patrolling. We do have Chug on the way, though, so that's a good call by MSN. Kingdom of France is kicking in 50 seconds. So I don't think this is over. There is a window for MSN. Which is funny to say out loud because, like, Windows, MSN, get it? End me. End me like this villager. Dock should go up. This is so weird. And WHAM's going to go for the other pond. So he has an insurance policy. But he knows now where MSN's going. Like, there's no way with Meditation Guard and nothing else do you look to do double dock. And there you go, 150 food per minute. Hell of an advantage at this stage of the game. Problem is, I really like what WHAM done here. He set up double dock intentionally. It means he can outproduce you on this one pond. Which is really important against Sushi. One dock on one dock, Sushi should have an advantage. Because theirs work 10% faster. So Archer ship's on the way, but Sprund is already being prepped. And we have got an Archer ship from behind as well from WHAM. So just ticking all boxes. And it looks like it is going to be a contest towards the gold. But WHAM, already aware of it, is going to pull away. Yeah, just more wood for more fishing. And bad news for MSN. Opening exchange. Already against him. Yeah, cannot even... Oh, does at least get the fishing boat. Not what I'd call a worth exchange, but I mean, at least you got a little middle finger out there in that moment. I guess he tries to switch dock now. One problem I am seeing is, like, you know, this matchup I think is really good for Sushi because of the Chuganu massing. But it has its limitations. And double pond probably is that limitation. If MSN's quick about this with Blacksmith, he might have a timing and distilled arrow. Which he could beat Chevalier with. But I think the key here is to not slow roll. I think he knows. MSN, he stopped producing into boats. Wait, no, he's not. Oh my... No. Another worker down. And he just calls it. GG comes out. A 3-0 for WHAM. MSN, I thought he was angling for that all-in land timing, but the temptation to pond apparently too strong. Well, that was quick. So, 3-0 Victor for Mr. WHAM. WHAM won? You'd never have guessed that? No, right? It's like there was no way to possibly have known. Which means our schedule will be revealed for the first time for Thursday. And it is as follows. It is going to be B versus WHAM at 2 p.m. UK time. Into Anatan versus Numidan, 4 p.m. UK time. Grand finals then after that. So we have got potentially 17 games on Thursday. Are you not entertained? I think you bloody should be. So yeah, with that in mind, guys, I think we'll get ready to round out soon. A big reminder, do the easy peasy things to support the channel. Make sure you're following all those. Make sure you're following us on Twitter. Always like things you see there. Like, that can actually support the channel to get sponsorships on social media channels. Also, make sure you subscribe to YouTube, where a lot of the games get uploaded. And make sure you are following on Twitch to catch everything live. Outside that, if you want to do the extra lifts, the two things we're doing currently this month is the AMD awareness campaign and the Opera GX new signups and downloads. Easy to do, both free to do. YouTube has the links in the description. And guys, you have the commands here. ! AMD. When you see that link, click the link. It's an awareness campaign. And as for Opera GX, go check out the browser. We've been using it for 2 months now. We've been fully switching over to it. So download that, create an account for free, and you'll track up there. And that does financially support the channel as well. But guys, that is going to be it. Reminder to come back on Thursday when we return for the final day of KPMM. And we are then down to just a month left of these bad boys. It's crazy how fast the time is blasting by. But that's going to be it. KPMM Thursday into Him's show match with a brand new game mode on Friday. YouTube, I'm going to end the stream now. Thank you for watching, and I'll catch you all on Thursday.